Hi everyone, thank you for participating in the conference. I am Fidan Rüstemli and I work as CTO at GamePonS. I am very excited for the conference. Let's start to the conference. I invite our keynote speakers, Vüsal Karimli and Elena Lobova.
Hey. Thank you. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Fidan, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, and greetings from Baku, Azerbaijan. My name is Vüsal Karimli, and I'm a co-founder and CEO at GamePonS. As one of the co-organizers of this conference, I would like to take this opportunity and talk a little bit about GamePonS and also why we are organizing this conference. Founded in January of this year, GamePonS is a gaming ecosystem builder located in Baku, Azerbaijan. We carry out various events in order to help the local game dev community to grow and foster. We are organizing several events and also conferences. We organized our first conference in March of this year with Game Factory, one of the biggest gaming accelerators located in Istanbul, Turkey. And we are organizing this conference with Achievers Hub. The goal of this conference is to bring the leaders of gaming industry and give them the floor to talk about their experiences, share their knowledge, and as well as talk about the future trends happening in mobile gaming. I'm hoping it's going to be very interesting conference, and we are looking forward to the interesting sessions that are coming up throughout the day. I wish all of you all the best and hope you will get the most out of this conference. And now I would like to give the floor to our co-host, Elena Lobova, the founder of Achievers Hub, for her keynote speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vüsal. Hi, everyone. My name is Elena. Hello from Kiev. I'm a founder of Achievers Hub, which is an agency for independent game developers. We help them get connected to mentors, investors, and publishers from all around the world and pitch their games to them. We are very happy to be co-organizers of this event together with GamePonS. Guys, thank you so much for offering us to do it together. You've done a great job inviting the speakers and organizing everything. So I'm sure that all attendees will be happy and will enjoy the talks today. Also, I wanted to say that we at Achievers Hub also co-host some other events every year. And one of such events is an international online pitching event, Global Games Pitch, where game developers pitch their games to publishers and investors from all around the world. And our next event is dedicated to mobile events, and it's going to be happening on November 3rd, 4th. And since our conference today is also dedicated to mobile games, I wanted to make a small present to everyone. It's a 20% discount code for all types of passes at Global Games Pitch. The promo code is GamePonS20, but there is no need in memorizing it now. We will send it to you after the event in the newsletter, so just check your emails. So again, I'm really happy that you came here today, and I hope that you will get some fun, inspiration, and insights to build your next mobile hit today. Thank you so much.
Hello again. Thanks for the speech. We are continue. The speaker of the next session is Ulaş Karademir. Now. Ulaş,
good morning, everyone.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much, Fidan.
You are welcome.
Yeah. So I was kind of expecting an introduction, but I will just go ahead and start talking then. So 1 second. I just need to share my screen. I hope you can see my screen. If not, so I can. Okay, sorry about this one. I was not set up really. Chrome tab. Here we go. Cool. I hope everyone can see my screen. So I will just walk through you a little bit about what I'm thinking about the future of game development and my experiences so far in the game industry in the last 20-25 years. Currently, I'm holding position as a vice president for internal production and Unity technologies. I've been in Unity close to 6 years. When I joined, I was a director for graphics. Later on, I moved to leading our operations and help our organization to grow in our research and development team for testing and infrastructure, and also managing I was a VP for the core engineering, where we were responsible for the architecture of the Unity. And then lastly, I also worked in our new DOTS architecture. And a year ago, we started building a new team called Productions internally inside Unity, where we focus on building game samples and validation of our technology internally. So I'm super excited about that, and that's the closest thing that I can get close to making games again. Before I joined Unity, I also worked many years in IO Interactive, where I was technical producer for Hitman games and also the Glacier 2 game engine, which was our in-house game engine and used by so many other companies inside Square Enix Group. So, but my journey started in 1985, actually. One day my dad came home with this computer. It's an MSX computer built by a Turkish company called Vestel. I don't know why he bought that, but he was a curious person. So he think we might play games and maybe learn how to use a computer. Obviously, the first ever game I played was a game called Road Fighter. And here, I think me and my brother is also in the games. We spent hours and hours just trying to beat the computer, and that was the first time I just had the glimpse of what fun is. In my young years, actually, once we play the games, I also start interested in how these things works, and we find these two manuals behind inside the package, and I first time actually start coding in BASIC. I didn't know that I was coding. I was just I know that this game's made by writing things, and there was the samples that me and my brother we used to just to try them out and change things, and then I learned about the binary numbers, and so it was drawing a lot of pixels on behind the mathematic books, notebooks. So it was quite fun. My young years just passed, in arcade saloons playing Street Fighter. Right after school, we just went there, and I think that was the first time. I think it's just like I get the glimpse of what is it to be on that competitive space, and being able to being good at something, and everybody appreciate you, and then you're going to the other cities to play with other players in the region, and we had a lot of big tournaments and things like that. And then when I think about it, just like those years in arcade saloons, I mean, a lot of people my age probably had the same kind of experience. That was awesome. My university years, I spent a lot of time on playing Football Manager. Here I think where I get the sense of like being able to focus on something and building that relationship with that product, that investment you have, and you continuously playing that, and then the hook. I mean, the people who play Football Manager knows that how horrible it can be, and how guilty you can feel about how many hours you put into it. But when I look back, I mean, just like I don't see it as a regret about wasting time. I just see that like I had wonderful years playing these games, and which lead to be that also makes me to be how much appreciate about making games, and how much appreciate about that the experience that the people have when they're playing games. So currently I worked in Unity. Most of you who joined this conference, if you are actually a mobile developer, somehow you heard about the name Unity. Unity is the world leading platform for creating and operating interactive real-time 3D content. Which that mean that we are almost I think we're the biggest engine providing mobile technology. And Unity is a very special company. We truly believe that the world is a better place with more creators in it. And I feel that every single day. I mean, if we can actually add more creators to this world, they will respect more the creation and then do not destroy. And I think the world needs more creators. We need to the people who create things understand that how difficult it is to create, find something unique, and they also come with a respect to the others, and not destroy, and not harm. And so I think the world needs more creators inside it. As I said, we are a company born from gaming. There's currently 71% of the top 1,000 mobile games in Q4 22 were made with Unity. Most of you, I think, we played Among Us. It was so much fun, and all the other titles that today. Back in the days when I was in IO Interactive, and I think we were just like around the times I think we shipped the Hitman Absolution game, and I remember our studio CEO came in and said that we should be working on a mobile title. And we were so arrogant, and we were just like, why should we do that? I mean, you don't pack your, how to say, you don't start your bulldozer to actually to remove a dirt pit on the road. When I look back, I think we were so arrogant about that. We had this ignorance against the mobile gaming, and we think that the games coming back then, they were not good. There were a lot of copies, and it's just the quality was quite low, and that makes a lot of like AAA developers like us to just have a distance to it. But now when I look at it today, I was so wrong, and I mean I realized it many years ago. But for me, the video games is storytelling, and the storytelling is just in any form is welcome. It could be on a mobile phone, it could be on a console, it could be on your watch. It doesn't matter. It could be on your refrigerator. If you can engage with the user and then get them to play and get them having good time, then you are successful. And that is super difficult. And I have so much respect to the people today trying to build those games in wherever the platform is. And I'm going to mention a little bit about that, how difficult is, where the difficult things are, and where we're leading towards, and how. And also, I would like to give you some insights that in my over 2 decades of experience, like what I think that you guys should be focusing on to be successful in if you want to have a future on the mobile gaming. That being said, that I'm not sure if you never know about technology. Unity today has developers around 190 plus countries and territories. Currently, there is around 5 billion downloads per month of apps built with Unity. That's crazy when you think about that. And there's 13,000 average new projects per day in 2020. That's also insane. So I mean, the amount of the games just building today is mind blowing. And also, I'm just thinking about that the people out there who's competing against that, competing against that kind of amount of the games coming up, and everybody trying to be successful. That must be also difficult. But there is also a lot of similarities when you look at the music industry and also movie industry. There is always this like almost everyone is competing against, not to each other, but competing against the attention of the users, and that attention of the user is what makes it you successful or not. But players demand more, and that will increase as we go. As I said before, I mean, Gabriel said, the founder of Well, said things we were successful at in the past don't matter a whole lot in predicting how well we are going to do in the future. That being said, there's things we can learn from the past, but we need to be really open to it, and there's always new ways to approach a problem. And let me just go into a little bit about what the demands of our users. As you know, I mean, in the early days, it was easy to compete because there's not so many titles. But when there's so many games coming up, one of the key things is the quality. The game quality is a paramount. So bugs are not tolerated as used to be. Zero downtime, lag-free, need for an immersive gameplay. If you don't nail that down, you will not get the attention of the user, and it's that simple. The other thing is that games need to be everywhere, every platform supported, globally accessible, and cross-device play. I have a 15-year-old and 11-year-old, two sons. I know from them, I mean, they just want to play, but at the same time, they just don't want to carry their console with them. They have handhelds, they have phones. They want the quick access, and they would like to be connected. If they're not connected, is like my 15-year-old in a chat, just talking with his friends, or open up the server from his mobile phone and just like change some settings there. I mean, we're a gaming family, so I mean, I guess I do the same. I mean, I wish I could play more games, but I have a limited time, so I would like to just access games anywhere. And sometimes they could be a very short experiences, but it has to be like that journey. Need to continue, and that's very key to being successful in the future. Games don't launch anymore; they leave. I mean, you need to keep players engaged, delivering new content, and maintaining profitable at the same time, so you can continue to build more content. So you need to create that loop. You need to create the flywheel. Without that, there's not really. I mean, I remember like I think Absolution we shipped in 2012. It was 10 years ago. Like until that moment, we were spent like I think in total production of 6 years. First many years we spent on the building the engine, and the last 3 years building the game, and then being able to bunker down and work 2 years and get it out and ship it and launch it, and then you make a release party and it's over. The next week you're starting a new project. Those days are over. Now your game need to live, and you cannot just really shut down anything or just release something and forget about it, that putting into the disk and release it. I mean, now we live in a world where everything is live and you need to be connected with your audience. The moment that you lose your audience, it's going to be so difficult for you to gain back. So you need to keep them engaged all the time, and that's so difficult. But I mean, just mastering everything today will not really help you. At the same time, there's a lot of these technology trends that are just coming up and changing. We know that the device is improving as new phones came out. They're getting more powerful and powerful. I remember like the PlayStation 3 was like 512 megabyte memory on CPU and in GPU, and that just like when you think about today's phones and also their connectivity is better now, as it will get better as people are using their phones, and also the cross-play experiences, as I said before, that people do not want to continue their experiences. So and these are three things that will shape the future of the technology much more. And also the technology that we provide to you guys, and also the technology that you provide to your users. As device improves, with resolution increase, and then you need to somehow find a way to actually reach the same fidelity with your art pipeline. As the connectivity increase, you need to figure out how in that space, how I deal with that where everything is connected. I mean, we know from the Pokemon Go, for example, how it's quickly become a phenomenon just because of that connectivity. Then when we look at the game trends, there's three things that come up, also related to the things I said before. One of them is the player interactivity. Players not play together anymore. For them, it's just it's a shared space, and they will like to they hang out there, right? So I don't know if whether I read this somewhere probably many years ago, but I was just thinking what people share is also what they make the technologies the technology enable people to connect more, right? I mean, in early days in internet, there were a lot of text, and we know that Microsoft Offices was very powerful, very, very popular. And then you get people start sharing pictures, and Photoshop become really powerful. And then people start sharing videos, and then YouTube become powerful. Now people today, they're sharing 3D experiences, and now I think that the popularity of Unity is also coming from that perspective, that people are not just especially just after the COVID-19, that people especially young generation just more hang out on the digital spaces, and that will shape their behavior going to future. As like I said before, so live games is a big trend right now, and more your game is live, more you update live, and more you interact with your users, and you keep them engaged, because the user acquisition is one of the most expensive things. As I said, the moment that the user leaves you kind of lost that in the big labyrinth of the many products and many TV series. So it is important to have that live connection and make your games live as you guys do all of them. And then the other secondary experiences. We as a family play games, and even with the consoles, and we just sit down, take our phones, or our phones become the controller, and then we play these party games, right? So I think that's a way of also the parents, and then the kind of the kids getting connected. But also the other thing is just like, I mean, my parents were not gamers. I'm a gamer, but not my friends were gamers. So like I can play with my kids, but when I'm imagining my son will be a gamer and his son will be a gamer, so there will be much more interact with the same thing. I mean, like, I guess we sit down and watch TV with my parents, and that was the thing, and we can still sit down and watch TV, so that will be norm. I watched videos and stream Netflix with my kids, and then sometimes playing games. But for my sons, I think that the future will be more games, and then more shared experiences in that games, and then you being able to use your any device to join that game is very important. Let me check the time. So there is 3 challenges in building games. You need to build a gameplay that is fun, which is very difficult to predict fun or plan fun. And the only way you can make it fun is to iterate and get an experience from people saying it's fun. The other one, another challenge is building the worlds that gameplay lives in. The experience that you're going to give it to people, and here one of the most important thing is to create the immersion. And then when I say immersion, I'm not talking about the fidelity of something like Minecraft has a lot of immersion. I mean, but maybe not the high fidelity graphics. Being immersed means that the world convinces you that this space exists, and then you believe in the rules of this space. And then lastly, that commercial success is so important. Like you'll be able to run on a platform, and then with that platform you need to reach to an audience. But it comes with a lot of constraints, because you're still bound by memory and CPU and GPU and the heating and the reach, and being able to ship your game in many platforms, open many stores, your product. So these are the I believe that the 3 big challenges of the developing video games. Also, I mean, generally mobile games are more, because the device the amount of device segmentation is crazy in mobile, and it will continue like this, and there will be more devices to come into it, more glasses to come to it. The watches will be the amount of the device will increase. They're not going to decrease. And when you look at also the production phases and the cost structure, and this is in early days from the AAA, but when I talk a lot with a lot of game studios and hyper casual games and AA games, AAA games, and you almost see the same structure. They do test a lot of ideas. They're cheap for it. They do prototype a lot until the first playable. And when we get the first playable, I think where the money spent is just from the first playable to vertical slice, where you start actually building the world. And from there, now you build this world, you spend the money, but you need to run that, and you become the operation cost, and you have running the servers, and then being continuously monetized and run that game. So the costs increase and increase. So it's very important to choose the right gameplay. But I think one of the biggest challenges for going forward is that there is, when you think about the gameplay, you're very limited actually what you can do. You can go with the skills, you can go with the difficulty, you can go with the, replayability by adding more characters. But at the end of the day, you you are very limited behavior, so that the games that in the same genre are becoming very much like the copy of each other. And then it's the same, like if you think about it, like many years ago when the RPGs came out, and RPG is kind of like 90% the same mechanics. You going after someone, you have a mission, you have inventory, and then you can actually buy guns and done stuff and build your character and stuff like that. Because it was so close to each other, so what the people start doing is just like they start investing on the content and then make a better story, better characters, and then it's become these AAA games. So when I think about it, the games here today, I think the mobile games will have that kind of a challenge as they go. And they will need to build more content and more story and more engagement with the users because of the gameplay is very similar to it. Or find new gameplay ideas that that can be differentiate their product compared to others. And also you need to master the whole, or to get the best out of it, because the moment that you're creating the world, you don't know how much texture is good enough. Where am I on my usage on my device? Where's my LODs, and how can I balance my cost versus the performance and where I learn? And I think this is gonna be one of the key things to being successful in the game development. And also, as you add more content, and the complexity will increase, and then because of the complexity increase, then you need to new subject matter experts. So they will, your team will also goes up. So just to finalize all. I think the key thing here is when we talk about like managing is you have 5 pillars, right? You have 5 things that you can do. You can be really good at your scope, meaning that you can really make your studio to be focused on finding the right ideas and how you iterate on those ideas and quickly come with an idea. You can either be really good at managing your time, hitting to the right time, right place with the right product, and you can master this and make a difference with your studio. You can invest on you should do all of those things, but you need to differentiate your production from the others around it, in order to compete and be successful as well. So great ideas is the most important thing, but at the same time, you need to be in the right time with the right idea, and you manage that. You need to have resources, people, and technology that can make that scope true. And you need to keep those people engaged with your organization as well, so that they can actually build more games for you. At the same time, you need to master technology and to understand, and so that how those constraints works and how your growth marketing techniques works, or how how technology works, and as you build this foundation for your organization. And then lastly, quality. When I say quality, often software development, understand, is like bug free. I think that's just a lack of quality. Having bugs or fixing bugs just makes you to get to a place where everything's okay. I think quality in general means that what you're adding value, right? And here is I think there is always this quality cost versus where the quality is. You need to, if you want to be successful here, you need to master that. Where is that? You don't want to just make it so polished and every time and takes 2 years. You want to get to the right time and right place with the right quality. And that could be very, very challenging. But overall, my recommendation is to make sure that you have some ideas around these 5 things, and you constantly talking with the people in your studio or yourself. Am I good at this? What can I do here? Can I be better of finding the better ideas? How can I manage my time properly? How do I need to do my resource management? Where do we need to learn new skills? How this is going there? And what do we do on quality? What's our quality bar and level? So I hope this helped you guys, and I would like to say thank you for Fidan for the invitation. And if there is any questions, I would love to answer as well. There is many. Oh, sorry, I wasn't able to see because of the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Uvar. I would like to thank Mr. Uvar for the interesting session. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your time. I know you live in UK and we have time.
I'm living in Denmark. I'm from I would love to say that it's greetings from wonderful Copenhagen, but it's quite rainy and cloudy day today. So.
Oh, thanks. And now we have a very interesting panel discussion moderated by Elena Lobova. I would like to give the floor to you, Elena. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unmute. Okay. Hi, everyone. Well, we are actually supposed to start in 8 minutes, so maybe Fidan, can we make a short break to make sure that all the panelists join us?
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello everyone, we had a small break and now we have a very interesting panel discussion moderated by Elena Lobova. I would like to give the floor to you, Elena. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidan. And yeah, we have all the panelists here. Amazing. I'll probably introduce myself again for those who just joined us. My name is Elena. I'm a founder at Achievers Hub. It's an agency for independent game developers. We help them get connected to mentors, investors, publishers from all around the world and pitch their games to them. We also organize online international pitching event, Global Games Pitch, where developers pitch their games to publishers and investors. So we constantly speak with a lot of developers from all around the world, and when we ask them what they're looking for, at least 80% of them, or maybe even more, always say they're looking for funding, at least among the other things. At the same time, only few of this 80% know how exactly they can get their game funded, when they should start looking for funding, where they should start looking for funding, who can invest in their games, which offer to take or not to take, and what to ask for. These and some other questions will be discussed at our panel today. And to answer all these questions, I've invited 3 games industry investors. I actually invited 4, but unfortunately, Ilya from the Games Fund had a force majeure today. So he was forced to cancel his participation last minute. Anyway, we have 3 amazing panelists, and now I would like to ask them to briefly introduce themselves. Can you please tell us a few words about your experience and your current role? Let's start with Diana Kożarska from Smoke Ventures.
Hi everyone, I'm Diana. I'm one of the partners at Smoke Ventures. Smoke is a Polish-American venture capital fund. One of our main focus is investing into games. We have also on board a partner, Paul Bragil. He has invested in over 100 gaming companies. Also, is a partner at Sisu Game Ventures, or a gaming venture capital fund, and we invest at very early stages into game studios. And right now we have 3 gaming companies in our portfolio.
Awesome, thank you so much. And the next is Scott Miller from Feardemic.
Good morning, everyone. So thanks very much for having me. I'm Scott from Feardemic, and Feardemic is a single vertical publisher focused on the genre of horror games. And so far this year, we've looked at over 100 indie games, and we've invested in one of them. And we're looking for another 5. We hope to invest in another 5 by the end of the year. But also from other than just simply investing in indie games or publishing indie games, we also have a lot of experience looking for funding as well. So we have some experience on both sides of the desk. So hopefully we can talk about some of that today, and some of my experiences might help some of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Scott. And Harry from London Venture Partners.
Hi, Harry here, coming to you live from my bedroom, as you might be able to tell. I'm an associate at LVP. We're a seed venture capital fund that only ever invests into gaming companies and bring with us a wealth of experience from the games ecosystem as operators. We invest into content as well as gaming platforms and technology. We've been operating for the past decade and have been investors into game companies like Supercell, Unity, Singularity 6, Bunch, and many more. We have an active portfolio of 30 companies and have made over 60 investments. I myself have been an investor for the past 4 years, past 2 at LVP, and then formally into tech startups and TV and film projects.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your introductions. And as you can see, we have a quite diverse panel now. So all our panelists have slightly different experience, but all of them has a lot of experience in investing and even being in a different side of this project, of this process. Okay, so let's start with a simple question, simple imagining the situation. Let's imagine that there is a gaming company, a small company, and they have some game that they've been working on. They probably have a prototype or a first playable, and then they realize they won't have enough money to finish the game. But they do really want to get it finished. What are the options they have? what are the options out there, like except for maybe friends, family, and fools, and asking for money just all around. Who wants to start? Okay, let's start with Scott. Oh, okay, Diana.
Okay, yeah. So I can start, like, as for the venture capital fund investing at very early stage. But I would say it depends on your experience in the gaming industry. So if you are a first-time founder, it's your first game. There are some pretty good gaming accelerators. For example, in Poland we have Krakow Technology Park, and there is Digital Dragons acceleration program, which can help you go to the first experience, the first kind of basic knowledge how to run your gaming studio, and then they connect you with the investors. But if you are more experienced game developer and you have something like some experience building successful games, I think it's good to go straight to the investors. We have invested in, like, the first gaming investment we have made into Exit Plan. We just have seen like the first images of the game, but we knew the guys, we knew they have fantastic experience, so we were like, yeah, let's go in, let's invest into you guys. And they have just released the game 8 months after we have invested into them, but the experience spoke for them, kind of.
Okay, yeah, I'll jump in here, and I'd like to say first off that actually there's never been a better time for a gaming company to raise, both on the private and the public side. There are a lot of interested investors in the space. I would look at the country in which you're based, whether there are any tax credits or incentives that you can obtain, because it's essentially free money to claim back, and that's often left off the table. If you've already got a prototype, then that's great. That actually opens up a lot of options. It doesn't actually preclude you approaching VCs, such as ourselves. For example, we don't really have it too early. We've invested into companies where there are just a couple of founders. They don't even have a playable. They've just got a pitch deck, an idea, not even incorporated, and we've put money in. But if you do have that game, then it can open up, for example, publishing money, some late stage VC options at the Series A or post seed, as well as if you've got it in soft launch, maybe some kind of venture debt or non-dilutive funding. There's also crowdfunding, which I know a lot of companies tend towards, and it can bring a lot of early customers and advocates. But if you're looking to raise money as the end goal, it can lead to commitments that you can't fulfill, and often leads to the community turning against you if you don't reach those milestones, if you don't communicate them in a regular fashion or cadence. So it can actually come back to bite you later on if you want that full freedom to potentially change the project or go in a different direction.
Thank you, Scott. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that the company that you described earlier is, usually, I mean, I've come across lots of them over the past 12 months, and they tend to be, either fresh out of university or fresh out of school, and it's their first game. They've been working weekends doing their part-time job, and they really want to work on it full time. And at that stage, it's highly unusual for venture capital or professional money to invest in, 3 guys still living at home with their parents that, halfway across the world. So primarily, I think, some great ideas were touched on before was crowdfunding, and a lot of people default to that because it is a really good way of starting and getting, and not only just raising capital but also marketing your product and getting your idea out there. And the second one that was touched on before, which I think is a great idea, is public funding. A lot of countries do have programs, especially in Poland and Europe, that are supported by the European Union, that are specifically designed for young companies with great ideas around the idea of research and development. And that can be leveraged to get finance. The other thing, is really comes down to people. I mean, if you delve back into the history of some of the big tech companies, who was the seed founder? And it's always a relative or somebody that someone's introduced them to. Venture capital is, professional money. It just doesn't care. All it wants is a return, and quickly. So no matter what you say to professional money guys, unless you can prove to them that there is a return on investment, they're not going to be that interested. But with people that know you, that have introduced you to someone, a high net worth individual or someone in the space that invests in that type of company, they're more likely to sort of think in a longer term strategy. So I would say to you, number one, crowdfunding; number two, public funding; number three, and most importantly, everyone everyone your parents knows, everyone that you can possibly think of. Really dig deep and see if you can find someone to introduce you to somebody that may have an interest or a stake in that sector. And it's also going to be local. I mean, again, for a startup, the seed capital, it tends to come from a local source rather than an international source. I mean, it's that sort of 10-mile rule because of the high risks associated with seed venture capital. It tends to be very localized rather than international. It doesn't stop you, of course, from going after venture capital, because you may need them at some stage down the track when you want to scale. But that initial seed fund is probably going to come from around 10 miles from where you're sitting right now.
Okay, thank you so much for putting this together. I would probably add maybe some grants here from such companies as, for example, Epic. They have their Epic Mega Grants, and this is one more opportunity for young small studios. Let's discuss when this process should start. For example, when you have to start for looking for big money, at what stage of your company's development, of your studio's development, can you approach venture capitalists? I mean, it's mainly for Harry and Diana.
Sure. I touched on this, and to Scott's point, actually, we have invested into people who've come out straight from university. That was Base Dwarf out in Denmark, and they ended up squatting in some buildings, and they've really come on leaps and bounds. So, of course, there are the exceptions to the rules. We prefer to see those where possible, but it doesn't actually stop us from not investing. As for, I guess, when they should approach venture capital, I look at the website. Usually they say if they're Series A and beyond, if they want a prototype, or maybe conversely, you look at what they're saying is there a too early for them? We actually say on our website there isn't a too early for you, but then it could be that the company itself and trajectory, the vision for what you want the company to be, if you're just looking to produce a couple of good games that will provide good returns, that will enable you to learn how to either scale UA or work live ops on a game, that learning process can be sufficient to lead you to a big return that a venture capitalist wants. But then sometimes it's better that you go through other routes, or maybe you self-fund or bootstrap or find friends and family, etc., in order to fund that stage. And then approach VCs when you've got your big idea, because the question I always ask when someone's raising is why now, and is it the case that you're wanting to build a lifestyle business, or are you looking to build a $500 million business, which is what seed venture capitalists often want, because most of our investments fail because it's so risky at the early stage that we need those winners to return the fund. So just check on the website. I prefer to hear companies even before they're thinking about raising, let alone have a prototype. If you're looking at publishers, again, they're happy to talk, but I think most will be focused on actually having some kind of playable, if there's traction, as well as structuring out what the budget might be, what milestones that you need to hit. Maybe I'm straying onto different topics here, but I'll leave it there.
I think Harry pretty much said it all. It's mostly about doing the research, because entering investment with a common between company and the fund, it's a partnership. So we as a fund, we check out the team, we check out the game, but also we expect the founders to check what we are doing. So because each venture capital fund has their own like specifications. We have the stage, we have the industries, we have the ticket amounts, like how much we can actually invest into the company. So if you're looking for like 500 or 1 or 5 million, just make sure that this one fund, they can actually do this ticket, because they have their own limitations. They come from mostly the limitations each venture capital fund has. It's also based on the investors the fund has. Because in Poland, for example, we have a lot of funds with public money, so we have public limitations. There are private money which don't really have limitations. So just make sure you know where the money comes from for certain VCs, because it's also the limitations VC has is also a limitation for you.
Thank you, Diana. And Scott, as like from publisher's point of view, when do you think it's best to start looking for money, and which same game should be at? Do you really think that it's possible, for example, to get money at idea stage?
Well, no, there will need to be, I mean, certainly from our perspective, and I think probably from everyone's perspective as well, I mean, there needs to be some sort of vertical slice or demo. But, I suppose if you think about what a publisher or even a venture capitalist is looking for, and try and work out how you can fit into their need, or, accommodate their need. I mean, and I think, you should start looking early stage, because it just takes a long time to find people that are going to sort of, agree or agree with your idea, agree with your vision. So, it's a process. So the earlier the better. But generally, publishers and even VCs, I mean, to the point, I mean, they're looking at, okay, well, when is that the return on my investment going to be realized? I mean, the earlier the investment, of course, the longer the horizon is to a return on that investment. The same with publishers as well. If you come to us with an idea, say, look, the game will be ready in 5 years, and it's sort of like, well, that's great, but who are you, and what's your experience? But if you come to a publisher and say, well, look, here's the vertical slice, or here's our beta, and your investment is realizable within the next 12 months to 24 months, well, then it becomes much easier to think about investing in that game. I mean, it's certainly, and again, we haven't spoken about that yet, but project funding's pretty much the same. There's a lot of people out there that are project funding games, but again, they're looking at that horizon. Is that horizon within the next 12 months, within my fiscal year, or is that horizon within the next fiscal year, or is it 3-4 years down the track? All this has a really big bearing on how attractive you are going to be to investors. So, but look, it's never too early to start. I mean, go and talk to your rich uncle while you're still at school and say, hey, I want to build a game studio. What do you think about that? Talk to as many people as you can, as early as you can.
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like when you are early on, it's also about building relationship with the investor. So you don't have to always go, okay, this is the moment for the investment, because you also it's all about your reputation as a founder and reputation of the VC. So you can start talking with the VC and updating them about your progress early on. So you don't have to wait for the last moment, hey, and go hey guys, I need the investment right now. Just start talking early, and then you can just keep the conversation going on.
Okay, so basically bootstrap for as long as you can, but start looking for investment everywhere from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
That's my advice.
Yeah, cool, amazing. And so and we're sometimes we were talking about the project investment, sometimes about studio investment, and there is a difference. Sometimes there is a very slight difference when your studio equals one game that you have, but still some game developers sometimes don't know what would work for them, equity funding or studio funding, or it should be project funding. Can you please tell a bit about this? What kind of funding do you provide, and what do you think are pros and cons of these types of funding? Okay, Harry, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll go first, sorry. investors invest into the online company rather than individual projects, and that might be arbitrary to state, but I think it's descriptive of the underlying motivations that that investment has. So investors, when they're investing at that stage, and we usually invest at the early stage, we're trying to enable creative freedom and experimentation across different games and genres without production milestones or rev share deals being put in place. We're looking to grow the company, not just with this game necessarily, but maybe the future games into a large business. I've said just again as an arbitrary point, a $500 million business. And this also touched on what Scott said before, that our investment horizon's 10 years plus. So we don't mind if you stumble and fail at the start. And if anything, we've got experience on that with Supercell and Unity. When we invest into Supercell, they're doing Facebook Canvas games. With Unity, they had some struggles in the early years, just being a pure SaaS company, and then they're able to broaden their ecosystem and then really take off. We try and give founders as many shots on goal and years of runway and the time to prototype. But therefore, we're looking for those moonshot companies, and we're taking that larger risk, investing early into the life cycle of the business, and therefore we necessarily require a higher return. And so actually, sometimes a publisher is better suited to put money into a game versus a VC. If it's a passion project, if you feel like this isn't going to be the next like top selling game, maybe venture capital money isn't for you. And then just as a point of reference, also depending upon who you're pitching to, a publisher pitch won't work on a VC, and vice versa. I'm generalizing here, but usually what you're wanting to pitch to a publisher is the game itself. It's a product pitch, budget, milestones, game comparisons of successful titles, what it would look like, whereas actually VCs want to look at your company. So you need to put across your vision, what's the team, what's the market opportunity. Often those are new and underserved versus, say, on the publishing side, yes, there can be new things, but you need to be within some kind of supporting framework where it is a bit more proven. That doesn't necessarily mean that publishers won't take those risks, but VCs are more willing to take those risks. And if anything, they're looking for those.
Yeah, I totally agree with Harry. It's more about, like, for VCs, it's more about investing a company into a studio, which has just not only, you can start with one game, but you have to have plan for future games. So if I have a company coming to me with just one game, I'm asking them, okay, this is cool, but what are your plans for the next gaming project? Do you have anything in mind? Do you have like anything, like, so you know what you're doing in the next 8-10 years?
Scott, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, and again, that's a good point, I suppose, essentially venture capital companies are looking to buy equity in your company, but publishers are not. Publishers, we're looking to find, ideas that have some traction in the market, and then we will help that developer bring that idea to market as best as possible. I mean, what and that's an interesting distinction. And one of the things that I've kind of learned the hard way is that, looking for games or good ideas that don't have traction, it's really hard to make that idea popular. If you've got some traction with your idea, for example, if you have a vertical slice, or that vertical slice has been turned into a demo, you've launched your Steam page, you've got everything, you've got your Discord channels operating, you've been able to build a community and can show that there is interest, well, then suddenly your product becomes, kind of much more attractive to publishers because, you can build on a small community, but it's really hard to create the community if there isn't any there to start with. So as far as the different types of, or the ways that the publisher can invest in that particular project, it can be in technical costs. It can be in, of course, marketing, or it can be in simply advances against sales. But most of the developers that come to us, because we're part of Bloober team, so we have a good heritage of developing the type of games that we're looking for. So we can provide a great deal of technical support for those games, whether it be QA, whether it be porting, whether it be coding, whether it be bug fixing, something as simple as bug fixing, localization. A lot of these things we can provide, and that sort of technical cost. There's still advances against sales, and they're still all recoupable, but it's a little bit different than just handing over cash. Of course, if that developer or that team is a lot more, I suppose, self-sufficient, then it's just a matter of supporting that team with funding. But generally, again, because we're in the sort of the indie end of the market as opposed to the sort of the larger teams, really most of the time, most of the games that are getting made, first or second games, students straight out of college, and smaller teams, and depending on what engines they choose, whether it be Unity or whether it be Unreal, depends on how much resources that they're going to need at the end of the day to make their dream a reality. But we hope to be able to work with those developers to make to allow them to release the game that they want to, rather than the game that they can.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. And by the way, we already started talking about some things that different kinds of investors can provide you except for money. Indeed, sometimes the team needs much more than just cash and some like marketing help, advice, and so on. Can you please tell us what can you as an investor, or maybe like the other different types of investors, provide to developers in addition to just money? Diana?
Yeah, sure, I can start. So I would say like the network, because like it depends on the founders, but the VC usually also comes with the reputation and in the ecosystem. And when you are starting, and the first investor, I would say, is very important in terms of the next funding you get, because what I'm assuming is like you start with one funding round, but what the VCs are looking for is to, as we were saying, like to build a huge company, and the company will need more funding along the years. So being a VC, being in the gaming industry, we know other investors and we know what they're investing into. So what we can get to our gaming companies, like the investments for the next round, it's like a short path. So you don't have to build all of the paths to different investors by yourself, but the VC has already built those paths for you, and you can just use those. So I would say this is the most important part as for us.
Sure. I'll jump in after that. So I'm going to break it down into 2 points, one which is potentially implicit in the question and other directly addressing the question, what you're looking for from the investor, and then also how do you actually search for that and how do you find that out. So we've been going for the past decade, and so probably one of our greatest assets would be our portfolio. I think Diana touched on it with the network. And I feel like in the same way that VCs will do reference checks on founders and businesses, I recommend that founders do reference checks on VCs. We tend to lead round and we'll have a board seat, and so we want to provide proper value add rather than it being necessarily a cliche. So we help out with everything and anything. Actually, we're pretty hands-on when it comes to hiring, product development, business development, and fundraising. But that really depends on the firm. And another thing, again, as Diana touched upon, check on graduation rates. There's the old adage that you're only as good as your last fundraise, but it's important if you truly want to deliver on that vision that you have enough money to get there. And so you might raise money now thinking, oh, it's a good deal, but then also it cuts you short later on if you want to raise other funding, that they aren't able to bring in an investor network later on and signal competency, especially within the games industry, where it still tends to be quite niche for generalist tech investors to come in, and they often want that strong signal of competency that a games investor has invested at the early stage, or a strong publisher has put in money into this company, and so they feel comfortable in investing.
Yeah, I started touching on it before about all the different sort of ways that money can end up in projects as various different types of services or value-add services. But I think, you know, and this is, I suppose, why, you know, publishers, even though they're a fairly old idea, you know, most people tell you, well, you don't really need a publisher these days. I mean, you can go and publish your own game on Steam, or you know, you put it on Switch, put it on PlayStation. I mean, there's no barrier to you doing that yourself. However, you know, again, if you have not done all of this before, it can be a bit of a daunting challenge, and sometimes time is not your friend. You know, for example, I mean, if you launch the PC version of your game in April, and then you sort of go, okay, well, now I've got to do it for the other platforms. And if you've never done that before, that whole process of getting it on other platforms can take you, you know, anything up to a year if you don't have all the accounts set up, if you don't have the necessary experience to get it done, because you're learning as you go. And a year later, after the PC release, you know, it's not that attractive. If you can get your releases together quite, you know, all lined up, and so that, you know, there's not a lot of space between them, obviously there's more advantage to that from a potential sales point of view. So having a publisher that can provide some experience and some context as to, you know, the hands-on stuff, the practical stuff when it comes to getting a game out there, you know, is kind of quite important. And again, I mean, publishers generally, number one, they don't want to take equity of your company. They want to share in the revenue of the project you're working together on. And generally, most publishers, certainly we don't want to take your IP away from you. The whole context of the deal is based around getting the product to market and sharing in the revenue, sharing in the rewards of that. So it's a bit of a different way, but, you know, it's still kind of an important thing to think about. And if you can find a publisher, that experience that they bring to the table is going to be certainly, you know, good for you if you've never done it before.
Okay, yeah, as you can see, there are a lot of things that publishers and investors can provide to you on top of just funding. But at the end of the day, many people, like most developers, like they look for money at the first place. And many of them actually ask questions like how to make sure that the terms offered are fair. For example, there is a developer who got lucky enough to get the offer from investor or publisher, but they're just looking at these numbers and papers, and like they have no idea if it's a fair terms or not. What would be your advice to these developers?
So VC guys, how much equity do you want to take?
And then likewise with publishing, how much revenue are they going to have off the gross, and also look at net revenue, whether they classify it as that, look at actually how much they put into minimum guarantees. I think Raw Fury put their publishing contracts out, so you can actually have a read over that. But as with everything, what is fair, it's what's fair in the market. We live in a capitalist world, for better or for worse, and so what is fair is what the market will pay for it and what is out there currently. So just check with others in the market, model out those different scenarios. If you know how to do that, great. If you don't, just like ask anybody and everybody. Usually there'll be open source materials on the publishing side, as well as in cap table modeling, what the rev share agreement will do in different scenarios of unit sales. If you times that by whatever price that you have minus the store costs and other costs, what would that give you in those different scenarios? Looking at level dilutions on the equity side, if we invest in, usually VCs target between in a funding round probably like 15 to 20% dilution, maybe 25% if you're including an expansion in the option pool. Sorry, the option pool is the available pool of shares for your employees, for employees that come in the future, that you can offer them that equity incentive. So look at what that will do if you need to raise a couple of rounds. Where will that put you? It can often be that actually founders at the end of it will own 40-50%, but then it'll be 40-50% of a $200 million company versus 100% of a $10 million company. And there's actually a magnitude of 10x difference between those different points. And then I'd recommend reading Venture Deals on the equity side. If you haven't already, that's quite a good primer in looking through the different terms within a term sheet and what venture capitalists might offer and any tricks that they might use.
I totally agree with the recommendation. Venture Deals is like a Bible for venture investing. Like every VC, every founder should read that and start with that. And I would say like also bringing more transparency into the industry is important, because in the past, different VCs can have different there can be different opinion about VC in the startup and gaming industry, depending on how aggressive they can be. But I think it's healthy not to take too much equity at the start, like Harry said, like 15-20% at the beginning, so you have space in the company for the next founding rounds. And also, I think it's important to take care of that the founders have the most equity they can have for the longest time, so they are properly motivated, so they can feel that this is their company. And as for the transparency in the ecosystem, I think it's good when VCs share what are their conditions for the deal. So, for example, on our website, we have published our term sheet. We have published the deals, the terms of our term sheet. So every company that we cooperate with, they can just go there and read through. So I think, and also one more thing is like more and more VCs, they try to have like similar term sheets, so we can standardize the terms along the industry. So I think this is useful to talk more openly also about that. And also, what Harry has touched upon before, talking with the portfolio companies. Like I always say to any portfolio companies that I can market myself in any way. I can tell you anything, but it's also good to talk with the portfolio companies. And I always say that like we have all of our portfolio companies listed on our website, so this is like not a mystery who we are working with. So just go and talk with the companies, ask them how it is cooperating with us, how it was negotiating the deal with us, so we can learn everything from the people we have worked with. So I think this is healthy.
And will they say anything like, what about the things that are under the NDA?
This is a good question. Well, I think like, to be honest, there are some websites where you can anonymously publish your feedback to the VC. Also, it's starting to develop. And if you are in acceleration program, also there is some more like content that it can be shared between the teams, between inside information. So I think this is useful if you're starting in any ecosystem. If you go to acceleration program, the people who are running acceleration programs, they have been in the industry long enough, so they know the reputation of each person. They have worked with many people. So I think this is useful if you're starting, or you can have a mentor, so someone who has been in the industry for longer time. So for example, because before running VC, I have started acceleration program, and we have mentors. Each company has like a leading mentor. This mentor also gets equity in the company, so like it's 1% of the company. But this mentor, this mentor stays with the company for many years, and this is someone who is experienced founder who has been in the industry for years and can tell the starting founder like what's good, what's not, what's right.
Also, trying, if possible, get a negative reference on them. You have a tendency to look for the big companies and ask, oh, what did the VC do right? But then actually it's probably more instructive of their personalities and how they support their companies, of the companies that don't do so well, that maybe fail, that don't have a good exit. How did the VCs behave? Because more often than not, you can find out actually, even though they've made some good investments, they've actually acted in the wrong way. And it can be that they just so happen to be in these better investments, and the people are trying to not give a negative reference on their behalf there, but actually they've behaved pretty poorly in another company or another respect. So just having a broad spread of references, I think, would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and the companies that they have exited, because sometimes the cooperation during can be good, but different VCs act differently like on the exit. So I think this is also a good testing ground.
Okay, but before we get into the publishing deals and the revenue splits and the sorts of things that publishing companies offer, can I ask you guys a question? Because I get this question from a lot of people. What advice do you give to small developers, 2-3 teams, as to the valuation of their company if they're they haven't released their first game. Because I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to have an equity partner who takes equity in your company, there's got to be a valuation, right? Whether it be $1 or $1 million or $5 million. How would you recommend small studios come up with that sort of a figure?
Well, I would say valuation is like both like at very early stage of the company when you don't have revenue or anything to base it's like upon. It's art and science kind of. So we have, like, for example, we have a table which it depends on the stage of the company. It depends on the experience of the founder. So if you are experienced founder and you have raised rounds, financing rounds before, you have published successfully games, VCs will come to you, and the more like competitive the round gets, the higher valuation you can get. But there are also, like, I think I can maybe publish it somewhere, but there are some like basic valuation methods like which can be useful.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think it can be informed by how much you're looking to raise, and you can just do a backward solve of how much you're looking to raise divided by 0.15, 0.2, which is the assumed dilution, which will get you to your post-money valuation, i.e. the valuation of the company, plus actually the money that's coming in there. So then when it comes to valuation more generally, it very much is art and science. I think the science is pricing 90% of deals, and then what the art is knowing the 10% of deals where it doesn't matter what the price is. So where possible, try and generate as much FOMO as you can, as much competition. And then I wouldn't actually expect a lot of companies to come in and price around. If anything, that shows a set level of naivety. If an investor is interested, usually they'll come and set the terms, and maybe that'll be informed by how much you're looking to raise. Maybe there's a discussion about that. But I wouldn't go out in saying, okay, this is our valuation, this is how much we're looking to raise. I'd usually lead with the raise side, and most investors are sophisticated enough, at least on the institutional VC side, to work out actually what you're suggesting with that. With angels and maybe individual investors, you might need to start pricing around there, and then it comes into actually how much you think you're worth, how much dilution does that lead for you, and how much you need to raise to give yourself enough runway for it to be meaningful, so you don't have to raise again. We usually look at probably 18 months runway as a standard metric. At the earlier stage, it can be a bit more compressed, but that gives you enough time to develop your product, develop your company, hire, so that you can show some meaningful traction on the company side, that is, not necessarily on the product side, to have an uplift in that valuation, reduce any dilution that you might have from the next raise.
There is also a tool, like we don't always sign investment agreements. Sometimes we sign convertible notes. So with the convertible note, there can be a cap on the valuation for. So what happens is you get the money from the investor, you sign the convertible note, but you don't get the equities right away. So you get equity in the equity round, which is happening later on, and there are two things. So you can have a cap on the max valuation that you can enter the company during the equity round, or there can be a discount. So it's a good mechanism to appreciate the investors in the company.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Scott, for the question. It's a really good one.
That's okay. Well, I mean, again, all the time you hear it. I mean, as I said, we've spoken to we've looked at about 100 games and spoken to about 40 or 50 studios, and it always comes up, looking for investment from X and Y, and what do you recommend? You've been in the industry a long time, and I always say, look, God, every company is like a person. It's different. It has different needs, has different wants, and different ambitions, and you've got to sort of somehow come up with an idea. But getting back to publishers and the revenue splits.
Okay.
You ran out of time?
Sorry, we're running out of time, and we still have one questions from the audience. So you can just finish your side. I just wanted to point it out.
Okay, just say, look, the revenue share of that you're going to share with the publisher when you come to a publishing deal is going to be dependent on lots of things and how much money the publisher needs to invest to make the game a reality. But usually it's a maximum of about 50%. And it will go down, of course, depending on how much work you've already done, the amount of investment, and also how many wish lists you have in your hand, how big is your community that you've been able to build on Discord, how many downloads of the demo. All those things are really critical negotiation tools. And if you have them and you have some big numbers in your hand, well, you can really push that revenue share down. So I shouldn't tell everyone that, but it's the truth. So they're your really big negotiation tools.
Thank you so much. And we have one question from the audience, and I cannot not ask this. What are the mistakes that the studios should avoid when they approach VCs to raise investment?
I think that the main mistake is that focusing too much on the product, because for the VCs at the early stage, well, we look for longer time investments. So for us, the most important part is the team, like what the team is doing right now, what's the experience of the team, what are the previous games they have released, what projects they have worked on. So I would say, like, sometimes we get the pitch deck with just the product description and there's like nothing about the team, or maybe just there is a name and what they're doing in the current game. But we want to know more. So just tell us more about the team, and just remember, I understand that product is the most important part for the game creators. This is where their heart goes to. But for VCs, well, it's not just about that.
And then I'll try and keep this brief as well. Just for the sake of clarity, put it into 2 points. Why this company now? And then touching on what Diana was saying, why you? Often, even when they're doing a product pitch, they'll couch it in terms of, oh, I really liked this game and I would love to play this game. I would prefer it if you skewed a little bit more to the commercial side. Why is this going to be a commercial success? How are you differentiating it versus other games that are in the market? What's the logical progression about why people would play this, and showing the overall market opportunity, and then linking that in to why you have that unfair advantage to deliver this company, this game. And if you're willing to make the bet of putting in maybe 5-10 years of your life, and explain why you're the right person for the job, then we'll have a lot more confidence in your idea.
Okay, that was a question for VCs, but maybe Scott, you also have something to add.
No, I mean, again, if you're pitching towards VCs, I mean, it's very important that it's sort of much more of a longer term sort of interest that they will have as an equity holder in your company. But publishers are really interested in the product. What is this product going to be? How can we help? How can we add value? What have you been able to do so far? How much traction have you been able to get with the idea? It's kind of all about that. So it's different audience, different presentation style, different pitch.
Okay, thank you so much. So, well, as you can see, there are a lot of different options that you have, and the way you approach your fundraising should depend on the size of your studio and depend on who you approach, and is it a publisher or is it a VC or some other type of investor. You have, as you already heard, a lot of ways to get your games funded. By the way, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but we at Achievers Hub have published the list of investors in gaming industry just a couple of weeks ago. There are over 140 investors in the moment, and we're going to update it. So if you haven't seen it yet, you can just find me on LinkedIn, and it's one of the latest, maybe even the latest post. So you can download this free list of investors. And yeah, I see we're running out of time, and so I would just want to say thank you to our panelists. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for your advices, and I hope it will be very useful to our audience. I wish you all luck in your fundraising, and hope you'll find your perfect investor for your game or your studio. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Elena, Scott, Diana, and Harry for this panel. It was very productive. And our next speaker is Guy Saik. Guy, hello.
Hey everyone, how are you? Thanks so much for having me. Interesting talk before to listen to. I think that the VC world is becoming more and more prominent in gaming, and I think it ties in well also to how gaming as an industry is becoming more of a mature one, which is nice to see. Should I just jump right into it? I have a deck. Do you want me to present it? Yeah. Okay. I'll do that. Perfect. Cool. So thanks so much for having me again. And what I'm going to talk about today is about the game lifecycle. I am Guy Saik. I am a gaming growth manager at Google. I work with some of our gaming app developers on their Google Ads strategy. And I'll quickly walk you through how we see the game lifecycle at Google and what tools and offerings you can use in different stages of this lifecycle. So first of all, why is this important? Why are we talking about this? Gaming is capturing the entertainment industry by storm. So we can see 100 billion projected revenue for mobile gaming in 2021. More than 2.5 billion gamers in the world. Pretty much everyone now has a game on their phone, at least one. And the amount of watch hours on YouTube is also increasing when it comes to gaming-specific content. The ecosystem itself has a lot of challenges when you launch a new game or when you try to sustain the growth of your game, and that's for three main reasons. One is competition. Every day there are games that are being launched in Google Play, the App Store. The amount of games and the proximity in terms of gameplay genre continues to increase, so it's really hard to set yourself apart. User expectation. So now as a gamer, what I expect in my onboarding experience, what I expect in the creative that I'll watch or see before downloading the game is very, very high. So there's a high bar to meet in order to get your potential user base in the game and also to play the game. If maybe 2 or 3 years ago, users were adapt to see some glitches in the onboarding experience or some bugs here and there, now it's really impossible to have that as part of your game. And of course, user acquisition marketing. So as we said, there are more and more games out there trying to go for the same high value users. So the cost is becoming more significant for those pools of users, and you need to adapt to the new stage of the ecosystem and try to be as sophisticated and specific as possible when it comes to your UA strategy. So how do you navigate the ecosystem complexity and extend your game life cycle? Right, the goal is really to have a healthy game that is generating revenue for as long as you can. So there are a few things we can highlight as worth doing. One, app campaigns help you reach gamers across the game lifecycle. It helps you connect with the right gamer at the right time with a lot of ease. So our inventory spans across in-app games that, I'm playing a game right now as a user and I'll see an ad for your game. It's YouTube when I'm watching YouTube videos. It's Google Play when I'm scrolling and looking around to see what's out there, or maybe even searching for other games. It's when I search on google.com. So a lot of inventory globally that you can tap into with ease. So they all come within one campaign, which is app campaigns. You don't need to start segmenting based on the inventory in terms of reaching your KPIs. And Google Analytics for Firebase. So by using the SDK, Firebase SDK for analytics, you can really streamline the whole process of generating user insights, bidding based on those insights, and also testing in the game itself. I'll touch upon this a bit in the next few slides. So what are the game life cycles as we try to identify where our games are. So the first one is pre-launch, right? Where basically before the full launch of the game, you're still getting ready in the back end and making sure that everything is up to par. And then there's the full launch, which is usually the, let's call it make or break point, right? We want to make sure that everything is ready for launch. We want to have a good enough size in terms of budget and scale during this time to get that organic uplift and hopefully chart as well, if that's our aim. And growth, so the game is still monetizing well, you're still seeing good amount of new users, and you're trying to expand beyond the first core launch strategy. So this means export, this means more creative strategies, etc. And the maturity phase, which is when the game has been out for a significant amount of time, and you're starting to see a decrease in the amount of new users coming in. So now you have to be a bit more flexible in terms of how can you keep users engaged, how can you keep the monetization of the game healthy. So pre-launch phase, let's go in a bit more depth into that. So when is it? The game is under development before official release. The main challenge is that you don't necessarily know what gamers like about the game. You have many ideas and growth channels that need to be tested and prioritized, right? You're not sure where to test this game. How do you get users to test it for you before it's launched? And how do you get those insights to be better prepared for the launch phase? And the goal is obviously to be ready to acquire new users at scale for your game. And you're looking for ways to get a head start. Like, how can I start testing? How can I start acquiring users before the full launch of the game? How you know you've been successful? You have a good set of tools and measurement behind the game. You're seeing strong KPIs when it comes to some of these early metrics, and you're confident in the data you're looking at. So you have a good base to start building the launch plan on. The main metrics you look at is crash rate, latency, retention rates, early retention, of course. Session time length could be a good indicator in the beginning. And of course, the install rate, if you're already testing in some sort of soft launch, this could be a good thing to look at. So what can you use? What are things that can help you along this phase? So we talked about Google Analytics for Firebase. This helps you make data-driven decisions. Like we said, it's very important to have this data sets ready and reporting on your side to start building the actual marketing plan. So you have the game's reporting where you can basically track the different user journeys in your game. What's the fall-off point? You also have Crashlytics as part of Firebase. You can check the crash rates of the game, how often it freezes or crashes, and that helps you optimize before you go for full launch, because this is the time where we want to solve these technical problems. And integrate Firebase into Google Ads. So this basically helps you have a streamlined set of data from your analytics tool into your marketing and campaign management tool on Google Ads as well. And it helps you unlock some features that are only available with Firebase when you actually do the launch. And we'll talk about that a bit more. The other thing is run open testing and pre-registration to raise the bar before launch. So open testing, what this means is that you can test the game publicly to get valuable feedback without impact on ratings. How is that? You can now open the game for open testing on Google Play and set up a campaign for open testing on Google Ads, where you decide, I want to get a certain amount of users from a specific market just to see what the game, how they react to the game, how they go throughout their journey in my game. But you don't have to sacrifice potentially releasing it too soon into the public and then getting bad ratings, which could impact your organic uplift later on. So this is something you can now do on Google Play and Google Ads. And pre-registration, which is also something that's exclusive to Play and Ads, this combination, where basically you can open your game for pre-registration on Google Play, which means folks can sign up to download the game when it's fully launched before it is. And you can purchase users via app campaigns for pre-registration to make this action. So they pre-register in the App Store. It works just the same as a install campaign. Just when the app is fully launched, it's automatically installed on the user's phone after they pre-registered. So this is a great way. This is how it looks. And this is a great way to really create a boost of users from day zero, basically. So you are also creating awareness for the game. You're engaging the user base before the game is fully launched, which can help you create buzz around the game. Higher day 1, day 7 volume of installs, obviously, because you've already have this users who are waiting in backstage to just, once the game is launched, they can start playing. Faster top chart rankings, because the algorithm is seeing that there's a higher amount of users from day 1. And faster search rankings also, just because there is more activity around the game. It's more noticeable for the different algorithms. And now we'll go to the launch and growth phase. So when is it? App is officially released. The majority of growth is driven by new users. The challenge is, we talked about the competitiveness of the market and the costs of UA. So those are the main two things. The goal is to acquire and activate as many new users as possible. And how can new users discover your app immediately? What are the strategies you can take in order to get your game top of mind? How you know you've been successful? You're seeing your DAUs increasing, MAUs increasing. You are seeing that your creatives are resonating with the audience, that the user flow, users are progressing through it the way you envisioned in the soft launch phase. And you've identified which channels are going to be your main channels for user acquisition and marketing. And you have a pretty good understanding of what is your strategy when it comes to marketing for the launch. The main metrics you look at, so DAU, MAUs, cost per action for different things that you're optimizing for. It could be purchase, it could be tutorial completion, etc. It could be install. CTR, so how well are your creatives getting engagement. Early retention rate, so we're not looking so much, we can still look at day 1 tutorial completion, but also starting to look at day 7, how that looks, and making sure that users are staying in the game and that it's sticky enough. And sign-up rate, if you have some sort of subscription or anything like that, it's a good time to start looking at how many users are engaged with that element of the game. One tool that's very effective for launch is max conversions, which basically is you set a budget and you let the machine learning algorithm drive the maximum number of installs possible. So this is good because sometimes when we launch a game, we're not sure what our cost per install can be, how to allocate that bid, and also we want to make sure we're getting a good amount of scale. And sometimes when we cap the cost per install too low, the algorithm can deliver installs in that cost. So by using this bidding method, you're basically telling the algorithm, go out there and get me everything you can. The algorithm will, of course, optimize towards the lowest cost install that it can, because it's supposed to deliver you the maximum amount of conversions. But it doesn't have that limitation in the beginning, in the learning phase, of trying to optimize to a specific cost per install. So we've seen this work pretty well for some game launches that go for scale in the early days. And then we move on to the growth stage, which is, I would say, a continuation of the launch phase. We have this big push at launch, and then we're continuing to grow, but maybe it's not the first few weeks of the game. So one thing that we're trying to do is maximize install volume. So you use target cost per install now that maybe you've used max conversions and you know what your cost per install can be. And you can still use max conversions to maybe still reach scale or explore new markets. This is something that we see a lot. And then you start to also optimize for value beyond the installs. So we're seeing a shift of this starting to happen much sooner in the life cycle, which is a good thing, because basically we're optimizing for higher value users from day 1. So it's not only about scale, but it's also about quality and your return on ad spend. So you can do that by bidding for actions, which are high user value. For example, if you're an IAP game, maybe it's a purchase. If you are an ad-funded game, maybe it's level completion or number of ads viewed. And you can also now bid for value with TROAS, which is also exclusive to Android and Firebase, which basically you set your target return on ad spend based on your conversion window. So it could be 7 days, could be 14 days. And then based on that, the algorithm is delivering you new users. And this has become a very useful tool for many of our developers that are looking for return on ad spend and not just a specific cost per install and a cost per action, because you know that no two purchases are the same, right? If you have different price points in your game for in-app purchases, it makes more sense to optimize for the value of those purchases than just saying every purchase is worth, I don't know, $50 in Canada, just as an example. And the other things you can do is boost your game performance. One is improve monetization and engagement. You can use Firebase for A/B testing to optimize the user journey. You can use push notifications and in-app messaging to engage your audience. That's using the Firebase SDK. And increase creative scale. So use ad groups to organize assets by unique concepts and themes, and make sure you have all the different asset types included. The good thing about ad groups is that you can now find different pockets of users using different creative themes. So let's say I have users who are on AdMob, they really like RPG games. So you have an ad group that is really gameplay focused, maybe really character driven in the gameplay as well. And that attracts that type of inventory, those types of users. But maybe you also want to attract users on YouTube. So using a more cinematic type of creative could work better. And now with ad groups, you don't have to choose which one I want to do. You have the capacity to upload as many ad groups as you can, group them by theme, and then make sure you're reaching all the different inventories, all the different users. Cool. So now we'll go into the last phase of the game, which is the maturity phase. So when is it? New user acquisition is slowing down. Returning users, so the existing user base of the game, is driving up the majority of your game's revenue. The challenge is, how do you stay sustainable? How do you make sure that the game is still running well and engaging users? And how can you increase your users' LTV? So how can you make the users who are active and providing you the majority of revenue to increase their revenue even further? What can you do? The goal is to maximize revenue and LTV. And how do you know you've been successful? You're seeing revenue increasing in the game. You're seeing LTV per user increasing. Loyal users keep coming back, so your churn rate is decreasing, and some success is being seen in getting users back in the game, right? So maybe we had users who were active a year ago and they stopped, and now you've created a good live op, and you got some users back in the game to participate in some sort of live event. That's a good metric of success. Main metrics: average revenue per user, lifetime value of a user, return on ad spend from your marketing activities, churn rate, and reactivation rate. How efficient are you in getting users back in the game? So one thing you can do is start diversifying the revenue stream and optimizing for lifetime value. Excuse me. So from monetization, maybe you started off as an IAP only game, but now after a little while, you're trying to supplement that revenue with ads as well. It's something we're seeing more and more, a hybrid model for monetization. Different users have different journeys. Some users will never pay in a game, but maybe they'll watch a few ads. So it's a way for you to monetize better. We also can help our folks at AdMob, or the mediation platform and monetization, can help give some best practices when it comes to how do you incorporate those two together. And of course, value-based bidding. So fully shifting the goal from quantity of users to quality of users. So max conversions here probably is not the best choice. Cost per install campaigns, maybe specifically in some opportunities, but the vast majority of your investment should go towards high value users and getting the most quality that you can. And you can do that now with TROAS for Android and TCPA for iOS very effectively. And one more thing you can do when it comes to building long-lasting relationships with your most valuable audiences. So one is engage existing users. So we talked about how can we get users back into the game after they stop playing. So now we have app campaigns for engagement to target and re-engage specific audiences. So let's say you have a lot of users who play the game and paid in the game. So you know they're high value, they're pre-qualified, but they stopped playing your game about a month ago. So how can you can target all these users, maybe try to surface them some sort of an offer or some sort of a new feature in the game that could get them back and target them with app campaigns for engagement. It works just the same as regular app campaigns. You just surface them an offer that's relevant for them with your creative. And if you can customize the journey when they land in the game, that's also good. And personalize the user experience. So use Google Analytics for Firebase to A/B test different user journeys, different offers that you might have. And also you can build custom push notifications, in-app messaging, and more things to really try and engage your pool of high-value users who are still in the game. Cool. So with that, here's a quick checklist of the game lifecycle. Understand which phase you're in, align objective for the specific phase internally, and then find the tools and solutions externally and internally to help you the best, and then implement those and track success and move on to the next phase. So this should be a good checklist to keep in mind, just to make sure you're ready for the different stages of the life cycle and that you're likely to succeed. Cool. So I really hope this was useful and that you found this interesting. I guess if you have any questions, this would be a good time.
Hi again. Thanks for this interesting panel session. We have a question from audience. Sometimes we need to do pivots in order to increase the user and engagement and revenue. In what phases of game's life cycle should we do the most pivots?
Sorry, can you say that again? I missed the first sentence.
Okay. If you want, I sent you question.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Sometimes we need to do pivots in order to increase the user engagement and revenue. In what phases of the game lifecycle should we do the most pivots? Well, I guess it depends how big the pivot is, right? Like if it's a very significant change to the game, and your users are accustomed to a certain experience, that might be a bit difficult to do. But also you need a good amount of data to do that. So it's really too early maybe to do in the launch phase. So I would say usually during the maturity phase, we see pivots happening. So maybe, like I said before, adding ads revenue to the in-app purchase revenue. Maybe you're adding a new user flow and journey that's possible. Maybe you're adding a subscription. So usually that comes after the growth phase, where you feel like you've maximized the growth of the game as it is. And now you're trying to identify new opportunities to grow the game even further.
Thanks. I would like to thank Guy. It was a very interesting session. And our next speaker is Batuhan Abujan.
Bye, thanks for having me.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello, Batuhan.
Hello, hello.
You're welcome.
I can share my screen, I guess, right?
Okay.
Yes. All right. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm sorry that you might hear some construction noises. Unlucky me today. There's something going on upstairs. I'm Batuhan Avucan, founder and managing director of Mobidictum, a mobile game news platform from Turkey. So we are going to talk about the importance of public relations for gaming companies. Little bit about Mobidictum. Mobidictum is, again, a mobile game news platform that focuses on the game industry in Turkey. We started in 2015 as a B2C, B2B news outlet in Turkish. In 2020, we decided to separate the B2B and B2C website from each other because thanks to success cases from Turkey, there was a demand on this area that people wanted to read the B2B news in a separate way. But overall, we are more than a media platform. We want to be an ecosystem in the mobile game industry. Our goal is to provide valuable content for everyone in the gaming industry. Our B2C website is in Turkish, but feel free to check our B2B news website at mobidictum.biz. And a little bit about myself. I've been in the gaming industry for last 8 years. I've been a mobile game developer and mobile app developer in 2013 and 14. One day I decided to create Mobidictum to help other indie game developers and help companies with the marketing activities. So what is public relations? The professional maintenance of favorable public image by a company or other organization or a famous person. Of course, this is a dictionary explanation, definition, but you got the idea. So why it is important for game companies to do PR? So before actually, I want to tell some things that happening from Turkey, for example. First of all, you never know who is watching, right? Like you never know who is watching your company, your success cases. Who do you hire? Who do you fire? How is your game situation doing on and so on? Because like there are a lot of tools that you can show your success as a game on the platform, but you never know how the public audience might not know how successful your company is, right? Because it's not just downloads. Like you can have 5 million download, 10 million download on a game, but what about your team culture? What about your office life? How is your events? Like what's your vision? What's your goal as a company? So today I listed some of the actions that you can take as a PR, like for your PR activities in your company, to make sure that you have a good public image against your players, depends on what kind of game you are doing, against your investors and the future talents that you might attract. I will start with a simple one. First of all, if you don't have any experience on writing content, creating a social media post, if you don't have any press release, if you don't have any press connections, you can work with an agency. Here, you can work with a local agency, especially if your country's native language is not English, right? Like such as Turkey, or a global PR agency. Two things you should make sure if you work with an agency: their experience, like in which area they are experienced, right? For example, right now there are a lot of PR companies that see like they see the successes in gaming industry. They want to enter this market, but they might not have the right audience or right relationships in gaming outlets, right? So this is really important to understand what is. Okay, there's a comment. This is really important to understand their past experience and their list of relationships. If I have to give an example, a PR agency in Turkey might take a job from a game company, right? And it will share the success cases or the updates from this company. They might not know Mobidictum, and they might just share with traditional news websites. This is okay, but after all, Mobidictum has the audience of like investors, talents, and the other stakeholders in the company. So I advise companies to, like, you can do your research in advance. So make sure then you know if this agency has these relationship with the ones that you find already. All right. So if you don't work with a PR agency by yourself, what can you do? Work on your company profile. First of all, have a good website. There are some studios that I see like they have only a website which has the like email, like only the contact information. Fine, maybe they don't want to invest in the website, but I mean, there are so much things you can do with a website, right? Because anyone who is going to apply to you, who wants to invest in you, they will have a look at your website first. What you can do with the website, you can write about your history, like how it's founded, about your team, founders, co-founders, team structure, who is doing what, your games, obviously, the success cases. Maybe, I don't know, I know some of the companies had like a really interesting path in the game industry. So in the end, they ended up with millions of downloads, but their path was really interesting. So you can write about your history, right? And the success of your game. Career options, maybe someone will going to apply, right? These are the things that you can put on your website. Have a good LinkedIn profile. Like today, LinkedIn is the best and the biggest B2B platform, right? A lot of, I think, like all the game companies that I know has a LinkedIn profile. Not all of them has all the information available, but I suggest having a good LinkedIn profile will help. If you ask me why, especially like these calls for hyper casual studios, LinkedIn has a suggestion option, right? If someone is viewing this company, then you see other 3 companies. So if your company profile is relevant, then you have a chance to get visibility on LinkedIn, right? Plus, having a proper information about your company is always good. So anyone who wants to contact you can get some information in advance before contacting you. And the monthly newsletter. You might not know how big is your audience. Maybe this is not so relevant with the new startups, new game companies. Maybe, I mean, it can be new but big, right? So you can decide on that. But who will be your audience? So first of all, your team is your first audience. You might have a 20 people company, and maybe there are some maybe you don't reflect the communication inside the company very well, right? But with a monthly newsletter, you can share the updates in the company, so the team will be aligned. Because even though public relationships is to the public, if your team is updated with your company news, they are also representatives of your company, right? So you can update your team with of course, you can divide like internal, external communication separately, but a monthly newsletter to your team and the people who is following you. These might be the like potential investors, people who want to apply to your company, or your players who wants to follow the updates of your company, right? Again, depends what kind of company you have. Mobidictum is mostly mobile game focused media platform, but if PC game companies are watching this might be more relevant for them. in terms of player audience. Excuse me. Build a press list. So again, if you are not going to work with an agency, like in your area, in your country, you can search for the press outlets who is sharing news with game companies like B2B or B2C. Moby Dictum was B2C and B2B combined. Now it's separated, but there are a lot of outlets which is sharing the like both B2B and B2C. So a couple of keywords like game outlet, game media, game news, gaming news, and so on. You can create you can make the list of the websites and reach to them one by one. Look, this is our company. We would like to share some updates with you. Is it okay? Never send an email with an update if you don't know that company. Like sometimes we are receiving this, we mostly discard if it's not so important. Always build the relationship first. Share your success stories. I believe the collective knowledge and success is really important. More you share your success stories, more attention you will get, and you never know what this attention will bring, right? But to be honest, some of the companies are worried that other companies will make an offer to their team members, but this is always a risk, right? This shouldn't prevent you to share your success cases. What is a success case? So if your game hit a milestone, you got an investment, something happened with your team size is doubled, whatever you think that it is success, it is success for you. The outlet might not think it's worth sharing this article, fine, but still some of them might share, some of them might not. If you think it's a success for your company, definitely share. You can share on your website as a blog post, you can share on LinkedIn profile, as an article or an organic post, and you can share this with the newsletter. Show what's important in your culture. So this is mostly to attract new talents for your company. If you want to grow, if you want to scale up with your team, you should have you should establish a proper culture, and showing this is really important. Like I see most of the companies are showing the welcoming pack, for example. You might think this is not a big deal, but then there's a difference between the one that who gives it and the ones who doesn't give. Again, this is obviously not the main factor to start working in a company, but still, I believe this is still important. Celebrate your team members' birthday. This is one thing that I know that they appreciate. If you have a new team member joining, you can tell the story of that person. Okay, who is this person? Why he joined, or she joined? What will be the role in this company? There's one company from Turkey. They were sharing as an organic LinkedIn post, like stats, like character stats. Like art, I don't know, like 90 out of 100, design 85. I think that's pretty unique thing. I liked it a lot. It makes it like, for the outsider, you also see like, okay, like this company is doing something important for their team, right? Obviously, don't just do it for the sake of doing it, but if you mean it, definitely this is something people will appreciate, and it will attract new talent. Because when you take someone on LinkedIn, there's a possibility that they will share, right? Join events and network. So there are a couple of events happening in a year. with the corona pandemic, there's more chance to attend more online events, right? You might not look for something, but I still suggest you to join the events and network. You never know the power of network. This is based on the personal experience. You never know the power of network, and you know, like, you never know who will offer what for your company or for you. Of course, you don't have to network with the people who is not relevant with you or with your goals or with your company, but still, in order to network, to find and meet with new people, I think it's really important. How is it relevant with PR? Well, you're the representative of the company as a founder, as a co-founder, as a managing director, CEO, whatever. You're the representative of company. When you meet with someone, you talk about your company, right? This is our team. This is what we are doing. This is what we want to do. So this is, like almost word of mouth marketing with a person. And again, you'll never know the benefit of this. Be available. So in your area, in your community, there might be other companies who wants to talk with you, get some news from you, get some updates from you, try to get your experience. Be helpful, be accessible, because again, like collective success, collective information and success is really important. This is what we see in Turkey. I see this in Finland as well. Like there's a lot of like knowledge sharing, contribution, support, everything. And you can be a company which is known that it's supportive, right? Okay, like I know this company will going to help me, will support me in one way. Obviously, like out of these eight, like eight, let's say, tasks or things, you don't know the monetary value or to your company. Like there's no return on investment on this, or there's no, or CPI or ROI on this stuff. But the power of branding, again, you never know when you will get the benefit out of it. Be available for the outlets as well. Like so far, anyone that we reached out, thankfully that they accepted our like interview offer or article, or like whatever we requested, and we share their news, right? After all, they're getting a good public image, they're on the media, and people are following. A couple of investors told me that they're, for example, following Mobilictum as a database to contact new game studios. So not everyone is following App Annie to see who is making a lot of money. So what will be the outcome of this? Well, be the hot company in the industry. If you're sharing news, if you show your culture, if you share your success story, you'll be definitely a hot company, right? Like you might not be the one who makes most of the money, fine, but why not? A new talent might want to work with you. After all, not everyone works in the company who makes the most of the money, but this is you can call it a popularity contest also. If you're popular, if you're showing that like everything is fine in the company, it's going well, it's really amazing place to work, you'll definitely attract a lot of talent and attractive to investors. Well, I mentioned that, attracting talent, attracting investors, and again, based on your company, I think attracting players is also something really important. So what does Mobilictum do with the PR? So a couple of options that we can do, like don't mind the titles here, but so we If you have a news, just send it to us. We will be happy to share. We are adding this news to our newsletter. We organize events like workshop, interview, podcast, whatever. If you think a format that, okay, this will be good, you can contact with us. We are happy to do it. Not just Turkish, English as well. We try to distribute the content among our partners so you get more visibility. And again, we always try to support the news on our social media. I'll show you a couple of examples so you can think of like what is worth sharing. Again, if you think it's worth sharing, it's worth sharing. It's up to the outlet to decide if it's good to like write about this or release this article. But if you think it's good, just share it. So I think this came today. Yeah. Qualys Teacher Simulator has crossed 30 million downloads. So 30 million is not an easy number, right? And Qualys is a company who likes to share the news. So this is one example of what you can share. Team success update. This is also pretty new. A company from Turkey, Alictus. So basically, they had a yearly target. They hit this target, and management decided to share $600,000 with the team. I mean, amazing, right? There is no way an outlet can find out about this internally. But they had the press release and they sent to us. So here it is. Obviously, this will attract new talent, on my opinion. So this is a great example. Zynga quarterly updates. Zynga doesn't say everyone knows us, so we don't need any updates to share, right? It's a publicly traded company. There are a lot of news going on. There are acquisitions, they're going really fast. And every quarter, we have a talk with Bernard Kim, Vice President of Publishing, to just discuss and what happened in that quarter with Zynga, how things went well, and so on, and their updates overall. So, okay, Zynga is a big example, but still, you can get some ideas from this, about the things that you can do. I think that's all from me. I hope this was useful and you can get some ideas, tactics, and some action plan for your company's PR activities. If you want to get your news from Mobilictum, feel free to get in touch. Thank you. All right, I guess maybe there are some questions. Somewhere.
Hello again.
Yes.
Oops, we have not any questions,
Okay.
but I want to say thanks for interesting presentations and for a lot of info.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. And now we'll give a 25-minute break. See you guys in 25 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And now we have our next session by Ayşegül from Boombit. Ayşegül, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Sorry.
Welcome. Ayşegül, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I have a presentation, so I will share my screen. So I have a problem with sharing my screen.
Please choose share screen and again choose share screen.
Yeah, actually, I'm doing it, but the problem seems like Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. Follow these steps. Sorry, guys. Okay. Privacy. I think it's because of Mac, and I need to give access to it. I'm doing it right now. Sorry. Okay, Chrome screen recording. Hi. Sharing my screen now. Okay. So I think you can see my screen, right? If all is okay, I will start. Okay, no, it's okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Ayşegül. I'm publishing of Boom Hits. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. So we are talking about the future of hyper-casual games today. And I want to start with quick information about my company, Boombits. Boombits entered the market in 2014, and it has more than 40 games featured on both platforms. The first big hit was Dancing Line, and it got more than 120 million downloads worldwide, and it got published by Cheetah Mobiles at that time. Boombits worked on midcore and hardcore games, have so much global publishing success. And 2019, it became a public company in Poland. And then on the last quarter of 2019, decided to refocus on hyper-casual games. Boom Hits is a sub-company of Boombit Group. And actually what we do is managing the external partnerships for hyper-casual, casual, and hybrid titles. So I want to start with increasing number of internet users. We can understand the markets with these numbers. Actually, it can help us to analyze better. So as you can see, it's growing every year, and right now active internet users, mobile internet users, social media users, and mobile social media users. This is all. Numbers are in billions. So as you can see, right now we don't need Wi-Fi anymore. We are connecting to social media platforms or other platforms by using our mobile phones. And increasing number of mobile app users, as you can see, it's also increasing significantly. From 2016 to 2020. This is the number of mobile app downloads in worldwide. It's also, again, in billions, these numbers. So number of available gaming apps in the Google Play Store from first quarter of 2015 to first quarter 2021. As you can see, there was a drop down in 2018, but it's rising again, and I think it's gonna be a lot. We will see a significant increase in the other quarters. It's just Q1 of 2021, but it's gonna increase even more. And if we check global players, as you can see, this is also in billions, these numbers. And most of the players actually playing mobile games. Mobile players is 2.5 billion in this. And PC and console gaming is also really important, but mobile is really accessible. Everyone has mobile phones, and we have internet on our mobile phones. So mobile players have a significant amount of global players. So with these numbers, we can see and analyze that people are accessing internet more and more every day. The technology is in rising. We are connecting to social media platforms. We are downloading apps all the time. So it's also getting more, and also new gamers, usually they start with mobile games, and most of the time they start playing with hyper casual games. So it's also increasing every year. For understanding the future of mobile gaming, we need to take a quick look of the platforms. And recently, with iOS 14.5, a change happens in the market. This is a new privacy feature, ATT, App Tracking Transparency, which means users get a pop-up that asks if they want to be tracked and by the app, and gives them the option to opt in. So right now, more than 50% of iOS users are using these feature, iOS 14.5. So they are deciding if they want that app to track them and record their data. This had a huge impact on publishing, because we need to be able to track the data and also track the user to analyze the game and make the necessary updates, and also for tracking our revenue and everything. But with this change, most of the publishers and developers, we moved to Google Play for testing our games. So spending on Android advertising increased around 21%. And also it's created a higher competition on Android market, because we are all there, and it resulted with higher CPMs and higher CPIs on Android. So this is actually a crazy competition right now. And for being able to compete better, we are trying to find we are trying to focus on different genres, actually, other than hyper-casual. In-app purchase is really important for this, because with in-app purchase, you can directly see your revenue, and it's also a lot good for us to compete. And there are 3 different type of in-app purchase that we are most of the time using with the games. One is unlockable, one is consumable, and also there are subscriptions. We can use them according to our game, and sometimes we are using all of them in one game with different placements. And this is a graph for in-app purchase raise, and actually it's dropped down on 2018, but it's raising again. And this competition is bringing a different point of view for game ideas nowadays. So you can see, I will mention about that on my next slide, but we are thinking on merging genres, not like old times, not pure hyper-casual, but more complicated games. Also, art is really important. More polished animations, more deep ideas are really important. And we want to be able to implement in-app purchase to our game. So we need, like I said, more polished animations, customizing items, and it will kill that cloning games in stores. For subgenre merge, we can talk about arcade idol. It's a new genre which is rising. So actually it's a merge of arcade and idol, and there are some examples here. Also, we have a game, Timber 3D. It's a playable idol game. It's like a merge of simulation idol. We can think about what to merge in terms of genres here. For example, we have a game, Shoe Race, which was a hit. And it's also a merge of runner and option choosing, and it's had a great success. So merging genres is a new thing in hyper-casual, and it's gonna raise, and we will see really creative ideas on that, I'm sure of that. So hyper-casual, actually, it's a business model, not a genre. It's really basic casual, and it's more like onboarding new players to the gaming. And like I said, new genres will help us to see. Another important thing, TikTokable. So as you know, different social media channels, they are getting popular day by day. And it started with Facebook, then it was Instagram and YouTube. But now we have TikTok and Snapchat, and I'm sure there will be more, and they will be rising like those platforms. But most of the young people around the world, they are using TikTok, and they are getting influenced by TikTok. So for us, new games, future games should be TikTokable, snappable, and maybe, according to the new social media channels, they should be able to sell themselves in those platforms. This is really important because we are making all the ads on these platforms. And nowadays we see TikTok a lot for games, especially hyper casual games. I'm sure there will be different platforms and we will use them. So sometimes I'm getting some questions about what's gonna happen to hyper casual genre. Is it going to die after this iOS 14.5 change, ITFA change? But I'm sure it will be as profitable as it is now, because most of the players, as you can see here, playing at home, multitasking. You can see teens and adults. Adults are gray ones. So if you want to play a game at home with multitasking, you need hyper casual or mobile game, at least that's for sure. Also, people are playing games while waiting for someone or something. For example, while sitting at dentist chair, we can play games. Or on transportation, on metro or bus, or taking a break at work or school, in the bathroom, at home. At home focused play, it's also important for, not mobile, but console or computer games. But as you can see, most of the people, they are playing games while waiting, while walking, but dedicated gameplay time, it's also something, but it doesn't take that much percentage. So another future thing for us will be countries. So right now, the most profitable markets are, as you can see, developed markets. They have relatively high ARPU, but these developing markets will be very high profitable markets in the future. These are Turkey, Russia, Brazil, India, and Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand. So these markets will be our future testing markets or maybe scaling markets. And we will test more games in those markets in the future for sure. There's a description here, especially this is really important about India. Right now, India's online gaming industry is worth 91 billion and is projected to reach 187 in 2022. So that means that markets will double its revenue, and it's a really rising market, an important market, as well as China, India, and Brazil. I want to finish with announcements. We are right now, we started our first Boom Hits Hyper Casual game competition. You can, if you have a game that you want to send to us, you can just go to our website and send the game to us. Thank you. So actually, this is all from my side about my presentation. But if you have any questions, I can answer. So I think no questions, right?
Oops, here we have some question for you. First question is, if a publisher does decide to test it and if it doesn't live up to their standard, would I be able to publish it on my own?
I didn't get the question. Sorry. So is it like if they're sending a game to us and we test it, but then we
Yes.
decide not to publish it, so can they publish it by themselves?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, we have different contracts, but most of the time, if we didn't see a potential in the game, we are discussing this with the studio, and if they have some ideas, or if our team has some ideas, we are trying them. But even after that, if the game is not a potential for us, and if they still want to keep working on it, of course, we discuss and decide and let them try. But most of the time, if a publisher doesn't publish a game, most of the time it's not profitable. But of course, they can try that.
Our second question is, what are the benefits of working with a publisher and what to look for when choosing a publisher?
I think the most important thing here is transparency, and it's a really good question. Transparency and partners is really important. With Bloom Kids, we have we don't like to work with. I mean, not like, but we can't work with everybody. We have to choose our partners because we have limited number of people and limited support. Because we want to work hands-on and like real partners. So I think this is really important, but it's not easy to find. And yes, support and transparency, the most important things, for sure.
And next question is, what should be done to keep the CPI low when developing a hyper-casual game?
Actually, I think the most important thing is core mech. So if sometimes the game's core mech is really impressive for people. When they see it, they want to download and play it. So for CPI, understanding CPI, you need to think this. You are on Instagram or a social media, and an ad is coming, and you are deciding in 1 or 2 seconds, is it interesting or not? So sometimes core mech is really strong and everybody is interested in, and they just want to click and download and play. But sometimes we are working on finding the most funny, most interesting part from the game and try to show it to the audience. Sometimes it's also happening. Sometimes we use banners and some interesting wordings on ads. But while they are developing it, I think they need to think about the advertisement, because if they see it, if they want to click, if they want to click, most of the time people also want to click.
Thanks. Our next and the last question. I know some influencers that would share our game in a post or video. Should I ask them to advertise the game during our testing phase or save that for plan B if I decide to publish it myself?
So I'm not sure if I understand the question. So when they want to publish the game by themselves, is it good to get a help from influencer? Is it the question?
Yes.
Yes, of course, of course. I think influencers has huge influence on everybody all around the world. So it's also something publishers are doing. It's a cooperation model. So of course it will help. I'm sure of it. But you need to think, if your influencer is not a gaming influencer, and the followers are not gamers, even if the ad gets so many clicks, it may not be so profitable because the retention and the ad watching behaviors are different. So Facebook users, all the audience are different. So you need to choose the right influencer, that's for sure.
Thanks for answers. I would like to thanks to Ayşegül from Boombit. It's so productive session for me. Thanks for your time and participating.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Have a great event. Thanks.
Thanks. You're welcome. I would like to give the floor to Julius. Julius, hello.
Hello, can you hear me? I think I was muted a bit.
Yes, I hear you. You're welcome.
Yeah, great to have me. Thank you for that. Should I already start or?
Yes, of course, start.
All right, so hey everyone. So my talk today is gonna be about global launching a game from UA perspective. And everything I will present today is not a straightforward 100% guaranteed guide for success. There is probably no right or wrong approach, only the ones that are less or more effective depending on your situation, business model, or many other factors. So this is just our approach, what we did and what works for us. Everything will be based on real numbers and data when we were global launching our latest game, Athletics Mania, last year in July 2020. So let's jump right into it, and no pun intended. Almost everything you hear in most presentations is mostly theoretical. Like this, in the picture, is one of the basic moves in parkour called precision jump. And the theory behind it is straightforward. Swing your arms, lean forward, make the jump, and land. That's pretty much it. But is it really that easy? Like suddenly the reality hits you. Like knowing the theory is not enough. It all comes down to practice and experience. And the same goes with user acquisition. Otherwise, this will happen. Unfortunately, it's even worse with UA because there's money at stake. If you don't know what you're doing, you are probably not going to gain money from your reputation and products, but chances are high that you are going to lose them. And I'm pretty sure you don't want to see them burn, but rather be profitable. However, you made a great first step being here in order to chase this goal. But who is this guy? Where is he coming from to talk about this, right? So I'm CMO of Powerplay Studio, one of the largest Slovak studios in game industry, and it is the #1 indie studio in Slovakia. The company was founded in 2007, so we are in the industry for more than 14 years. We have approximately, give or take, 70 people, and everything is done in-house by ourselves. And we are focusing on this market, and that's why all of our games are in sports category so far. And we have more than 22 million users from all over the world across 16 games at the moment. Despite being indie and having no investors whatsoever, we are able to grow year over year in terms of revenue, making almost 5 million in 2020. And almost half of the revenue came from the new release game, Athletics Mania. So first of all, what is Athletics Mania? It's an action sports game with RPG elements. There are 12 different track and field disciplines available to play. And it's also a freemium game with IAPs and IA as monetization methods that is available worldwide. Even though there are rewarding videos and interstitial ads, the game is leaning heavily towards IAPs. Like roughly around 80 to 90% of the revenue is coming from in-app purchases. So it's also a multi-platform game, so players are able to play not only on mobile, but in browser or Facebook canvas as well. Now, let's talk about soft launching. It should be a crucial step before launching your mobile game. It's controlled release of your app or game in a test market outside your primary market. It gives a possibility to test on a small part of its potential audience different components of the game that you want to confirm, either user experience, retention, monetization, or whatever. So the goal of the soft launch is to test the product for the number of aspects, and it will tell you if your game will be profitable and you should aim for global launch or simply kill it. So usually the soft launching process has multiple stages or phases depending on your objectives, but these three stages are by far the most used for heavy IAP games. First one is technical stage. The focus here is on tier 3 countries like India or the Philippines because of their low user acquisition costs. As we are working mostly with European countries, like our choice for these tests is Romania, for example. The goal is to test the app stability, identify major bugs or any other issues so they can be fixed before moving on. The second one is retention stage. In this stage, the focus is on tier 2 countries. Brazil is, for example, used a lot, but again, we are focusing on European countries and countries like Slovakia, Poland, or Croatia as an example. The objective is to make sure that the product funnels are well exercised, so the people are moving smoothly through the onboarding and sign-up process and engaging in the game as expected. The last stage prior to global launch is usually the monetization stage, where you start mixing the tier 1 countries as well. This includes wealthier countries with higher purchasing power, like US, UK, Australia, Germany, but it all depends on your target audience. The goal here is to check the profitability of the game according to UA, the conversion to paying customers, figure out average revenue per user, implement your growth models, and even start testing different marketing channels. However, there are loads of articles or guides for soft launching, so I don't want to dig any deeper into this topic and go over details. It all depends from one app to another. This is just what is considered to be the ideal and most used scenario. The world is far from ideal, however, so of course we did it differently and for various reasons. First thing we did was actually according to the best practices, and it was a technical soft launch, where the focus was on Android and Romania as a geo. It was done as soon as we had our first beta version of 3 disciplines that was underneath sprint, javelin, and long jump. We made a separate application on Google Play called Athletics 2020 and started testing in closed beta. Our goal was to test how different devices handle the game. So the primary KPIs here were things like app stability, FPS, loading time, and major bugs. So the second stage for us was already slightly off from best practices and most used scenario, because instead of just focusing on retention phase, we made our own all-in-one hybrid stage consisting of technical, retention, and interstitial ads test. So we added the whole metagame and all the mechanics that will be in the game upon the release, and we started, we are still focusing on Romania as a geo, but started slowly mixing better European countries like Slovakia, Poland, even Spain or Italy. The objectives and KPIs to observe in this stage were to check how are we retaining users, what is the user behavior, churn rate, onboarding process, if the users are moving through the funnels properly, what are the CPIs and IPMs on UA side, or what are the eCPMs and fill rate on ad monetization side, while still fixing major bugs, issues, and optimizing technical infrastructure. However, as I said, our games are heavy IAP games, and still no major tier 1 go-to-markets were tested for the IAP monetization side at this point. So guess what happened next? If you are paying attention, then you should expect something like this. But no, a global launch happened. What the hell, right? After all I just said about the ideal scenario. So we completely skipped the most important part before going global, and we had no idea if the game would be profitable or not. Now comes a great question, why? There are 2 main reasons. First of all, the game is pretty much a clone from our older games. So there are some upgrades and improvements, of course, but still pretty much a clone as parts of the code are the same. So the meta concept was already proven as it is a clone and did not change much, so no point in testing it heavily either. But the biggest reason why we just went with a global launch was the seasonality and time pressure. Our games are heavy dependent on seasonality. You can't do much with winter games in summer and vice versa. So all the metrics are suffering, and it's pretty much not worth it to push UA outside the season. So Athletics Mania is a summer game, and we have only a few worth of heavy UA months before the winter season, and that's why we had to release in July already. So we just went global, and the company has some expectations from the UA team. And they pretty much look like this. Start buying people and be profitable. And just so you know, I can totally relate to your situation right now if you're just starting or being indie, because the situation in the company at the time of global launch was something like this. Like, by the way, guys, we don't want to add any pressure, but you have to know how serious it is. The project will either be a success and perhaps we could all keep our jobs, or the project will not be profitable, and then unfortunately there is nothing that is going to generate major revenue for the company. So it's time to let some people go. So, boys and girls, what do we do? Well, before we do anything, let's talk about metrics and KPIs. There are loads of metrics. So which ones are worth looking at from UA perspective? Like, we are about to make decisions that will either make or burn money for the company. And we definitely don't want to burn company money, as it will probably mean some people will lose their job. So let's decide, but based on what? Let's talk about DAU, short for daily active users. So it's the total number of people who open and engage with your game. Your DAU number can reveal many things. It can measure the growth rate of a product, it can reveal trends, and even indicate user behavior. Like in the athletics mania example. The first decline here is an indication of downscaling the UA because of the winter season. In February and March, we started experimenting and slowly scaling the UA back a bit to see what's the response of the audience. And these spikes are the Google Play and App Store featurings. But does it tell you how much money you are making? No. So it's easy to fall into the trap of chasing a DAU goal for wrong reasons. A DAU can become a vanity number, and many companies like to share impressive DAU data that may have no actual bearing on the success of the business. Like, if DAU was our KPI and main objective, I could easily buy loads of tier 3 countries, like India, for example, and mission completed. However, I probably wasted money doing so and made none. CPI and IPM are very important metrics as well. Like, of course, every developer's dream is to acquire users cheaply. The less, the better. However, similar to DAU, chasing these numbers can be tricky. It can be altered with creatives, for example. It's dependent on CPM, click-through rates, target audience, optimization methods, etc. As for the IPM, installs per mile is simply the number of times your app or game is installed per 1,000 ad impressions. IPM can be impacted by a multitude of variables as well, including creatives, targeting strategies, supply source, and app store optimization. Strong IPM can impact the waterfall ad bidding process and improving the rank of your ad campaign. And this will get you more traffic and impressions, so increasing the number of installs. So it's a great way to understand how your user acquisition strategies are performing and whether or not they can scale for a specific app and at what price point. So basically, they represent your buying power. However, take a look at the raw data from March. Marketing channel here is Facebook. These two campaigns are both on Android, have the same creatives, and are running in the same region, being US, Canada, and Australia. And it's probably pretty hard to see what's going on here, so let me show it more clearly in the data table. So the first campaign is a mobile app installed campaign, or MAI for short, with interests. And while the second one is an AEO, or even optimization time of campaign, optimizing towards the purchase event. The MAI campaign's average CPI is around 13 cents, which is more than 10 times less compared to the AEO CPI, being around €1.60. The MAI's IPM and click-through rates are off the charts compared to the AEO again, meaning the first audience likes the ad way more than the second audience of the AEO. So this must be a better campaign, right? I mean, like, come on, buying US, Canada, and Australia traffic for 13 cents, like, what are you even waiting for? Like, it's time to scale this, increase the budgets already, right? And no, if you want to be profitable, there is the good old equation that acquisition, basically you need to make more money than you spend acquiring the user. So that acquisition cost will need to be lower than their lifetime value. So the CPI is telling you only one part of the equation, however, and that is what is the cost of the traffic that is getting in, but nothing about what is the quality of the traffic. That's the problem. If you want to take a look at the same data, usually the downside of trying to lower the CPI as much as possible means lowering the lifetime value as well, because you are not willing to go for the higher CPMs, which, depending on targeting, but usually are the quality users. So even though the CPM and CPI is much higher, the AO is the campaign where the purchases are happening. What is happening if you bring the other metrics into context? So these are the first 80 days of the same two campaigns from different perspective than just CPI. If you take a look at the retention, day 1, day 3, and day 7, you can clearly see the difference. Since the day 3, AO's retention is already doubling the May. The May campaign's ROAS curve will never reach 100%. There are almost no IAPs, that is the blue curve, and most revenue that was generated was from ads, which is the red curve. And that this red curve is already flat back because there is no one left to watch the ads. On the other hand, the AO's campaign ROAS curve is increasing daily, even though it was running at 10 times scale and CPI being 10 times more costly. We already know that this will reach ROAS probably within 180 days, which is still good for cash flow of the company. So yes, the May campaign is bringing in cheap traffic, but the AO is where the users are playing and paying. So CPI by itself is only a number. It becomes important if you are able to compare it to a customer lifetime value, or the amount of revenue one customer brings in over their lifetime of their relationship with the game. So you can't decide purely based on CPI. What about retention then? Like, retention rate measures the proportion of users you retained over a specific time period. So it's a metric that's indicative of your users' affinity to the product. It's important because it helps to understand how well your app is performing over time, and it will give an indicator of game's potential. Therefore, your retention rate should be a key focus. Retention largely defines the degree of the game's success or failure. You can have the best acquisition and monetization in the market. If the retention is too low, the game will flop. This is all true, but I would like to change the statement as well, because applying this logic, we would probably never even release some of our games, like Skijamania 3 is an example in the picture. I would like to add that it's the same vice versa. You can have the best acquisition and retention in the market, but if the monetization is not good, even day 30, 100% won't help you. Therefore, again, you cannot decide purely based on retention. And let me demonstrate. Like, here you have the day 1, day 3, and day 7 retention rates of 2 different UA campaigns for our 2 different winter games. One being Ski Legends and the other one Skijamania 3. Both campaigns happened in 2019. Again, Ski Legends, day 1 close to 30%, almost triple the amount of Ski Jump, while the acquisition is even super cheap. Amazing. Why are you even doing UA with day 1 11% and CPI is high, right, for Ski Jump? Well, because of this. Again, the blue line is the ROAS. Orange flat indicates 100%. When they cross, it's profit. And green line, by the way, is the number of active pairs on that day, and red curve is secondary income, meaning when someone is paying in one of our other games. So despite the day 1 30%, Ski Legend is now only at 36% ROAS after 480 days, while Ski Jump is at 204 ROAS with 37K invested and day 1 being 11%. But what does it all mean? I feel like they're all secondary metrics and KPIs. Focusing purely or too much on these metrics isn't very good either. I see it this way, like they're all very important, like no doubt about that, but none of these metrics standing alone will tell you something like oh wow, like this metric is way above my benchmarks. Let's just increase the budgets because it's going amazingly well. So what is the main decision driving metric to look at if the company's goal is to be profitable then? I would say that the main KPI is and should be the ROAS curve. As long as you are reaching ROAS within the desirable time periods for cash flow of the company, then go for it. Retention, CPI, IPM, conversion to paying customers, and all the other secondary factors are just helping me to decide. But they are all connected. I like to compare it to a car. If you want to get from point A to point B, you need a car to get you there, and that is the ROAS curve itself. But what kind of car? That's when all the other metrics come in and are affecting the ROAS curve, meaning are affecting how fast you'll get there, or what road to take. Retention rate, for example, could be the fuel here. You need the fuel in order to drive. The more fuel you have, the longer you can stay on the road. Are we moving slowly, for example? So let's upgrade the engine and boost the immersation, ARPU, or conversion to pairs. But the fuel itself will get you nowhere. Same goes with the engine, wheels, etc. So all these metrics, they are all connected, and I can't decide purely based on all these secondary factors. I have to decide based on what kind of car we have as a whole picture, and that is the ROAS curve. So the main question for me is, am I able to move from point A to point B successfully? If so, then I don't care what kind of engine or wheels the car has, and same goes for UA. If I'm able to reach ROAS and make the UA profitable within the desirable time period for cash flow of the company, then I'll do it even if retention, CPI, or any other metric might be underperforming. As long as you are still making more money than you're spending, basically, the business is growing. Now, when that's settled, back to our global launch situation. So a lot of pressure on us, we just went global, and no idea if the game will be performing, and the game has to be a success, or else it's a very bad news for the company. So where do you start as a UA team? The company expects us to start spending money as soon as possible so the game can start generating money. But on the other hand, it's not a good idea to go big on our primary go-to-markets and waste our best and high LTV users on a potentially unfinished product. So we picked 6 geos: Germany, Poland, UK, US, Spain, and Italy, so we won't waste other markets. Of course, we started slow and low scale on both Android and iOS, and both Facebook with mobile app install type campaigns with interests, and Google with install volume campaigns with broad targeting to see what happens. And why May and install volume? Well, first of all, there is no data for the event optimization yet, so we need to feed the system with data, and best to do it cheaply. And the other reason is that as long as we are able to still reach ROAS, even this broadly, it's better for us to acquire the same user early for a few cents, rather than for a few euros later on with the event optimization, as the market gets more saturated and we have to hunt for the higher LTV users. So this was the Facebook May and Android platform. You can see that it was super cheap, and with just 3 cents on average, we had 38K installs with just 1K invested. So the conversion to pairs was a bit low, even below 1%. But since the retention and monetization was okay-ish, if you take a look at the CPI and day 30 LTV, they are really close. So in theory, you should reach break-even ROAS after a month or so. And that's exactly what happened. Actually, it happened even earlier on 23rd day, as the stated LTV there was just from the IAPs, and there are, of course, ads as well, which is the purple line here. So ROAS is at the moment at 757% after 270 days. Similar story was on iOS. The early retention of iOS users is higher, but the longer one, since around day 30, it actually shifts in favor of Android. Here the CPI was a bit more expensive, but still only 7 cents. But the conversion to paying users was higher as well, at around 1%, and so was the LTV. So all in all, it took only 24 days as well to start being profitable. And you can see that even after 270 days, there are still pairs that are being active. That's the green curve. This was the Google install volume. Well, let's be honest, the average retention numbers are not great, but we weren't surprised, as the goal of the install volume is to attract as many new app users as possible. So it's natural when you are going this broad with a niche product. But does it really matter? Like, what matters is if you are being profitable or not. You can see that it was super cheap, and with just 6 cents on average, we had 54K installs with just 3K invested. And the conversion of payers was a bit low as well, but understandable with the sheer amount of broad traffic. If you take a look at the CPI and day 90 LTV as well, they are close. So all in all, you should reach break even after around 3 months or so. And yep, that happened. So the ROAS curve looks like this, and now is more than 300%. There are still active pairs to this day, so it's still climbing and generating revenue even after almost a year. So yes, even Google Insta volume can help you since the day one of the global launch. So after this, we started scaling on all channels, increasing budget, mixing more geos, not only US and most European countries, but from Australia to Africa or Latin America as well. So we really went global and worldwide. So what was happening when we scaled a bit and the investment was 37K? The average CPI jumped to 16 cents, but still decently low. Even the average conversion to paying users was higher as well. Keep in mind, the more money you want to spend, the more costly it will probably get. So it's about finding the sweet spot where you can still invest as much as possible while still being effective and profitable. As you can see, even with more money invested and acquiring users pretty much broadly, draws happen on the 77th day, so it took a bit longer, which is natural when scaling, but didn't have any problems being profitable, and we could reach draws in a short period of time. Another thing to notice is how well the game is retaining the value of the players. Even with the day 182 retention being just 0.55%, like those are the players that matter, as the green line, which is the number of active players, is not declining much, and the ROAS curve is still growing after 253 days. So you have to know your product as a UA manager as well. Like, do we need to monetize early in short period of time, or are we retaining high LTV users for a longer time period? Like, this will affect the ROAS curve. So you need to know what to expect in order to make good decisions. So we were relying on Facebook May and Google Insta volume for around 1 to 2 months. And first shift from the broad Insta volume was on Google platform, as it was less and less effective. ROAS was getting longer and longer as the honeymoon phase was coming to an end, and we couldn't reach ROAS on a larger scale while going this broad unless it would mean extending dramatically the payback window, which is obviously not good for the cash flow of the company. So we stopped eventually and switched towards the CCAPA campaigns and for the purchase event optimization type. So the hunt for the more costly but higher LTV users has begun. And it looks like this. First thing you might notice, except the increased CPI, is that the conversion to paying users is much higher. And then it's this. Like, we had 57K invested back after around 100 days, and now it's more than double. The same thing, but next month, we invested even more, 91,000. You might notice that we acquired even less users with almost twice the amount spent because CPI was higher again. But does it really matter? Because thanks to the TCPA learnings, and both short-term and long-term retention is better as well, and so is the conversion to paying users. So what matters is this: when do you get your 91K back, not what is the CPI? So thanks to the event optimization working mostly with Google, we are back in business and could scale the UA efforts even more. Same thing happened on Facebook platform, and we were shifting towards the optimization methods like AOs and VOs while still running May on low scale, but as a support and to feed the system with data so the VO won't die on its own. Since the release of the Athletics Mania, we have spent almost 2 million euros into the UA and currently spending around 250,000 per month. And we are exploring different marketing channels, most of the budget is going towards Google and Facebook duopoly, as we are relying on AOs, VOs, and tripling campaigns on Facebook, and TCPA and TROAS campaigns using event optimization methods on Google, and experimenting with many custom events. And what's in it for you? Well, I just show you how we did the jump and what we think is the safest way to learn it with minimum risk involved. But I cannot make the jump for you. We are all unique individuals with different physiology and abilities. So what worked for us might not suit you to make the jump. You have to find your own way. And it's the same in the UA. Unfortunately, you probably cannot take this and replicate it 100%, as we all have different products with different monetization methods, metrics, etc. So one of the main takeaways is to know your product. Know what is specific for your application and what metrics are important, as they are affecting the ROAS curve. And at the same time, look at the ROAS curve and how are you getting your money back instead of focusing on single metric. Like that metric standing alone is just a number. And if it does not affect the ROAS curve, it doesn't matter that much. So hopefully you'll remember at least these two main takeaways from the presentation. And if so, then I guess my job here is done. So thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Dear Julius, your workshop was very important for everyone in the game industry. Thank you. Your session was like a lesson, I think. Yes, we have some questions for you. Now I speak. What are the things we need to pay attention when launching a game globally as a first-time game studio?
Well, that's a great question and really hard to answer. There are so many factors that are coming in, and it all depends what type of game do you have? Like in what genre? Like what are your monetization efforts? You know, like are you monetizing with ads or are you monetizing for IPs, or do you have a hyper casual or like a mid core or a high core game? Like you have to do differently things for either of these. So I can't really answer unless I know, more specific details. It's hard to give some general guide, like do this and it's going to be a success. There's nothing like this, I believe.
Next question is, if you were the owner of an indie game studio, which KPIs would you choose when preparing your business plan?
Well, I think I said it in the presentation, of course, early, CPI, IPM retention and everything is very important, but all in all, at the end of the day, it's how are you getting your money back? If you can't reach ROAS, then you can have even, we have, for example, we have games that have day one 40+% and can't be profitable. And we are doing UA for games that have below 15% day one because they are profitable. So at the end, it's the ROAS curve. How are you getting your money back? That's the most important metric for me.
Thanks for answer. And next question is, do you think social media channel affect game marketing?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, of course. Do you think social media channel affect game marketing?
Social media channels, you mean Facebook and of course
Facebook, Instagram, TikTok?
Yeah, those are for example, for us, social media channels works the best. It's the cheapest and most effective channel we have for user acquisition. So hands down, Facebook and Google duopoly, and even Snapchat and TikTok are very good for UA.
Next comment is, I think the growth of hyper-casual games is caused by pandemic. Do you think you will be a weakness in pandemic mobile games after?
And one more, please.
Okay, I think the growth of hyper-casual games is caused by a pandemic. Do you think you will be a weakness in pandemic mobile games after?
Well, not really, because hyper-casual, the peak of hyper-casual was actually before the pandemic. It was 2 years ago, and I don't think when the pandemic, COVID, goes away, the hyper-casual genre will die. They will probably have harder times now, but not because of the pandemic will go away, but because of what's Apple doing, with the iOS 14, ATT and stuff like that. Because yeah, I think that's the reason.
Thanks for answer. I want thanks to you for your time, for participating in the conference. Thanks for all.
No problem. Thank you as well. Thank you for having me, and good luck.
Thanks.
See you.
See you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
Fidan, we can't hear you. Fidan, you're on mute.
Hello, ladies. I'm very excited for
Hi.
this panel. We start the panel with the ladies. Hello, Simaya, Rebecca, Johanna.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you? You look beautiful. Great. I'm so
Thanks.
you on my panel.
And now we have our next panel by Simay Dinç from Recontact Games, also with Women in Games Turkey. Simay, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Fidan. Thank you so much, all your effort for GamePonds. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to GamePonds Women Gaming Panel. Imagine that, like 1,000 people in a big crowd watching us, right?
Yeah.
So I'm super lucky to have you. I have two beautiful guests, Rebecca Dixon and Johanna Ricoeur. Is that true? Is that right? The pronunciation? Perfect. So girls, so ladies, first of all, I would like to introduce myself to you. I'm a game producer and co-founder of Recontact Games. We combine cinema and mobile games into a new art form, and we are experiencing new genres, and we are using Unity, Joanna. Anyway, and also I'm a founder of Women in Games Turkey for empowering more women in the industry and working for diversity. So I'm super lucky today because I'm sharing this panel with beautiful girls, beautiful ladies. First of all, I would like to give the microphone to the Johanna Ricoeur, and she's a beautiful advocate in the gaming industry and working also for diversity. So please, Johanna, could you please tell about yourself and background, and also how did you come up the idea and want to work in the gaming industry?
Sure. Thank you, Simi. And hi, Rebecca. Hi, everyone. I'm very, thank you for the opportunity to actually talk about women in gaming today. So until next week, I lead strategic business development for the Middle East and Africa region at Unity. What does that mean? That means that I help government and large companies in that region transform their economy in creating sustainable employability and self-sufficiency. So we create solutions to ensure that the population gains sustainable and marketable skills in Unity. Those solutions will enable them to launch successful startups, market their skill to existing businesses, local and international, and really promote the Middle East and Africa as the hub for real-time 3D, not only in the region, but across the globe. One of the key measures is really the number of jobs, the employment landscape, the inclusive economic opportunity, because as we know, there isn't a lot of focus that is being made, not only on content creators, but as well on diverse content as well. So as well, from July, I will be establishing a boutique consultancy agency with a heavy emphasis on Africa and emerging markets. The main mission will be to leverage gaming as a catalyst to create that sustainable digital innovation in the different regions. Additionally, I have created an initiative, the Local Jones, that really highlight Black professional women in the space, in the professional, the everything behind the scene in our industry. I also have YouTube channel that highlight games for good, different developers or different games professional everywhere. So I had Lebanon, different countries in Africa. I had as well people from the diaspora, but as well people that are using games for sustainable changes or for social impact changes, such as Level X. So I had the CEO of Level X who they are creating games for medical professionals. So I think that I hope that I wasn't too long, but yes.
No, it was great. When you were talking about because the gaming is using the good purposes, it makes me so exciting. And also, as Women in Games Turkey, we organize Hacking the Future. We invite UNDP scientists, social entrepreneurs, game developers come together to develop games for a better future. So this idea is making I really get excited about this idea and the multidisciplinary power. So I always like to point out the multidisciplinary power of the mobile, the gaming industry. So thank you so much for your sharing. And Rebecca, where are you going?
I know, I'm sorry I'm in the car, but thank you so much for having me. I'm so thrilled to be here. My name is Rebecca Dixon, and I'm one of the co-founders of The Gamers. We are a media platform and a social network for women who game. And we launched in March of 2020. The background of our company is I have 3 co-founders, and what we are experts in is community building. I always like to be very upfront and say we are actually not endemic to the gaming industry, but we have a solution for the situation that we saw in the gaming industry. So 3 of my co-founders and I had a company before this in the parenting world, and we were able to build a company and a community for expectant and new moms, and we built that over 10 years. We grew it. We learned a lot about engaging with our community, creating spaces for women, working with brands, nonprofits, and organizations who were aligned with what we were doing. And we also had a platform that connected parents and caregivers. And why all of that is relevant is that after we sold that company, we were trying to decide what to do. We all love being entrepreneurs. We love initiatives that support women, and we have some strong adjacencies to the gaming industry. So from my perspective, my family has part ownership in an esports team, the Team Envy and the Dallas Fuel. So that gave me sort of a front row seat to esports and learning about how big the gaming industry is, and also the percentage of women in gaming, which is just, nobody believes it when they first hear it. And so one of my co-founders also had what we call an adjacency. She was working with Al Khan, the visionary behind Pokemon. And so she went from parenting to toys. She was doing some video game design in the toy world. And the 2 of us just ended up at a lot of conferences and events for gaming. And we thought, I think we can apply our experience from our old company here. We did a lot of research. We interviewed thousands of women before we launched the company. And we found that of course, we are clearly not the first people to sort of address this topic. There are many incredible women in the industry who are doing as much as they could to mentor and solve the problem and normalize that women game and just sort of create better solutions. But it's hard to do when you're just, one person at a company. Not everybody wants to be a trailblazer. They just want to be in a community where they're supported with, other women. So we also found a lot of incredible nonprofits doing really good work. That being said, they also have a different model too. Maybe they were doing scholarships or white papers, research papers, mentorship. So we decided to take the model that we knew was tried and true, come into the industry, create an inclusive, safe community where women who game could connect. Again, we had that parent and caregiver matchmaking platform. Now we're going to be launching an app that is a safe and easy way for women who game to connect. That'll come out next month. But what we've spent the last 15 months doing is building up our community, looking back to the community for advice on how to grow. We've done focus groups, surveys, engagement, quizzes on all of our social, and every single decision we make is based on feedback from our community. So we hosted the Gamer Awards that launched, that honored 25 different women in gaming. They went viral. They were a huge, a big deal because they were obviously needed. We have a big collegiate division because the collegiate space, particularly in the US, is really important because it's where so many gamers are. And I'm thrilled to be here because I always like to meet other women and other people and, interested in the topic and aligned with the mission of making the situation for women in gaming a little bit better.
Great job. Congratulations. And you mentioned that you established the company in March 2020, just the beginning of the pandemic, right?
Oh, yeah. We launched right along with COVID. We did about 6 months of research before that to make sure that we thought the concept would work. But our official launch date was March 2nd, 2020. And to be honest, it wasn't a bad time to launch a company in the video game industry. And I also have to say, I think the social justice movement of 2020 gave the topic that we're working towards a bit of a bigger stage. And so, here we are 15 months later, and yeah, it's been great so far.
Perfect. So, because my next question is to Joanna, like global stay-home order were clearly a boon for gaming industry, as we see the results. And do you believe this boon will persist after the pandemic? By the way, did you get vaccine? I just vaccinated.
I'm vaccinated. But yes, I do think it will continue. I think that. I mean, this isn't my opinion. We've been, of course, keeping up with a lot of the research on it. I think the pandemic sped up, numbers that were coming anyway. We're at a moment in time where gaming and entertainment and sports and politics and just the way we shop, the way we interact, and the way that communities come together is changing, right? We're all, there's the gamification of everything. And I always like to mention I'm the mom of 3 children, but 2 daughters who are 9 and 11, and they're gamers. And they are, they're living proof of that. They were able to connect with a lot of their friends over the
Rebecca, I lost you. Rebecca, your voice, I lost you. Can you hear me, Rebecca? I lost you, Rebecca. Anyway, so Johanna, what do you think about the pandemic and it's a boon for the industry? So it's going to persist?
I think that is going to persist.
I'll just have to come back.
The pandemic actually provided highlighted some communities and highlighted as well, not only the pandemic, but the social justice, the cause for social justice with the pandemic actually highlighted that those communities that were not seen, that were overlooked. So now we're looking, knowing that the gaming industry and the digital tech industry as well, we are online. So of course, it's going to increase, and we're going to attack sustainability in terms of creation and in terms of boom of the gaming industry, definitely.
And also, what
I think I'm back. Sorry.
Are you back? Okay, perfect. So I heard your answer, and I'm going to my next question. It's what gaming trends or genres are you most excited about in 2021? So, Rebecca, would you like to start?
Sure. I think I'm just excited about. I have to always think about the focus that we're really focused on at the gamers, and I am excited that while we launched our company, there are also a lot of other initiatives. Even, as an example, the fact that you're hosting this topic as a part of the conference, and there are so many opportunities for women to come together, and not just women, but diversity, equity, and inclusion is a big part of that too. So I look forward to games that have more women protagonists, women getting more scholarships to colleges, women having more opportunities to get the development jobs at the companies, and that just sort of narrative changing in the industry.
Perfect. So what about Joanna?
Sure, I was going to align to that point, basically. So the increased diversity in games, we have seen that the world is changing, and that everything is usually before gaming was a male-dominated industry, and there were only 21 or I think 21% of the people that work in the gaming industry that was female. So the fact that there is this increased diversity in the gaming, these are trends that I'm really looking forward, and we can see more and more activities and initiative and project companies, social entrepreneurship with regards to that diversity.
Perfect. So I'm going to my next question. So because we are talking about making this difference, and we are talking about multidisciplinary power. And what does it mean for a game to make a difference, for like personal impact or social influence? Also, could you please give me an example? Give me like a game, the name of the game you really empower you or really influenced you in the past. Rebecca,
I'm happy to go. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's so many examples, and I think that's something that we like to talk about a lot at the Gamers is that gaming as an industry and as a pastime and as a way to communicate, it almost needs like a PR makeover because there are so many positive things about it. We could go on forever. One that I always like to talk about is mental health. We have a great connection and relationship with the Center for Suicide Awareness at the Gamers. And the reason is that they use gaming as a tool to combat suicide when people call their hotline. And so it's really a way that you can escape, that you can sort of just think about sort of more positive aspects of your life. Obviously, we've talked about community. It's a way to bring communities together, which is another really important thing. And it also offers opportunities and pipelines to jobs. The percentage of gamers who end up getting good jobs out of college and it sort of kicks off their career is really strong. So those are the examples that I had wanted to share. Thank you.
What about you, Joanna?
So I would like to talk about the change in the social impact. Why I'm working for content creation and content creators actually to be pushed into the gaming industry is because we can have that representation in the games, and this is what is important today. And I'm going to give you an example. For example, one of the community leader and actually the CEO of a game company based in Ghana, Aram Taiwa, he has partnered with Riot Games to create one of the personage like Astra for the Valorant games. So the new agent Astra really represents that diversity in games. And what we can see here is there is several topics. There is the fact that there is a large gaming company, large gaming studio partnering with a studio in Africa, and then to have actually this agent Astra to be created and have really that representation from a female point, but as well on the ethnic point as well. So this is this type of the type of change that's going to make a difference in the gaming industry.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing. Like, as we're talking, like diversity is an increasing topic of discussion in the industry. Like, how would you evaluate the state of the diversity in the industry at the moment? Like, do you think it's going to improve, or do you think it's going to worse? And why diversity matters for you? Joanna, can we start with you?
Yes. Do I think that is going to improve? So first of all, to reply to one of the questions. So there is a lot of, I hope it's not performative, yeah? Because there is a lot of PR, there is a lot of marketing around diversity in gaming. And we will definitely see the result of that when we are going to see the representation in the games, but as well in the profession inside of the gaming industry. And really, I have a hope that it will definitely improve. Now today, Sime, I can't actually. I'm a witness and I'm looking. at does really company are doing that, or is it just performative? Is it just marketing? Is it just PR? Or are they really going to really do the work and really change the face of the gaming industry? And today we are in that phase, where we don't really know. Yeah. So what is important here is to really continue to push the topic and the topic of diversity in that space. Why diversity matters to me, and I've already said it earlier, representation. We are in a space where everyone play games, and and when you don't see yourself, when a little girl, when someone from South America or Africa or Middle East, they don't see themselves represented, they don't feel, they don't have that connection with the game as much as if they were feeling they were represented. Another thing is that representation and diversity matters, because for all the gaming industry, for the whole gaming industry and for the gaming studios, the fact that there will be that representation will increase their revenue automatically. People will buy more in-app purchases. They will be the retention in the game will be higher. So yeah, diversity matters, definitely.
Perfect. So imagine university students and they want to be a part of the gaming industry right now, but they don't know where they start. So what's your recommendation? So because every day I'm receiving many mails that how we start, how we create team. So what is your recommendations and suggestions for the newcomers?
So I think that's a topic that
So Joanna, I can't hear you. I can't hear you right now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Joanna, I lost you. Yes, now I can hear you.
All right, so that's a topic that I think in all panels, in all the discussion, actually, everybody is asking that question. What are the tips to get into the gaming industry? And I would say that, first of all, you need to know your craft. You need to know what you're talking about. You need to be sure of your expertise and have that continuous learning inside of you to ensure that you can do the work that you think that you can work on. Secondly, very important, the networking. Networking is very, 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 very important, because you can be good, you can be, if you want to get into the gaming industry, you need to talk to people. The gaming industry is still considered as a niche industry. So as much as you want to be, you have to network. So there are ways to network. There is Clubhouse. I don't know, Sime, if you use Clubhouse. Yeah. There is LinkedIn. LinkedIn is very important. There is Twitter. Really, and which going to push me to my third point, which is personal branding, showcasing what you need to do. So you showcase what you know how to do. You showcase your expertise to the people that you get in touch in the network, and that, I think, will be that's the three main things I can see that can help people to get into the gaming industry.
Perfect. Thank you. So Rebecca, are you here? I can't see you, but I just saw your message.
I think she's here, but I think she needs to be added because she's in backstage. Can you do that?
Oh, okay. So I can, Fidan, can you help me to invite Rebecca again to the panel? So.
Hi. Okay. Listen, I apologize. I have to admit, I did the time conversion wrong. And so that's why I'm in the car. I very much apologize. But I have pulled over and I'm in a place with good service now. So sorry about that.
Perfect. So we just emphasize the question of the diversity. As we talk, diversity is an increasing topic of the discussion in the industry. And do you think it's going to improve or it's going to worse? So Joanna lined the points about that some brands using that women in gaming for PR, for marketing. Actually, they don't do really effective jobs. So what do you think? Why diversity matters for you? Why you are working for the women in gaming and diversity? What's your opinion?
I think, yeah. So what we always say at the Gamers is we want to create a community where really anybody, women, femme-identifying, non-binary, anybody who feels centered in those spaces, allies, anybody feels comfortable. And so to actually, you were saying some brands might say they do it, but they're not really authentic about it. I think what's important is to, number one, represent as many types of people as possible. And so, for example, when we first launched even just our blog, our website, right at the beginning, we really tried to reach out to, a whole diverse community, and everything. We have a writer who has autism. We have somebody who reached out to us last summer after there was that sort of resurgence of the Me Too movement in gaming on Twitter. We had a man reach out to us and say, could I write an article about sort of not even saying I know, but questioning like, what can we do as allies? And I think you have to be very authentic about it. The other thing that I and we feel very strongly about is sometimes we're going to get it wrong. We're all just navigating this together, and we may post something on social media that we think is actually including everybody and realize, whoops, we messed up. And just immediately talking with whatever sort of community that you didn't feel included by that and saying, we're going to continue to try to do better. I think with brands, just throwing a surface level element of diversity in an ad campaign is not necessarily the answer. So the other piece of it is really getting to know brands and organizations that we're working with, and trying to figure out what their core values are, and are they aligned with, again, we focus on women, but it's really everybody. Are they aligned with making gaming a place that everybody feels included? Because the numbers are so high, right? Like half of the gaming world is women, and so we always say, like, that's not even diverse. That's just like the population. So yeah,
it depends on the countries, but for example, in Turkey, it's about like 46% of the are women, and in USA in the 52. It's it's amazing. The numbers are so high, and so my next question is, like, what can be done as an industry to encourage people from different backgrounds to join? So I think this is one of the important things, because as I want to give I want to share my experience about it, because I graduated from business administration, so I was a gamer, but I didn't realize that gaming is a big industry when I was studying in university. So after, when I traveled the world, then I assumed that, okay, this is an industry, this is an art form, so I have to join. And I start from the beginning, and I start everything I learned by myself. So, and from now to audiences, so how we can encourage the new people. So what do you think, Joanna?
So what can be done? First of all, I think awareness is one of the things that we can bring to the table. So highlighting games and the game industry as being an industry that you don't possibly have to be a gamer, a game programmer to enter the game industry. There are or profession in the gaming industry. So applying and saying to people, yeah, the gaming industry is for everybody. Have this representation as well. So what we're doing here, and what Rebecca was saying earlier, have this representation, being there and showing that there are people like us, there are women, there are people from diverse background that are already in the gaming industry. And then ensuring that already we creating safe space for these new people that are going to come in, because attraction is good, retention is better. Yeah. So so ensuring that we are here and we actually solving already the issues, that what challenges that are already here to ensure that the whole gaming industry will be ready, and it's ready to attract diverse experiences in the gaming industry, and then have that communication. And gaming is something that is for entertainment, for bettering the world. Yeah. So really ensuring that we representing and we marketing the industry as it is.
Joanna, I love what you said about a couple of things you said. Number one, it's a good analogy, I think, is the sports industry. So if you work in like basketball, if you work for the NBA, people don't immediately say, "Oh, are you like a professional basketball player?" I mean, of course not. But most people are not professional basketball players. But when you think about all of the careers that surround that, physical therapists, lawyers, PR agents, broadcasters, marketing specialists, consultants, like any career. I mean, my goodness, investment bankers can follow the industry, and it can be anything. And so I think that it also applies to the idea of, do you actually have, and this is something that's changing a little bit, but do you have to be a gamer to work in the gaming industry? I mean, you have to have a very big understanding of how gaming works and the thought that goes behind it. But I actually think that's something we thought about a lot before we came into the industry. I certainly wouldn't say I'm not a gamer. I play Among Us with my kids a lot. I grew up playing video games, but I am not a hardcore gamer, but I'm a part of an organization that is really moving the needle for women in gaming, because community building, matchmaking, connections, apps, that's the kind of stuff that I have experience in. So I think to encourage people to get into the industry, if you love to game, if you'd like to work in the industry, think about all the things that you like to do that might be a good career choice, and find where those touch gaming, because when you look at the size of the market and the size of the industry, there's probably a career that fits.
Sure.
Perfect. You know what? When I entered the gaming industry almost 6 years ago, I want to be a game producer, and people say, do you know coding? I said, no, I'm a game producer. My job's in the other side. But they said, if you don't know the coding, you are not working in the gaming industry. So I started Unity. I learned Unity by myself in 2 years, and I have now one 2D game and one 3D game. And if they ask me something like that, I'm showing my games. But so I said, okay, I know the coding, but I'm a game producer. Now are you happy? But I really enjoy while I'm coding, but producing games is another, excitement for me. So guys, there is lots of jobs in the industry, so you can create values with the gaming industry. So please don't hold back and come and join. You can join the game jams, hackathons, and you will meet new people, new minds. So please don't hold back. Just every day you are learning new things, because the gaming industry is growing so fast. And my other question is, gaming has gone mainstream and has now started to enter other forms of media as well as social networks, as we mentioned. So where do you see games going in the future? Joanna?
So I think games is going to be part of our everyday life, even if we are not a gamer. Banks are gamifying their experience when you interact with your bank. Yeah, gaming is going to be the future. That's why it is important to right now to get that representation right. So any type of industry will utilize gaming as a way to interact with their audience, with their customers, and actually increase that level of service. So I think games will become definitely a service. Outside of game as a service, it will become a service for any type of industry.
Yeah, I basically agree with exactly what Joanna said. It's almost like the word gaming might still stick around, but it's just going to become a part of how everything works. I mean, one analogy that I like to use sometimes is shopping on Instagram. I think a lot of people now will scroll down their Instagram, see an ad for something, or it's a brand they follow, you click right on it and you shop from there. You never would have been able to even picture how that worked, even 5 or 10 years ago. So the gamification, you mentioned banks are being gamified. I mean, everything is going to be, whether it's the idea of sort of playing a game inside whatever brand or company or industry you're interacting with, or also the community piece of it. It's how we connect. Another thing that we talk about a lot is parents and kids. So if parents of Gen Z and even Gen Alpha are going to say, well, I don't want my kids to game and they're worried about screen time, it's one of those things where the best thing that I would recommend for them to consider is maybe meet your kids where they are, and where they are is in games. And so the security you can put on the games, the safety precautions, do all that, and then figure out how they're interacting with each other, because it's actually pretty cool. And it is the way that community is being built. It's the way that people are interacting with brands. It's the way that they're interacting with, colleges and just every sort of cultural touch point is being gamified. So it's an exciting time to be a part of this enormous industry that is truly changing the way that humans interact.
Definitely. So how do we be part of the gamers? And also, Johanna, how do you part of your community? Could you please give me some ways to be part of your communities? And do you have any events that close this summer? Do you recommend any events or hackathons?
Yeah, absolutely. So the gamers on every social network are at the Game Hers. So it's gamers with an H in it, the Game Hers. Anybody can reach out to me at any time, Rebecca at the Game Hers. Joanna, when I was having connection problems, I heard you talk about LinkedIn and Clubhouse. I am super, super active on both of those because I think it's one of the two best connection tools, at least for the professional part of this industry, for me at least. And in terms of events, we are going to be launching the Gamer Awards in just a few weeks. So be on the outlook for that. There are going to be so many wonderful ways to honor so many women in gaming. And then right after that, we're launching our app. So we have a lot of fun things coming up. And just thank you so much, Joanna. It was a pleasure to meet you, and Samed, this has been really fun.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
And apologies for my connection.
No worries. Joanna, what about you? I know that you are organizing some events, also talks, and you are part of some conferences.
Yeah, so as I was saying at the beginning, I will be leaving Unity by next week and creating my boutique agency. So this is under construction, but the best way to actually get in touch with me is LinkedIn, Joanna Riquier, as you can see here. I've got as well Twitter at Jojo_Riquier, and I'm on Clubhouse under Joanna Riquier as well. And of course, if you can go on my YouTube channel, which is the Joanna Riquier Show, where you can see and watch a lot of people from diverse backgrounds talking about what they're doing in the gaming industry, and not only the programmers. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you for having me, Rebecca. Thank you, and thank you, Simon.
Thank you so much. And I would like to invite Fidan again to our panel. And also, I want to mention that please follow Women in Games Turkey, and we are organizing international events from in UK, in Germany, in US. So because our problem is the same, so when we come up together, and we will be more stronger. So I'm looking forward to meet you in personally in the near future. So hopefully. And Fidan, thank you very much for this organization and gaming in Azerbaijan. It's very hard to like create a community. When I started like 5 years ago, I started with 3 women. Now we are 2,000 women in the industry and organizing events. So please don't give up. We will just encourage each other. And I'm very glad if the audience have questions, and we have just 2 minutes left. If you can ask your questions from chat, or you can reach us from LinkedIn, Instagram, social media, and super happy to be part of this panel. Thank you, girls.
Thank you.
Dear Sumaya, dear ladies, thank you very much. We watched the Women in Gaming panel. Ladies, thank you very much. You are magnificent. Dear viewers, this in this panel joined from 3 different continents. Sumaya joined from Turkey, Rebecca from America, and dear Johanna from the United Kingdom. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your participating. Thanks for all.
Thank you. This is wonderful.
Yeah. Let's take a picture. Let's take a picture. Don't leave.
Yes.
Big smile, please. Big smile. Yes. Hopefully I got it.
You're wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Have a great day. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I am here. Our next speaker is Mehmet Umut Ermic. I say for you, Abi.
Yes. How are you?
Thanks, and you?
I'm great. It's beautiful. The weather is great in Denizli, Turkey. So
Yes, I know.
it's just about to, become weekend. So I'm really excited.
I'm also excited.
Awesome.
Okay, Umut Abi, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thank you, Fidan.
You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. This is Umut, one of the co-founders of T-Play Studio. Today, I'm going to talk about how to create a sustainable hyper-casual development ecosystem, which is an interesting topic in my mind, in my opinion, I mean, because most people are talking about hyper-casual games, hyper-casual prototypes, hyper-casual studios, but I don't think there's enough conversation about creating or building communities or ecosystems or habitats. So this is what we're going to do today. Let me share my screen with you so that we can have, a better structure for discussion. So again, I'm going to talk about how to create a sustainable hyper-casual development ecosystems. Again, I'm one of the co-founders of T-Play Studio. We are the biggest hyper-casual game development company in Turkey. We are not publishing our games. Rolik/Zynga is publishing our games. So we are one of a kind when it comes to big studios, because we grew with strategic partnerships and we are building our own ecosystem. So this is why I wanted to talk about this topic on the first hand. So let's start with hyper-casual. I'm sure most people know already what hyper-casual is. So I'm going to kind of fast forward this, but for the ones who don't have a good understanding of hyper-casual, let me just summarize. These are simple games, easy to play, most probably with one finger, that's a thumb. So you play these games, they don't require a lot of time investment or dedication. You play it for 2 minutes or 20 minutes or sometimes even more, but you typically play it for a week or so max and then move on. So these are hyper-casual games. The target audience is everybody. So these are mass production products. And also the business model is F2P, free to play. Therefore, you need to show ads unless you don't want to make money, of course. And these games scale rather faster, like rather quickly. So these are the main differences compared to other genres, more casual games or mid-core games, because I'm talking about weeks when it comes to market test procedures and even game development process. So we're talking about weeks when it comes to hyper casual, but it's months or years sometimes when it comes to other genres. So let's talk about this difference a little bit, but then I'll move on to ecosystems, which is the main focus of today's speech. So hyper casual games are different when it comes to target audience, business publishing models, and or financing. Let me explain with an example. When you're releasing a mid-core game, you're talking about a niche audience and specific expectation sets, and specific game mechanics and meta game and story and etc. etc. But when it comes to hyper casual, it's more broad. So that actually constitutes a big difference, because it's like pop music versus jazz. So you want to sell a song to millions of people around the globe, whereas when you're releasing a jazz album, it's not what you want. You want like 50,000 people to desperately want your album. So these are different excuse me, features. The other important difference is the business model, because most of the time games generate revenue from in-app purchases or subscriptions, etc. That's slightly different in hyper casual. And also the financing model may change. Most of the time hyper casual studios work with a publisher if they're not self-publishing, and therefore the financing comes from those publishers. And these are basically either based on prototype payments, or you have a specific deal, but these are basically to get you through the production process so that you can release a game and make the big bucks. Whereas in bigger games or more sophisticated titles, you may actually first do budgeting for the demo or prototype, and then, or MVP you call it, and then see the results and then move on based on the metrics you get. So these are slightly different in hyper casual and other genres. At this point, I would like to mention something, which is new subgenres or new genres are emerging as we speak. Some call them hybrid casual, some call them other names, but there are gaps between hyper casual games and more casual games, and those gaps are being filled as we speak. I'm sure you heard people saying, "Oh, Archero is a good example for filling those gaps." That's true, but it's not just limited with that, and that's not the only perspective we can have when it comes to filling the gaps between hyper casual and hybrid casual. Now, what is hybrid casual? Let's define that first. These are games with relatively simple mechanics like hyper casual, but bigger meta game like casual. So these are something in between. However, it's not just slightly harder version of a hyper casual. I'm sorry, the names are so close to each other, so I misspeak. But hyper casual games are not just watered down versions of hybrid casual games or vice versa. It's basically getting something from hyper casual and getting something from casual and implementing it in a way so that you kind of convert the hyper casual audience into something else. when you show a casual game to hyper casual users, you typically scare them, which shows itself as high CPI. However, at the same time, hyper casual itself is changing like dramatically when it comes to what's being expected, when it comes to the trends, when it comes to popularity of certain themes or styles, etc. Now we see that people demand more authenticity, more sophistication, more things, more features from hyper casual games. Now, taking this as a cue, a few studios here and there started building something slightly more sophisticated when it comes to level progress, when it comes to game economy, when it comes to storytelling. And now we are seeing different versions of hybrid casual games around the globe. And I think, and even combining idle with arcade, or hyper casual with idle. There are different ways of doing this, and I think there is a huge potential in these areas. It's relatively harder to speak about hybrid casual because it's new. Nobody defines it perfectly, including me. But at the same time, it brings a huge opportunity to the table because the demand is huge. And we know for a fact that hyper casual users are requesting something more sophisticated, something more puzzling, something more engaging, and with addition of socialization, competition, and interaction, social interaction, I think sky's the limit, and we are going to be seeing more progress in this area. The reason I'm talking about this this much is because when you are building an ecosystem, it's better to select an area that is empty to build something on. In other words, when you have something like hybrid casual, and when you are trying to build a system where people can interact with each other, teach each other, learn from each other, and grow all together, it's better to start fresh instead of trying a new thing in an old neighborhood, for example. And this is what we did as T-Play Studio. We started as a small studio. Ahmed, Osman, and we founded T-Play Studio as three co-founders, and we built with this mentality, with the support from Rolik, because they understood our philosophy early on, and they supported, and we created an ecosystem called OFON. It's an accelerated program for hyper-casual studios, and it's growing. So we did exactly what I'm trying to explain. We picked a venue that is new, that is empty, that is full of opportunities, and we worked hard to bring people together and create something bigger that is big, to create something cool that is bigger than the sum of its ingredients. Let me put it that way. Now, an ecosystem has to have a lot of things, but I believe that there are three things that needs to happen. Number one, sustainability. It needs to sustain itself, meaning that everything recycles within the habitat you created. That includes personal growth. That includes feedback systems, etc. We're going to talk about it in a minute. And everything that has to do with building a community. Number two is the scalability. It's not enough if you just create something that is, sustainable, because then you may not be able to make it bigger, even though it's sustainable. So you have to make sure that it's scalable, meaning that either it should be a modular system that you can, repeat specific cycles to make it bigger, or you have to have like strong resources to pump gas into the same thing to make it bigger. More or less, these are not black and white, so they're like gray areas in between. But what we did, for example, for Ofon is creating basically a modular system with an online platform that can scale itself easily with just push of a button. And addition of people, of course. We call it online workspace, by the way. It lets people work remotely for both T-Play Studio and Ofon. From ideation to quality assurance, everything is done through this platform with just the username and password. So everybody, all members can work from home, and that made us very scalable. Now, the last thing is the growth mindset. And I cannot stress this enough, because just because you have a scalable and sustainable system doesn't mean that it's going to just, grow. Because if it was like that, people would just pour money on things and that would grow, because creating something scalable, sustainable on an engineering level is not that hard. The hardest part is to convince people to grow and create milestones that are gonna help everybody to understand the path, and also creating reward systems that encourage people to walk with you on that path. And that happens only when everybody believes in the same goal, believes in the same vision. And the best way to do that is to make sure that everybody share the same mentality, which I call the growth mindset. And that's basically talking about growth at all times. And it can be as technical as like tactics that you use and how to use it for different areas of your work, such as we do A/B tests in games. You release a game and you're not sure about certain feature of the game, let's say background, and you create two versions, right? A and B, and you make like 10,000 people each play each version. And at the end, if retention of version B is 2% higher than version A, then you pick version B and you kill version A and you split B again to do the same thing again. Now you can apply this methodology to anything in your life. That includes community building. So when you are creating, a community and you're not sure about a certain thing, just do this and tell everybody to do this, so that you can grow together with the same mindset, knowing that you'll change when it's necessary. So basically what I'm telling is that you can apply the lean startup methodology or growth mindset or agile tactics, etc., to community building, and you can be very transparent about it. You don't have to do it behind closed doors or something. Everybody can know in the ecosystem, and this way everybody owns it. And if you do this right, you'll see that at some point people are going to emerge that are going to own some of the responsibilities, some of the opportunities, some of the they'll take initiative and do things before you ask them to do. That kind of stuff is going to happen. I'm going to talk about it more in a minute. Ambassadors are going to emerge. That's what I'm going to talk about in a minute. But first, let's talk about a lovely concept, minimum viable audience. I'm sure most of you heard about minimum viable product, MVP, which is, the very first version, the primitive version of a product that more or less has everything the final version has in a watered down version. So if you're thinking about producing or manufacturing a car, the MVP would be, a vehicle with four wheels, with a steering wheel and an engine and four chairs. So that will be the MVP for a car. Minimum viable audience is a very similar thing. Seth Godin coined this term, and I'm a big fan of his. And it's basically the very smallest subset of the community in your mind. So from the very beginning, you should start creating this minimum viable audience. You should start working on creating this minimum viable audience, because that's what you want. Once you have this minimum viable audience, and sometimes it's 1,000 people, sometimes it's 100 people, sometimes it's 10 people, if those 10 people have people under their authority or under their influence. Depends on what you're doing. For example, if you're creating a minimum viable audience about B2B marketplaces, then yeah, like 10 people could be very big. But for our industry, I would say more than 10. But start small, then go big. Just think about a minimum viable audience at the very beginning, because that's what you are looking at. The minimum viable audience is going to be leaders of that community in a year or two, if things go right. So have everybody as in your community as the very first version of the future leaders in your mind, and it grows quickly after you do that. You should also test your assumptions really fast. And that's another implementation we borrowed from lean startup methodology. It wouldn't even hurt to have a list of assumptions, like if I do this, people are gonna click on that kind of thing. If I have a website, 100 people are gonna apply to join. If I have a Discord channel, I can collect 1,000 people, something like that. And once you have that, you'll see what works, what doesn't work, and it's going to be easy for us, because we are lucky in those terms, because game industry is basically running on customer feedback. So we know how to test our assumptions fast and then move on with the results. So you do that with your audience. Methodology is how you interact with your audience. What are your communication channels? How do you talk to them? What do you talk to them about? And when, how often? These things need time, but you got to work on it, and you got to have an active intention of optimizing your methodology at all times. Meaning that after a week or two, if you think something is not working, change it. Don't wait for it to dramatically affect something. Change it, make it work. And in order to do so, you have to have customer feedback as well. And I'll talk about it in a minute in another slide. Now, I just want to change my perspective a little bit from community building to game development. At all times, you should have three main things in your mind about this community, because either you're building a hyper casual community or hybrid casual community, which I recommend, by the way. That would be awesome. This is a relatively new genre, and it's growing. So it's good to have our ducks in a row at all times and have that resonate among the minimum viable audience. And those focuses are ideation, creativity, and development. So you can be successful in hyper casual or hybrid casual or something similar as long as you're good at creativity, development, and ideation. And it starts with ideation. So what does that mean? Like, is it just a bunch of words? No. Like, you should talk about ideation with, the minimum viable audience. The members of the ecosystem should like share their techniques. At T-Play Studio and Ophone, we now have 9 different techniques to create an idea. 9. And I didn't even think we could go above like 6 when we started listing them. So it is possible. By the way, when I say ecosystem, don't think about just a community with like thousands of people. A studio is an ecosystem. A Discord channel is an ecosystem. A website is an ecosystem. A school is an ecosystem. A Udemy course is an ecosystem. So think big when it comes to ecosystems. Think, out of the box. It's not just, an accelerator program or something like that, which is, by the way, also an ecosystem. Now, you should also think about training. And the most important thing is peer instruction, which is not the only thing, but it is, I think, the most important thing. What is peer instruction? It is basically people teaching each other about something that is not accessible to others easily. An example would be, T-Play employees uploading videos about a specific problem, let's say using shaders for a specific field, to the online workspace we have with the right tagging, shader, blah, blah, so that others can watch it and learn. That's peer instruction. And we do the same thing in Ophone as well. This is very important because this is the kind of education you cannot buy, basically. Like, you cannot get an online course for this. Unity is not going to have a resource for this because, of course, those resources are very valuable and it's already listed here. It says online resources from YouTube to Udemy, from Unity Learn to, some, fancy certificate, whatever. These are all okay. But these are structured, teaching mechanisms that cannot reply questions, not necessarily. Peer instruction is different. That's a unique question that is already answered for you before you have it. And since hyper casual is still a small subset of a bigger industry, it's not as easy as you may think to find an answer about a specific problem in hyper casual online. Now, the last thing is apprenticeship. This is, I thought about naming this differently. Then I'm just, put it as apprenticeship because that's what we call it. You have to create a specific buddy system between a senior and a junior to teach the junior what she doesn't know. And we call it apprenticeship. It's not an internship. It's the good old apprenticeship because we believe in mastery learning, meaning that you have to learn something 100% to move on. Not B is not enough. For example, you cannot be a B employee and work at T-Play Studio. You have to be your A. And but in academy, for example, you can even pass with a C, not even B, and D in some cases. So we don't let that happen. And the best way to do that is the apprenticeship method, the good old way. For 10,000 years it worked, so we are using it. I highly recommend you to use it as well. Now we are going to grow, hopefully, as an ecosystem. Either we are a school or a studio. to grow, you need to attract people. That's what I mean by lead generation. So you have to have some leads finding you, and it's an inbound system. So you're not going to reach out to those people, hey, you want to join? That's like spamming, you know. You have to create authority first so that people are going to find you. That's, you know, in marketing, it's called inbound marketing, basically. So you're doing the same things. You have to have the right PR strategy, the right, means of communication, etc. That's all cool, but without authority, you cannot grow. So the first thing is authority. You're going to build it. Then you're going to generate leads. It's basically inbound. A website can do it. You know, there are other ways, Google Forms, etc. Discord channel is a great example. Growth is a tricky word because if you lower your standards, you can grow faster. So don't do it. Have high standards, but still keep on growing. And that's something I would like to emphasize, because I don't think that 1,000 people where 100 people doesn't even care, 200 people are mediocre, 300 people are coming and going, and 200 people are extremely motivated, and 100 people are like crazy motivated. I don't think this is a good ecosystem, at least in my mind. There's no right or wrong about this, to be honest with you. It's my take on this. But I think a good ecosystem is 1,000 people. Instead of having those 1,000 people, is 100 dedicated, crazy dedicated people. Those 100 people, I believe, is more valuable than the 1,000 people who have like 500, 600 people who are not even happy to be there. Strategic partner is very important. I always highlight this. I always emphasize this, underline this, because I cannot stress this enough. You cannot walk this way alone. It's hard. So you have to share the same vision with someone or some organization or something, you know. And also, it's great to have market intelligence about where you want to go. So if you have a strategic partner that can provide that, that's amazing. For example, I'm talking about hybrid casual. And I'm telling this to you right now, I could be a strategic partner. You know, I'm telling you, hey, if you do this, you're going to win. And maybe we can win together, you know? So this is very important. Also, financing, you need money. And there are ways to find money when you create value. It's not just investors. It's not just publishers. You know, there are zillion different ways, but you have to have someone that has something for you that you cannot create by yourself. Finally, I want to talk about the big thing, the community, namely, you have to have events, for example, to create strong bonds between people. As I mentioned earlier, ambassadors are going to emerge even before you expect them. And that's also very important because they are the coaches, mentors, and teachers of your community in the future. And in order to create a healthy mechanism, a healthy ecosystem, you have to have a feedback system. One way or another, you need to know what the problems are, who the problems are sometimes, and how to solve them. But you have to know about this. And if you don't create feedback systems, it's not going to work. You're just going to think you're doing great, but maybe it's collapsing on the other side. So thank you, everybody, for listening to me. As I mentioned, I'm one of the co-founders of T-Play Studio, and we also have an accelerator program, a global accelerator program for mobile game studios called Ofon. You can visit the website at ofon.gs, and maybe you can create a habitat, an ecosystem for us that we can collaborate on. Maybe, you can create an incubator to, feed or accelerator, that would be amazing. We are constantly growing, and, don't be shy to say hi if you think we can create values together. Thank you for listening to me. I think my time is up. So Fidan.
I'm here. Thanks for all. I think it's very, very good presentation and very good speech for game industry. Thanks.
Thank you, Fidan. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We have a small break for coffee or tea. After a few minutes, we are being here. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Our break is over, and we start the third and largest part of the conference. Has anyone been following us since the conference started? Write in the comments. In the first session of the third part of the conference, the speaker is Elizaveta Litvinova-Makon. Elizaveta, welcome. I would like
Thank you.
to. You're welcome. I would like to give the floor to you.
Yes, thank you, Fidan. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for inviting for such a great conference. I prepared the presentation, so I'm gonna share my screen with you. Okay. Okay, today the presentation will be about our hit game is a Stretch Guy, how we made it from the prototype to the hit. I'm very happy to share with you this information because I know that for a lot of studios it will be very useful to use our experience to create the hit and to go the right direction and to learn from our experience, from our, let's say, mistakes, from our test, which I will tell you more. So first, I want to tell you a little bit about ISOCorp. Now, ISOCorp is a publisher, and we are happy to help other studios to develop, not to develop, sorry, to publish their games, to share our expertise, to share our tools, and to bring success to the studios. But we started as a studio, we were from 3 to 5 people, and we were able to create 7 success games in just 1 year. And the Stretch Guy was one of it. And we develop our system right now. ISOCorp have own platform, analytic tools, own dashboard, and we do A/B testing. We analyze how users act in the game during the tests. But we were built it when we were a studio, and now we are sharing it with the studios as a publisher. So my presentation will be how did we start, how did we make the Stretch Guy, what was the test results from the beginning. Step by step, I will tell you about the improvements and which improvements were good and which were not good as we expected. And I will tell you about the conclusions and the lessons we learned during this process. And I think that the third part will be the most interesting and useful. So here we go. The first test we made with the Stretch Guy, it was looking like this. You can see it. And we did the CTR test in United States with the Facebook. And the CTR was just 1.77%. You might be surprised from this CTR. And CPC was 70 cents. Why you would ask me why we continue with such a, let's say, low CTR, sorry. Why we continue to develop this game? Because we saw that there is no similar game on the market, and we know the market well, and we were sure that the retention and the play time of this game will be good because the game process is fun. So the next test we did, it was we did some improvement, and we've done the CPI test. You can see the left GIF and the right one. So the left is the CTR test, and the left one is CPI after the improvement. So you can see we improved the body of the Stretch Guy. It become bigger and more visible, so user had the more chances to focus on the main thing which is happening in the game on the Stretch Guy. It's also improved the feeling from the game, and we got these CPI results. So the CPI was 30 cents and the CPC, cost per click, was 24 cents. You can see that improvement is quite big, how it's affecting the CPC. So we were made the CPI test on iOS, and it was just 15 levels was created, and after the user complete 15 levels, the random levels start to appear. So it was one of these 15 level, and then another one of this 15 level was shown, and we were seeing that users keep playing. They were not finished the game after they complete 15 levels because the game process was fun and they were continue to play. We put the ads in our CPI test, and the results was the playtime was 8 minutes per day, and the retention was day 1 40% and day 7 7%. So you can see on this graphic, actually it's the print screen of one of our tool in our platform. So you can see that after 15 levels, as I told you, it's here, people didn't move didn't move from the game, so they were keeping playing the game. Now I'm going to tell you about each improvement we made, and we know that retention and the playtime is very important, but I'm going to tell you more about the monetization, how these test results were improving or decreasing our monetization. I think it's very interesting because sometimes you see that retention and the playtime is the same, but monetization improving like 10% or 15%, which is influence to your income from the game. So the main things which we think help us to make the fast improvements and fast decisions how will look the stretch guy at the end when we global launch it is A/B testing. What is A/B testing? We have the tools in ISACorp in our platform. Now the studios who are working with us as a publisher also able to use these tools. It's A/B testing the same time. So you don't spend the time to test one version and then get the test result, then test another version, then another, because it takes a lot of time. And when you catch the good idea, when your KPIs are good, you need to be fast of making the improvement and see how users acting in your games and which improvements influence good to your game. So which tools we have? It's the same time A/B testing. You can test multiple versions on the same time, which helps you to save your time and help you to choose the right version. So yes, you can test in one build number of versions. So all the results, as I told you, I'm going to give you in monetization, how it was influence our monetization. Version 2, as you can see, were made 3 days after the first version. We were do our best to work fast. So we made the improvements on the game level, game design, and on the control. So there were 3 versions. This is the normal how stretch guy are moving his hands, and you can see that if he's not moving till the next wall, so it's coming back to the previous place. The second one was just using the 2 hands. We had the idea that if user will move just 2 hands, it will be faster and easier. So we decided to check this version. And the third version was the fallen hands. So you can see that if stretch guy gets out of the wall or of the floor, his legs or hands not getting back to the previous place as at the version 1, it's just falling down. So On this test, on version 2, we earned 18.9% in monetization, which is really, really great. And about the versions, we at the second version with the hands, with just using 2 hands, we lost 6% in monetization. And of the falling hands or falling legs, we earned 10% of monetization. So version 3 was 2 days later. As we are always saying, don't sleep at night, but improve your game if you catch the good idea. So it's actually what we've done. This is why we were moving really, really fast with the stretch guy. So in version 3, we add the vibration when the user is dying. So it gives us 1.7% in monetization. We add the tutorials when it was appear the new elements on the game. You can see with the tutorials, we help the user to win and make the game more understandable. So it brings us 2.5% of the monetization. In version 5, we improve the control and we add the extra characters. So we were playing again with the moving of the hand of the stretch guy, which was unfortunately not increase our monetization, but decrease 5.9%. And we add the new characters. So the user were able to choose the character of the stretch guy by watching the rewarded ad. And this just brings us 0.3% of the monetization, which give us the conclusion that the best is to, when you are working on the game, is the best is pay attention for the feeling of the game and for the control. The things like extra characters will not dramatically change or increase the monetization. In version 7, we were working on the maps, which decrease our monetization. In version 9, I'm not going each version just because I want to focus on the main important things. And I'm afraid that if I would go through each version, it will just take a lot of time. So I just want to give you what can be really, really useful for you. So in version 9, we again work on the maps and we improve the control. We tried to make the user never lose, so the user were not able to die, which reduce our monetization 10%, but actually the interesting fact that retention and the playtime was not changed, only monetization was decreased. In version 10, we keep working on new maps. We added the bonus box and the death effect. The bonus box, we add its box with extra power, which user can use if the user will watch rewarded ads, and the extra power after he watched the rewarded ads, he can use the extra power. And the death effect, we were trying different death effects, which actually decrease our monetization, so it was not a very good idea. In version 11, we tried multiple lives and the skin offer. The multiple lives, you can see the lives on the top of the screen. So when user lose, he not finish the level, he just lost one of the life, which again decrease our monetization. And we added some skin offer at the end of the level, which improve our monetization, but just a little bit. Okay, at the version 21, we put the new bonus. For example, here it's the extra power of endless stretching. So the stretch guy can stretch as much as the user want, but to get this bonus, user have to watch rewarded ads, which give us plus 7% of monetization. And at the version 23, we add the notification. Is this notification which gives your phone when you are not playing the game, like reminding you about the game, and it's decrease our monetization 0.6%, which make us feel that if your game is good and the users like it, they will play your game anyway. Do you have notification or not? We are not saying that notification cannot increase your monetization. We are just saying that don't focus on it until your game is profitable. So as I told you, the third part gonna be the most interesting. It's the conclusions and the lessons we learned. So, and the first is make A/B testing instead of one-by-one test. I already touched it, and I told you that we have in our platform is a core publisher now have these tools, so studios who are working with us can test multiple versions of their game the same time. This tool help us really a lot to be fast with the stretch guy and to go to global launch with this game fast as we can. So it saves our time. So don't trust your instincts, only trust the data. You can expect that this change will bring better retention or better playtime or increase your monetization, but it is just your mind. Always check it with the data. The best thing is to do the test. Decide and test quickly. As I told you, don't sleep at night, but finish your game, improve your game. So if you really have a good KPIs at the first or second test, so it's better to move quick as possible with all the changes and all the improvements and tests until the global launch. What improves the game? What improves our monetization is the level design and game design, is the control, the feeling of the game. As I told you, for us, according to our experience, these three things which you have to pay the most attention when you're improving or when you're making your game. What doesn't really improve the game is the extra characters. As you remember, it was not dramatically improving. Shop gifts at the end of the level. So this is also the print screen of our platform, of our tool. It's from the level 2, from the version 2, when we do A/B testing for 2 different maps, and this is how we learned that one map is better than other. It's just we can see how users act in each version. So, and as a test is the same time, so we can rely to this data. So this is most of the information I wanted to share with you about the stretch guy and our how we moved from the prototype to the hit. I hope it was useful for you, and I hope you can learn something from our experience. And now I want to tell you a little bit more about ISACorp as a publisher. I'm the publish manager in ISACorp, and I'm working with the studios, and we are helping to do the test, to improve the game, and to go to the all process to global launch. And as we were started as a studio, we are very happy to share our experience and we are sharing it with giving the feedback to the studios. We're always very quick in our response to the studios. And so we're giving the feedback before the test, after the test. We're explaining studios why the retention is like this, why is playtime after the test. Like, we are going through the whole analytic together. And we are here to help the studio to succeed with their games, to help studios to get the right direction and to use all the tools which was helpful for us, which we made. And so we are sharing it with other studios. And so if you have any questions, or I'm going to get back. Yes.
I'm here. Thank you, Elizabeth's speech and presentation. I think you explained it very well. We have some question for you. Our first question is, how is YCO Corp different than as a publisher?
Yeah, it's a nice question. And I can tell you that, first of all, we are studio, and we have our experience in creating success games. So we were learned a lot during this process. And first of all, we are sharing this experience with studios by giving the feedback about their games and give them the idea how they can improve the game. So this is, I think, it's the first difference. The second difference is that we have our analytic tools and our dashboard and A/B testing the same time. So these tools was helpful to create to our success games. So now we're sharing it with studios. And the third thing, I think that we are very transparent and honest with working with the studios. So we have some specific tools for the monetization in our platform, which visible for the studios.
Thanks for answer. And our second question is, what are the things studios need to take into consideration while shooting for hit games?
I would say think about the new ideas. So don't copy the hit game. Better think about new ideas, or take the different things from the success games and think how you can make it new. So don't copy, think about something new. Get inspiration from the the simple things in life. It can give you the inspiration. And I think it's the most important to think when you are creating the game.
Our third and last question is, can publishers sense in advance whether the game is going to be a hit or not, based on the originality of the idea?
We can, as we see a lot of games, and we were able to develop a lot of games, and now we are working with a lot of studios and see a lot of games. We can see which games are better than others, and we can guess if the game have a chance to become hit. But we always going through the test, CPI test, so as it is most objective. But generally, yes, we can understand how good the game is just for watching it and playing it.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the interesting presentation and for answer. And now we'll give just 10-minute break, and after we be here.
Thank you, Fidan.
You are welcome.
लेके गए हैं उनका चल रहा था।
Our next session will be a workshop. I present to you Emre and Abdurrahman, one of the first people I met in gaming sector. I think their works is the most interesting part of game dev. Okay. I won't talk more. I would like to give the floor to you.
Thank you, Fidan.
You're welcome.
Hello, guys. We are very glad to be here. And thanks for inviting us. We are very glad to be hosted by GamePons and Achiever Hubs. And before getting to our topic, that is the role of audio in mobile games, I want to introduce MadRooster first. I am Emre. I'm the co-founder of MadRooster, and he's Ercüment. He's the other founder.
Yeah, we are also composers and sound designers.
Yeah, we are a team of sound designers, composers, and audio programmers. We create sound effects, music, and basic voiceover for only games. Our only focus is games. And we have references in every aspect of video games, from hyper-casual to casual games like battle royale games, PC games, to puzzle games. And we did music and sound design for some big titles like in hyper-casual, like Water Shooty, Repair My Car, Build Roads, Car Restoration 3D, and battle royale games like Catchy, Hit and Boom, some sports games like 9 PM, Football Managers, Basketball Idol, and some text puzzle and card games, OK Extra, Text Twist. And we are also working on some PC games as well nowadays. And you can have more information. You can learn more about us by visiting our website, that is madrooster.co. And I also want to add that we have a YouTube channel. And if you are just a little interested about the game audio side, you will definitely be thrilled about our YouTube channel. And you can find us by writing MadRooster Game Audio Lab on YouTube. You can also reach us through LinkedIn. So we can start, Ercüment. I want to point a question to you here. Are you ready?
Yeah. It depends. What kind of a question do you have?
All right. We all know that most of the players, like hyper-casual players especially, tend to use their phones in silent mode while playing their games, because they are mostly playing in public or in their restrooms. So that's why they tend to play in silent mode. So do you really think that the role of audio is important? Maybe you can answer this question regarding hyper-casual and considering the other genres.
Yeah, first of all, I can't decide if you're an ally or an enemy. Then what kind of a question is that? Okay. For the hyper-casual genre, for hyper-casual mobile games, sound may not be so important, so essential, but for other genres like casual, mid-core, and hardcore games, if players are not listening to what you put in the game, you are doing something wrong. Actually, I know a developer who's muting my sounds while he's testing, but I'm trying to improve myself. Sorry?
Is he still alive?
Yeah, we're still working together. He's a friend. I like him. We are experiencing the life with sounds, even in our mother's wombs. The world is not complete without sounds. The purpose of games is to pull the player into some alternative worlds, so they can leave their boring life behind and have some fun, be scared, get excited. And an alternative world without sounds will be empty and can't be totally immersive, I think. And even in hyper-casual games, the audio has an effect on the retention if it's done right.
Yeah.
And what do you say about this?
We have the A/B test result, right? And actually, we have the evidence that using audio in even hyper-casual games have an impact on retention rates. So we know that every percentage is very important. Every parameters percentage is very important for a game developer. So they tend to use more sound and music nowadays, as we see. And the trend is going towards the hybrid casual. And I was listening to Umut's talk, and they all was talking about that. And the hybrid casual genre needs more music and sound design, so they tend to use more. And maybe that's why some of the publishers push their developers teams to use more music and sound in their games nowadays.
And we are also putting more music and sound into games like this these days, right?
Right. Yeah. Normally, before we were putting some sound and music to the games that are in soft launch or hard launch period. But nowadays we are working in the very early phases of these games. So some of the developers are know that the importance of the audio, the role of audio.
Yeah, and let's talk about the evolution of the sound in music and games. I have a few words here. Audio has been accompanying video games since their invention, like the beginning of time. It started with some noises and bleep sounds, and come to a point where we hear high quality studio productions involving large orchestras, right? And these are expensive orchestras. You can actually find the recording sessions of some cool games like Dota, Genshin Impact, League of Legends, God of War, The Witcher on YouTube, and you can have an idea of the size of the project.
Yeah, Genshin Impact is my favorite, actually.
I know that.
Yeah. All right. I want to emphasize the evolution of the technology and its impact on game audio side, and by just telling how it worked in Genshin Impact. In Genshin Impact, they hired actually Genshin Impact mobile. In your mobile, you can download it. It's more than 3 gigabytes. So which was too much like 5 years ago, and now the technology allows us to have that space on our mobiles, and also the CPUs allow us to use like simultaneous sounds and graphics, all those things going behind. So we see that the technology evolved very well, and in Genshin Impact they hired 2 large orchestras. The one is Shanghai Symphony Orchestra, the other one is London Philharmonic Orchestra. So and also there are some ethnic instrument players as well. So I believe they hired more than 200 people. I'm just talking about just soundtrack right now. So you can imagine how huge that project is, how huge the production is. This is only the music side. So
I saw the video of the production of the Genshin Impact music. They were using the Shanghai Symphony Orchestra Hall for the recording also.
Right, yeah. There's a huge production behind it, and there are some audio engineers working and some audio programmers, copies, lots of people.
Yeah.
And, like 5 years ago, I counted the credits of the Grand Budapest Hotel, and for the music credits was more than 100 people, 130 people, and in the end, the Alexander Desplat got the Oscar, but it's not a surprise because it's also about the production. And when we went back to the 80s. It's so weird that we have some we had some consoles, like common consoles like Commodore 64, Atari, and in the very early phases of those consoles, you could only hear 3 simultaneous sounds in one go. Can you imagine how the constraint of the technology? So those 3 spaces was just reserved both for music and sound design. And I believe those composers was much more creative than us, because they have to find a catchy melody and they have to use some bleepy, noisy sounds. All right.
I know it's very I know this because I still have a Commodore 64. I can't throw it away. That's my first computer. And I love it. I had great times with this. It was, sorry?
If you decide to throw it away, just tell me.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna hang around the trash that you.
Yeah, these were great times, and I remember how the soundtracks of games like Cherokee, Barbarian, Guyana Sisters, Ghosts and Goblins got me at that time, and those soundtracks were great, and they were ahead of their time, and the limitations. I clearly remember how the sound effects were causing an element from the music to disappear when they kick in. Like, I will give an example from the Ghosts and Goblins. I still remember the tune of the game. It was going like dum 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 dum. The music is gone and comes back again after the sound effect. Then those things were taking my attention even when I was a child. It was my destiny to become a game audio guy, I guess.
Yeah, too much struggling.
Yeah, you can check YouTube to hear what I'm trying to tell. I guess they are still on. You can find those on YouTube everywhere.
In the 90s, the Yamaha manufactured a sound chip, and it allowed us to hear 9 simultaneous sounds in one go, which was a huge difference than comparing with the 80s. So after 90s, we have the PCs in our homes, and we have CDs, DVDs that have too much storing space for huge productions, for huge games. So and in 1997, that was the first orchestral track recorded for a video game. It was Jurassic Park, and its composer was Michael Giacchino. He's one of my favorites. That's why I know him. So after that time, we see how the technology developed, and nowadays we can use our phones and play games like Genshin Impact, and we hear the orchestral soundtracks in even our mobile phones. I'm not talking about the PC games. It's for PC, the sky is the limit. But nowadays we have still constraints on mobile phones, but it's going really well, and so we can play really detailed games in terms of audio and graphics.
Yeah. The audio is a good thing in the game industry, and it has a great effect on user experience, I think. And audio is a critical component. In immersive sound effects and emotionally attractive music can really add a lot to a game experience. Even a basic sound effect can make an animation come to life. Think about those glorious chest opening animations in mid-core games. We are getting references from games like Brawl Stars, Clash Royale. We will talk about later. These sounds make collecting items feel more rewarding in those games, and make a gunshot more powerful. Think about those first-person shooter games like Call of Duty Warzone. I like the sound effects very much. The gun sounds are really great in this game.
Arjuman is a fan of gun sounds, and he has a video in our YouTube channel, so I suggest you to watch it.
Yeah, also creating them is quite fun. And think about those other games like Valorant, Quake, and Doom. They all sound great, and both their gun sounds and UI sounds, they're awesome. Music, on the other hand, can take you to another world and alter your emotions and help storytelling become much more richer. Music and sound effects help set the overall atmosphere of the game, help the developer.
Yeah, that's right. Here, there's a success story, I think, in mobile in casual genre. There's a Brawl Stars case. and I want to a little bit talk about it, and I want to talk about the challenging part of it, because it's a battle royale game, and it's a battle royale game on one hand, but it's a sweet game, it's a cute game. So while creating some graphics or creating audio or music to that game, it's really challenging because you have to be cute and competitive at the same time.
Yeah, you slay the people in a cute way.
And about the sound effects that they designed, it's competitive, shiny. Shiny is the keyword, I think, here, and it's rewarding, encouraging. So there are lots of card reveals or box openings that has a shiny world in visuals, in graphics, and the audio side has to suit that shiny world. Audio engineers tend to do this by boosting some higher frequencies, but there's a balance there. So if you boost too much, it causes ear fatigue, and we'll talk about it later. And so there should be a balance there. And on the other hand, I think the most challenging part of those games for the composers, I believe, that is creating a loose singer, right, Ercüment?
Yeah. You are losing, but not losing that much.
The player loses the game, so you have to encourage that person, the player, to play again, and by saying with your music that go on, you can do that next time. So it's really hard to achieve because you don't want to transmit too much emotional or unhappy feeling to the player, so he or she will close the game in the end.
Yeah. I have a few words for the soundtracks of the game about the music. I love how they used the Wild West themes in the music here and there, because the game itself has the references from Wild West movies, and but it presents these ideas in a timeless format. I love how they do it, and picking a Western style is, I think, very clever for a game like this.
Yeah,
I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we can a little bit talk about sound palette. Sound palette is one of the most important things for me to talk about, and I want to give an example here. There was a text puzzle game that we worked on before, and their target audience was the older people, and who are avoiding to get the Alzheimer's disease, and they're exercising their minds by playing those games, and they are trying to relax at the same time. So that's why the developer was trying to transmit the relaxation effect to the audience. So that's why we use some soft sounds, some bright sounds, but not too much bright, and also we use some like meditative tunes, like we are in a yoga session. And this is the description of the sound palette. So this is a environment, creating a consistent environment, audio environment is creating a good sound palette. So that is very important, and can be also possible with the trained ears, of course, or the professionals, with the professionals. So there's another case in children games, for example. If you are working in a battle royale game, you can use like 10 layers to create only one sound. But on the other hand, in a children game, the designers try to use some simple sounds, because they do not try to be like distracted to the younger age people, like 3 years old, 4 years old childs. So that's why they try to use some soft and simple sounds. On the other hand, there's hyper-casual case, and I say that while creating the audio, using unrealistic synthetic sounds in a realistic way. And what does this mean? The hyper-casual developers tend to use some low poly graphics So low poly graphics is not the real graphics like we saw in a PC game, and so that's why if you put some very realistic sounds on that game, it will be really weird. So you have to find some unrealistic and synthetic sounds and create a good audio environment on it. And I think this is another challenging thing while creating sound effects for hyper-casual games.
Yeah, believable is the keyword, I guess.
Believable.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, believe. You have to create a believable sound world in a hyper-casual game. All games, actually. But you mentioned the realistic part and the unrealistic synthetic part of the sounds. Even if you are using the synthetic sounds, you have to be believable.
Yeah. Do you have the back, and can you chew?
No, not this time. Not this time. Sorry.
Okay. Here I want to suggest something to the developers. They sometimes tend to use, because of the budget, and that's very normal, and because of the budgetary issues, they tend to use some sound libraries, and they tend to use some stock music to fit into their game. But when they hear them separately, all are good. But when they put in a game, in their game, and hear them like all together, it may be weird. So and this may cause the player to close the game. So that's very critical. So I always suggest them to have a partner on audio side, or have like work with a trained ear. So that's very critical, I guess.
Yeah. As you said, it should be done by trained ears and skilled hands, because you need to edit a lot and edit the layers and optimize the sonic characteristics so you can use them in a mobile game, because it's another thing, another device. And
we can talk about sonic quality.
Yeah. So sonic quality has an important effect on the game's brand. And like if your games have cool soundtracks and impressive sound effects for the last two titles, players will develop a connection between good sound quality and your brand. Then they will know each time you hit the market with a new game, it will sound awesome. Or it's gonna work the other way. If you put low quality stuff in your game, it will work the other way. So developers who are doing their best to put great quality audio into their games, I love you, man. glory will shine upon you. And for others, it's okay to design your game to be played without sounds. That's a great thing if you can achieve this. But provide a better experience if they choose to play your game with the sounds on. These are a few words that I can say.
And I can also add that audio optimization is very important in this point. So, for example, there are some sounds that comes really well when you are playing in your speakers, in your big speakers, like have the bass frequencies and boosted like high frequencies. But when you put it on your phone and with the small speakers, it may become like a trash. We face it many times. So we really try to optimize the sound, like playing many times in our phones. Actually, here I have an iPhone and I have a Samsung. So I test, because all the mobile phones have different characters. So I have to I believe that I have to test them in separate devices as well to create the best performance audio.
Yeah, we have lots of technical limitations in the mobile world. One of them is, as you mentioned, physical properties of the device itself. Its speakers are small, weak, and harsh because they are not designed to play back those big sound effects and music most of the time.
Maybe it will be possible in the future, but not now.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. And as sound designers and audio engineers, you need to wildly carve out those nasty frequencies out to convince people to hear them, desire to hear them. You need to also reduce the dynamic range because the quiet passage will be really hard to hear on mobile speakers, and the loud passage will cause distortion most of the time. And it's hard to overcome these difficulties, and we are facing these every day pretty often. And there are other technical limitations, important limitations in mobile audios, like size, RAM, and CPU. And these are defined by developers, and you need to fit your audio into the defined areas. These are strategic decisions made by developers, and people generally don't care about the size of a PC game. If they have the money and if they like the game, and they check other things like hardware stuff. If their hardware is enough to play the game, they check this.
This never affected my decision while buying a PC game. I'm now realizing.
Yeah, and you never check it because the size of the hard drives are really large these days, and it's easy to add more drives to your PC, so people don't care about the size. But on the other hand, a mobile game user may not choose to download a game over 200 megabytes.
Cool,
yeah. I have an example on how these strategic decisions may vary. The game Titanfall has a 45 or 48 gigabytes of size, and 35 gigabytes of it is uncompressed PCM audio, because they want to dedicate more system resources to running the game and less system resources to unpack compressed audio.
I see.
Yeah, this is a decision to make the game play more smooth.
That's critical. But in mobile case, the size is very important. So the developers may use some mono sounds if that's possible. So regarding music, yes, the stereo needs to be implemented sometimes, but most of the time, let's say, in some of the games we experience stereo, like in I think Brawl Stars. They have some stereo sound effects.
Yeah, it's about the experience you are trying to give to the player.
Yeah, if there's
provide to the player.
If there's too much going on in the game, so they want to open that the widen the area that the player.
They can always use earbuds while playing your game. So these are decisions, and they are made by game developers, and we are trying to affect their thinking. But at the end of the day, we have to fit our stuff to their frames. So mobile devices are getting better and better every day. But for now, you still need to make tough decisions to maintain the best possible audio quality while keeping the files small. And I think that's all for today, for me at least. What do you say?
We are done. I don't know. We can get the questions if.
Yeah.
Yes,
thank you so much for inviting us, Fidan.
You are welcome. Thank you for for interesting conversation. In the meantime, I wanted to enter. I have a question for you. How much time do you need to prepare the music and sound of the game? And what game was the music that was the most difficult to prepare?
It depends. It changes a lot. I mean, from 1 week to 1 year. I don't know how to answer this, but the most difficult part is trying to define the strategy.
The artistic aspect, right?
Yeah.
And on the other hand, I have an example here. There are some casual studios that we work with, and with these casual studios, we have a plan that is widened in a year. Like in 1 year, we create like 4 music, 5 music, 6 music, but we try to be slow, and we try to revise it if they don't like it or we don't like it. We revise it inwards first. So, but there are some games, of course, we have to adapt to the developers. There are some games like hyper casual genre that you have to be very fast, and so that's why if that's an hyper casual games, it may last about 1 week. I don't know, but if it's a casual game like Brawl Stars, a big game, I mean, it lasts like 1 year, 2 years. Yeah.
And I have also 3 questions for you from audience. The first question is, how important is it to have music in hyper casual games?
Okay, we have the A/B test results. All right. Actually, not too much important, but of course it has an impact on retention. That's true. They can experience it. So as we said, every percentage is important. So most of the developers tend to put audio in their games nowadays. As I said, in the very early phases of their games, like in prototype. So we will not force. We never force any developer that to put like sound and music to their games, like in hyper casual games. But if they like to add, they come to us. So we don't try to convince them. It's sometimes hard because the role of audio is not too much important comparing with the other like mechanics or graphics.
Yeah.
Sorry. We have so interesting question for you. It is where a newly founded studio, how much would making a music for one hyper casual game cost?
It depends. It depends on the composer. It depends on the project. Yeah, lots of things. It has an effect on the price. It would not be right to talk about our price here, but they can always contact us. But the world has the composers in all over the world has different price range. Beginning, let's give an example. Beginning from like $200 per minute to it doesn't have an upper limit, I guess. It depends on how famous the composer is and other things. What do you think, Emre?
We have to analyze what we're gonna do. So we have to see the effort that we're gonna put. So that's very important. And on the other hand, if that's that's an indie studio and like an indie developer, so we try to help them, but it really depends on the composer, on the effort that we're gonna put.
Okay, thanks. And the question is, what's your favorite sound effects used in games?
Which game you mean?
It's about the sound effects, not a game, or I guess. Like, I like gun sounds.
Like right? That? If the question is like that, so I like the nature sounds. you can see my videos.
Really?
Yeah, I like to create some nature sounds. For example, last month I create a forest ambience with a tree branch in my hand in my home studio, and with the house plants. put them all together, and I create a forest ambience. So I like nature sounds.
I also like sci-fi game sounds. Creating them is really fun.
I love the sounds made for cars. Ooh. They are my favorites.
Cars?
Yeah. What?
We worked on many car projects, actually. Like car restoration 3D, repair my car. And they were also hyper-casual games. And it was challenging on one hand because they were similar games. So, but it was funny. It was funny for us.
Yes. Guys, don't forget to follow MadRooster's social media accounts to see how they work. Always that.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for your participating in conference.
Of course.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi again. Our next speaker is Thomas Krimberg. Thomas is the co-founder and CEO of AppRadar. Hello, Thomas.
Hello. Hi, Fidan. Nice to be here.
Also nice to meet you. You are welcome.
Cool.
Okay. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Okay, perfect. Let me share my screen with you guys. Obviously, so first of all, welcome to this session where we're going to talk about how to rank #1 within the app stores. Obviously, I prepared a presentation for you guys, so it's also easier to follow what I'm talking about. So therefore, please let me share my screen with you. I think this should be working now. And next, let me start the presentation. Yeah, so in this lesson, we're going to talk about how to rank #1 in app stores. We're going to talk about marketing strategies that enable you reaching top positions in the App Store top charts. Before we're jumping right into the topic, please let me introduce myself so you can get also a little bit more of context. Who am I and why am I talking with you about these topics? So my name is Thomas Kribanek. I am an entrepreneur as well as CEO. I am the CEO and co-founder over here at AppRadar. At AppRadar, we would consider ourselves as an app marketing solution, but obviously, besides helping apps, we're also helping a lot of mobile games when it comes to the topic marketing, getting more users, and also earning more money. I'm a born marketer who started with online marketing long before Google Ads were a thing. I fell in love with the topic of mobile apps as well as games, and I can also look back on a marketing track record within my career, which included different stations, I would call it, throughout different marketing disciplines. So on the one hand side, I was managing a 15 million annual revenue affiliate marketing platform. I was launching a €500,000 Kickstarter campaign, which was the most successful Kickstarter campaign launched over here in the German-speaking markets. I also did plenty of app store launches. The fastest or the fastest growing one, so to say, or the most successful in terms of achieving many downloads within only a short period of time was reaching 1 million downloads within 1 month. And over here at AppRadar, yeah, we're winning multiple awards for our work that we're doing. So kind of the highlight, I can look back to 15 years of experience in digital marketing. And overall, for my own apps and games, I achieved around 5 million downloads. Good. Enough about me, I would say. Now let's check out the agenda. What are we going to talk about? When we're going to talk about reaching top positions within the top charts, we first need to talk about the baseline for success. There we're going to figure out what does your game must have to be able to achieve this. It's also super important to understand how the top charts actually work. And then we're going to jump into more strategic and tactical topics where we're really going to talk about what you can do to actually achieve top positions. So this will contain the topics researching trends as well as saving money by doing so, launching with a big bang into the app stores, user acquisition. There we're going to jump or separate between organic, in other words, without money, and paid with ads. And last but not least, in this regard, we're also going to talk about the topic of cross-promotion. And at the end of the presentation, I can also give you a bit of further references as well as educational material for you guys to see how AppRadar can help you. Good. Let's jump into the first chapter, the baseline, what your game needs to have. So here are the must-haves for success. First point, your game should be of decent quality. I think it's very important to highlight decent at this stage. Your game doesn't need to be like a AAA production from Electronic Arts or from Ubisoft or from other big gaming studios out there to achieve top positions within the top charts. That's really not needed, but your game should be of decent quality. So it should really look like, you put time into it and you try to make a really good game out of it. But as mentioned, it doesn't have to be a AAA game. Your game should be easy to start for your players. What do I mean by that? Just put yourself into the shoes of when you're entering the top chart, when you're entering the app stores and when you're looking for a game there. There you have a kind of motivation. You want to play a game. So therefore, it is up to you as a game developer to make it as easy as possible for new players out there to be able to play your game. This means now, first of all, you should try to focus on instant gameplay. This means please try to skip login flows or registrations or stuff like this if you don't really need it. If it is a really strong part of your game, then obviously you should do it. But here really the recommendation is try to skip that as much as possible so you can enable your players downloading the game, jump into the gameplay as soon as possible. When talking about gameplay and maybe also the theme of your game or the general approach, if you do it minimalistic, so in other words, your game is easy to understand, this will also lead to a wider audience of potential players out there. Because I think it's quite easy to follow. Yeah, the more complicated your game is, or the more of already an advanced gamer you need to be able to understand the game and to fully play it, the smaller your target audience will be. If you think of that your game is very easy to understand and very easy to play, kind of everybody on this planet can play it. And so therefore you have a big audience out there that you can attract. When talking about playing games, I think the next point, fun, is really the most important thing that you should also consider there. And also very important, it should be also fun to play, even if you're not a hardcore gamer. This means also don't make it too complicated, don't make it too hard from a level that is required that you can play the game. So therefore, yeah, check out to make it fun for your players out there. You can use rewarded ads as a base monetization. And I think if you're looking into the actual trending games and games in the top charts nowadays, I think this is a very generic approach that a lot of people are doing there. Watch this video and you will get something in return. And try to remove payment wars as good as possible. This also includes that your game should ideally be free to download. And then once again, you can monetize within the game. But if your game already costs something for players to download it, once again, you're shrinking down your potential target audience, because there are a lot of people out there who think for themselves, oh, okay, that costs something, I'm not going to download this one. And also very important when within game development, timing is really everything. There are trending topics that are happening all around the globe, and it will be very easy to gain traction if you're hitting one of those trending topics. Also, what we have seen with COVID-19, the stay-at-home lifestyle has also boosted game downloads as well as play sessions, especially in tier 1 markets like United States, United Kingdom, Japan, South Korea, Germany, China, you name it. I would say probably all around the world. So lesson or point number 1, yeah, your game should be good. You know, that is really the baseline that you need. Point number 2, when we're talking about reaching top positions in the top charts, let's see how the top charts decide who is ranking on position number 1 and who is ranking on position number 1000, for example. First of all, it is important to understand that the top charts are split up into different subcategories and categories. So this means, first of all, there are categories for apps and games. But there are also subcategories for apps. This can be entertainment, social, and health, for example. For games, it can be casual, action, strategy, and also different categories out there as well. And then there are overall categories with the top 3 apps and games combined, as well as for the top paid apps and games combined. So therefore, first of all, it's very important to understand we are talking not about one top chart thingy, we're talking about multiple top charts in different categories, so to say. The way how these top charts now work is that the game with the most downloads will rank number 1. If we look in more detail, it is a little bit more complicated than this explanation, but I would say this is the 95% truth, and I think it's kind of the most important thing to know, yeah? So app stores analyze the average daily downloads in a period of 3 to 5 days. So looking a little bit into the past and figuring out who or what was the most downloaded game within this period of time in a specific market. And then this game will be on position number 1. And that's kind of the magic, so to say, that is happening there in the background. I already said that it is looking at it on a market perspective. What I mean by this is the top charts are unique per country. So in other words, every country has their own top charts. And so therefore you see the strategy is to find your best category, your best fitting subcategory, and then trying to get a specific amount of downloads that you can reach the top charts. Now you might be asking yourself the questions, okay, kind of understand it, but how many downloads do I actually need to enter the top charts? Here I brought some numbers for you. To enter the top charts, these are some estimated numbers, but they can, I mean, it can be, it's, you know, like a little bit more, a little bit less, but I would say they are at least a very good idea to give you an insight of how many downloads do you actually need. Yeah, we are talking about a top 10 position, a free top 10 position for casual games, and the numbers are from April, but I think they are quite up to date still now in June. So as you can see, within the United States, you need an average 17,000 downloads per day to enter the top 10 casual games top charts on the Google Play Store. On the Apple App Store, you need a little bit less downloads in comparison. As you can also see, this number really differentiates from market to market and from country to country. So for example, in Germany, you only need 1,000 downloads to enter the top 10 top charts within the Apple App Store. I'm sure you guys took some screenshots already from this slide, but the presentation will be also shared afterwards, so you can also check out these numbers later again. Good. And now we have been talking about what your game needs and how the top charts work. And we kind of figured out, okay, the game needs to be good and we need downloads. Now the question is, where do we get those downloads from? Here we are talking about marketing. We are talking about using various marketing channels. The goal is that you want to get downloads because, as we figured out, you need a specific amount of daily downloads, and that in 3 to 5 days in a row. So how can you achieve this? By combining different marketing channels. And here comes a really good tip for you guys out there, and one that we see also from our clients, AAA gaming studios and so on. The smarter you combine different marketing channels, the less money you will need to pay for better results. As we can see on the right-hand side, this is an, I would say, recommendation or a starting point for you guys, especially when you're starting fresh with this topic, that you can get an understanding of which channels can you combine. We're also going to zoom in each of these channels a little bit in more detail. First of all, we're going to start with research. Then we're going to talk about the launch. Then we're going to talk about organic user acquisition and conversion rate optimization. Then we're going to learn about paid user acquisition. And last but not least, we're going to talk about the topic or the marketing channel cross-promotion. Let's get started. As we have already been talking before, is one of the things that really can differentiate if you make it or if you break it, so to say, is really if you are able to hit a trend. Now you might ask yourselves the question, okay, I understand trends probably is something where a lot of people are searching for in a very specific amount of time, but how do I find out those trends? How do I identify what is currently trending? Here is the answer to it. You can use tools, for example, AppRadar, where you can check out download trends and really identify the best performing apps in a specific month, in a specific category. So this gives you a really good idea and a really good overview of what are the most downloaded games out there in very specific categories. I would highly recommend that you do this when you want to develop a game or when you want to launch a game into one of those categories, that you get an understanding of what is happening within these categories. What are the most downloaded games? So you can also check them out and try to reverse engineer some of their ideas and also get inspiration from them. Besides our download trends feature, within AppRadar, you can obviously also analyze the top charts. Once again, top charts are split up into different countries as well as into different categories, and obviously also depending on which date you're looking into the top charts, the results will be different. So with the help of those two tools and features, you can speed up your research process with the goal of trying to identify trending topics. Small tip here, maybe it's not the best idea to look only at the top 3 positions or something like that, but also scroll down a little bit more and look at the top 50 to 100 position, because this is where probably also more newer stuff will happening. When talking about research, we also can talk about research trending keywords. Once again, something that you can do within AppRadar is you can analyze App Store search volume of certain keywords to estimate the target audience size. So in other words, you can find out or you can compare, like we can see here on the screenshot, we see that the keyword Godzilla, for example, has a search volume of 60 compared to Tom and Jerry, which only has a search volume of 42. And Peter Rabbit, obviously, in this case, only 18. So this really helps you estimating how big is a specific market, how for which keywords are people searching out there, and what is currently trending, and also how big is it compared to other keywords out there. What you can then do with this insights is you can base your game theme on trending keywords, and you can also optimize your store listing for it. At this stage, very important, we're talking about keywords. So we're trying to identify for what are people searching for within the App Store. We're also going to talk about that in later marketing tactics as well, but it all comes back to this topic here. We need to research good keywords for our games. Once you have done the development of your game, it is time to launch your game into the app stores. For an app store launch, let's talk about the basics first. So one of the things that normally gaming studios do, and also something that I would highly recommend to you, is that you launch your game with a soft launch. This means that you should test your game in 1 to 3, maximum 3 countries at the time when you put it into the App Store. The reason why you want to do this is because you want to find out, is it stable? So is it bug-free and it doesn't crash? Do people like it? What kind of feedback do I get on the app stores? What are the reviews that people are telling? And also very important, you want to find out what are the different retention values for the day 1, day 7, as well as the day 30 retention rate. This is the reason why you're doing a soft launch, to get answers to these questions. And once you see, okay, I'm really onto something, people like my game, I have really good retention values, this is something that I want to push, then you can also release it, or then you should do a full launch and also launch it ideally in all kind of countries that the app stores support. What you need for that is you need to create a store listing that converts visitors coming to your store listing, checking out your game, into actually downloads, or in other words, people get this feeling then in their head that they come to your App Store page and they think, oh, that looks really interesting. That looks like a cool game. I want to download this one. I want to play this one. This is exactly what you want to achieve, yeah? So therefore, it is really important that you create a store listing that actually converts. Especially in the beginning, when you launch your game, you should also utilize your community to drive initial momentum. What I mean by that is, ideally, already during developing the game, you're bringing in beta testers, for example, or you're bringing in just, like interested people that are really curious what your game is about, and you build up a good connection with them in some kind of form of a community. That once your game is live, you can reach out to those people and tell them, hey, the game is live, please go to the App Store and download it. And when talking about launching to the App Store, also here, once again, timing is everything. I think one of the things that we have seen very often is that people do not look at release calendars of big games out there. And here, really, the key takeaway is, try not to launch on the same day like a AAA game launches, because it's obviously that this game will be doing a lot of marketing, which also means that a lot of players will be waiting for this game just to play it. And this can be when you launch at the same day that your game simply will not get any attention because all the players are actually playing another game. And also very important, but I think this is just, once again, a bit of the COVID-19, so to say, follow-up topic there. There are 2 more times casual game in stores in March 2021 compared to December. So there is also seasonality in genres as well as in games in general. When talking about launching your game to the App Store, it's also important that, in the beginning, you want to get something going. And it's not enough if you just put your game into the App Store, you lean back and you just think to yourself, okay, now let's wait, all the downloads will be coming through. That's not how the game works, yeah? So it is important that when you launch your game to the App Store, you have an idea of how you can promote it. One of the good ideas that you can do there is, for example, work together with an influencer and really do a cooperation with them. There is, on the one hand side, typically influencer marketing campaigns. You can use influencer platforms like, for example, FameBit or Upfluence for this, and line up influencers that will promote your game once you launch it. Very important at this stage, really super important. Do your research and don't put all your hopes in one bullet, meaning you should line up multiple influencers out there. Because it can happen that one influencer says, okay, I'm not able to do this promotion because I need to promote something else. And I'm sorry, I'm out. And, if this is your launch day and this was your only influencer, that's really a situation in which you don't want to be in. So therefore, very important to line up multiple influencers once you launch. And a pro tip at this stage is that you can also try to form a collaboration with this influencer. So, for example, if your game contains different characters, it would be a good idea if you can work together with an influencer and tell them, hey, look, I'm working on this awesome game, and I want to bring you as a character into the game if you agree on promoting the game. This is a really good tactic, especially if the influencer is big and also if your game is good and there is a good overlap. Good. Once your game is launched to the app stores, we're now talking about, besides when you launch with influencers together, you're getting downloads. But now is the question, okay, the game is now in the app store. How do I get downloads? Yeah. The first point here is organic user acquisition. Why is organic user acquisition important? First of all, it helps you convert app store traffic into actually downloads. It has a direct impact on the conversion rates of your App Store listing, and it helps you staying in the top charts and gaining organic downloads. What I mean by this is, first of all, you want to optimize for the right keywords. And on the other hand side, you also want to optimize your creatives, your screenshots, your icon, and so on, that once people come to your App Store page, they also download your game. What do you need to do for that? First of all, once again, we come back to the findings from the research. As you can remember, we have been researching trending keywords. Now you need to execute these findings. And this is by integrating the keywords that you researched, putting them into your App Store listing. At this stage, I have to say it is very important to understand that especially there are keywords out there which are very, very competitive, where it will be super hard for you to rank on these specific keywords. So therefore, you also have to find more niche keywords where not a lot of people or competitors or other games are trying to rank for. Next up, a good tip is also to localize your store listings content into different languages, because not everybody is, speaking English. So therefore, it is good that you localize your store listing to attract own markets with it. And I think especially for games with some unique gameplay, a cool gameplay preview video is super important, as well as high quality screenshots. Once again, we're talking about people somehow made it to your App Store listing, and there you want to convince them that your game is really cool and that they should download it. You really need to promote it, and they should have the feeling, okay, that's awesome, I want to check this one out now. And last but not least, you should also constantly analyze as well as optimize your conversion rates within the app stores. A tool like AppRadar can help you analyze these conversion rates, and it will also help you with tips of how you can optimize these conversion rates. Also, one very important point to say, especially when you have a new game that you're launching to the App Store, is that organic user acquisition will take a longer time until you will see the results. This is simply because we're talking about more than 5 million apps released to the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store at the current stage. So therefore, there's already a lot of stuff going on. And once again, if you just put it there, if you also optimize for good keywords, you know, you need some downloads to get this engine going, and also that the App Store algorithms will start giving your game visibility within the App Store search. How you can get this engine going, especially in the beginning, is with paid user acquisition. There are different ideas how you can do this. On the one hand side, you can do App Store advertising. This means you are running ads directly within the App Store. The channels that you can use for this are, on the one hand side, Apple Search Ads, which is being split up into ad groups, keywords, targeting, budget, schedule, as well as creatives. And on the other hand, if you want to promote your game on the Google Play Store, but also you can also promote your iOS app with Google App Campaigns. And this means that the ads will automatically placed on the Google search, on the Google Play Store, on YouTube, on Google Display Network, AdMob, and Discover and search within the Google Play Store. Besides advertising within the App Store, you can also use social ads. For example, I think the biggest and most famous ones in this regards are Facebook ads, TikTok ads, as well as Snapchat ads. Obviously, there are plenty of thousands, probably social networks that are also providing ads out there, but kind of, I would say, these are the most famous ones. And now the last tactic for today is to do cross-promotion. When we talk about cross-promotion, we should separate into two different categories. The first category is the internal cross-promotion. This means that you want to use your existing player base and drive downloads for your new games. Obviously, this tactics only works if you already have games that are within the App Store that are already having this player base. Then you can place a banner there, and then you can move or an ad there, and then you can try to move your existing player base over to your new game to also get, once again, this engine going, so you get more downloads, you're entering the top charts, and then you're also starting to rank better organically. This will also help a lot to save costs for acquiring new players, because you somehow acquired those players already in the past. But it's also very important to be realistic when it comes to the expected impact. Yeah, it will not be that you will be able, or it will be super hard. Let's put it like this: that you will be able to put all your, player base from one game that is working very well over to a new game. This will not be the case. So therefore, it will be a specific percentage in the background. But once again, be realistic when it comes to this expected impact. Because there is also a big difference of how you're doing this cross-promotion, if you're just placing a static banner, or if you're using an algorithm to identify your biggest fans and incentivize them to download your new game. For example, the time that you put into, as well as the research that you get out of it, are quite different for those two tactics. And then when talking about cross-promotion, there's also the possibility to think of external cross-promotion. This can be working together with other creators. By creators, I really mean now this can be working together with other gaming studios, with other indie gaming studios, for example. I mean, obviously it doesn't have to be, but it can be. If you have really good connections there, you can really ask them, hey, it would be awesome if you could promote my new game within your player audience. And once you launch your new game, I can also do the same for you. So it's really about working together and trying to tap into finding this player base. Once again, you can also collaborate with influencers. And what you can also do is you can see the cross promotion as a digital enhancement of an offline world experience. What I mean by this is that obviously this is probably more interesting if you have a virtual reality or if an augmented reality app where you have something in the offline world that motivates people seeing this to download your game. Good. We have been talking about a lot of tactics that you can actually use. And last but not least, I also want to give you some insights if you want to dig deeper. If you think to yourself now, okay, I got a really good overview, but how can I learn more? How can I check this out in more detail? Yeah. good thing for you is, I would say, that within the AppRadar Academy, you can really learn a lot about the topics that we have just been covering, but in more detail. You can find our academy by going to our website and then searching for our App Store Optimization Academy. We have more than 40 lessons and helped over 1,000 students to learn the basics around App Store Optimization, to learn the basics of app marketing. And the really amazing thing is that all of this content is free for you. So go and check it out and make it a bookmark. And if you need more help for this, so if you, for example, have already launched some games out there, feel free, or please go over to appradar.com and create an account over there, connect your games and analyze them. AppRadar will help you analyzing your visibility on specific keywords within the app stores, where your downloads are coming from, as well as will give you feedback of how you're ranking within the top charts. And also one thing that we're doing is we're providing services as well, where we step in as the marketing team for some of our clients. As you can see there, for example, we're working together with Rovio and Miniclip, where we do this optimization work for our clients and help them to become more visible within the App Store and rock the top charts. Thank you very much for your attention. Here is my name, once again, Thomas Kribanek. You can also find me on LinkedIn, which I would also recommend if you have some follow-up questions or something like that. Just add me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to answer all the questions that you have over there. And I think we also probably have some questions here now.
Mr. Thomas, thanks for your speech. Marketing has always been very interesting to me. This is the second time I am listening to your speech. You explain everything very simple and understandable. Thanks for the speech. It was excellent.
Thank you very much for the feedback, Fidan. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. We have a question for you. It's first question, please. How to choose keyword and keyword combination for a game?
Yeah, so it really kind of depends on what is your game about. Yeah. First of all, you should start with brainstorming around keywords that come into your mind when you think of, okay, I'm building this game with a very specific genre of game in a very specific theme. So, for example, you can think of, I don't know, Viking multiplayer game or something like that could be already your starting point. And taking it up from the starting point, you do an extensive brainstorming around various keywords. And also tools like, for example, AppRadar can help you perfectly with identifying keywords that people are actually searching for within the app stores.
Thanks for your answer. Well, second question is how to optimize your Google Play Store listing for SEO?
Yeah, so for SEO is the question?
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think also there are 2 points. Yeah, on the one hand side, where there is App Store optimization, ASO. So this is you want to be more visible when somebody is entering the Google Play Store and using the search there. So this is ASO. For SEO, it's more when people are entering the Google search and then searching for keywords there. I would say the topic here is, first of all, I would recommend to focus on the topic of ASO, because when you're doing a great ASO job, so you're optimizing for more visibility directly within the Google Play Store, then also your chances will be higher that you can rank also on the normal Google search for SEO. And to also boost your results there, I would say the big differentiation comes then from the topic building up backlinks, also to your Play Store listing. And then the more backlinks you have, the more visible you will also become within the normal Google search. But once again, I think the topic itself is quite similar. Start with ASO and SEO will come then by itself.
Okay. Do you have a YouTube channel, or can I find you in Udemy?
Yes, we are on YouTube. Just search for AppRadar. Oh, this. And you will find us there. And there we are also pushing a lot of content around the topic of marketing games, and and so on. Yeah.
Thanks. Last question: what can I do? What can I do to make my game grow viral?
Yeah. I think the easy kind of answer to it is you need to find somebody who has a big audience already. You know, when we're talking about going viral, somebody needs to start this. What you need for this is ideally, like we have been talking about influencer marketing, where it is also good to work together with multiple influencer marketing. With multiple influencers. It's very similar if you want to go viral. There you also need people with a big audience that can push your game to the audience so it can go viral. So here the answer to this question is identify good influencers that would be a good fit to promote your game and ask them if they can help you making your game go viral.
Thanks again for the spectacular speech. Nice to meet you. Thank you for participating.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, have a great rest of the day.
You are welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, our next speaker is here. Tom, welcome.
Hi, how's it going?
It was okay. It was a very excellent day for me. I am so excited today.
That's great.
You're welcome. Okay. Therefore, I would like to give the floor to you.
All right, here we go. Let me see if I can figure out how to share my screen. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Tom Hammond. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the future of live ops and what we're kind of seeing from a trend perspective and where we think things are going. So really excited to join in. But before I do, a little bit about me. So I'm Tom. I've been working on free-to-play mobile for about a decade. A lot of that work kind of revolves around monetization. And since most monetization occurs after your game is live, live ops is a really crucial piece of that. I'm currently the CEO and co-founder of UserWise. I'm a husband, dad of 2 little girls, and actually a little boy that's on the way here too. So a little bit about UserWise. We really saw this big kind of need in the industry where there were tools to help you kind of scale your games, like your AWS or your Azure. There were tools to help you build your game like Unity or Unreal, but there's really nothing out there to actually help you operate your game after it's live. And so that's kind of where UserWise came in. So we're building the world's first player experience management platform, otherwise known as LiveOps tools. We saw studios all kind of having to struggle through building the same things over and over again to varying degrees of success. And that's ultimately what led us to starting UserWise. Cool. So for today's presentation, we're going to first kind of talk a little bit about what LiveOps is, what it isn't, kind of what it looks like today, and what we think that it might look like in the future. So we'll start by what is LiveOps. LiveOps is kind of shortened for live operations. So in the past, probably about 10 years or so, games have really transitioned from the concept of, you build a game and then you ship it. You ship your Diablo 2 and then you move on to making your Diablo 3, so to speak, to really offering games as a service, which essentially, once you ship your game, that's when the work really starts to start. You're shipping regular content updates, new features, new experiences for your players, basically trying to put out new things for your players to continue to engage with the hope that, instead of just playing the game for several weeks or months, they're playing for years and years, and hopefully they never stop playing. So live ops are kind of a blend of 3 different things: new content, enhancements to your game, as well as regular updates. What we don't really consider to be live ops would be things like bug fixes, lag optimization, game economy tweaks. A lot of those kind of like underlying things, especially related to like technical debt and stuff, which is super important, super pertinent to fix and always keep an eye on. But those things aren't really live updates. The players aren't really going to notice, oh, there's something new and delightful for me to do today. So let's talk a little bit about what live ops will look like, or what it looks like in 2021, I should say. In many games, 50 to 60% of their revenue comes from live ops. In some cases, up to 80% of all revenue comes from live ops events. So taking a step back here, what is a live ops event? And there's some very creative events that have been done out there, like the Fortnite, the Travis Scott concert. Technically, that would be considered a live ops event. And they had something like 10 million people were engaging in the game at that point in time. It's something special that was going on that gave players a reason to get excited to come back to the game and actually partake in that. Battle Pass seasons, those are definitely live ops. There's something going on, something new. There could be like a double experience weekend, maybe on an upcoming holiday, 4th of July here in the US. Maybe there's going to be a special event with, unique rewards, things that I can actually win and engage in. Oftentimes, live ops events have special offers. Usually they require me to go a little bit above and beyond what I would normally do in the game. But they can be very clever, but usually they're kind of built around the idea of how do I get players to more consistently come to my game and engage in things? And how do I get them to more consistently spend time in the game and do more of the things that they normally do in the game? So instead of playing 3 levels today, by adding the right live ops, can I get them to play maybe 5 or 6? And hopefully along the way, they'll be doing things that actually monetize too. If they watch 1 ad per level and now they're playing 6 levels per day instead of 3, you've basically just doubled your revenue, which is pretty awesome. Live ops in 2021 are becoming so essential to user engagement over the long term. If you aren't really doing live ops in your game, you're already significantly behind. Players are just going to expect the idea that every time I open up this game, there should be something new, something exciting, something unique. I should be surprised and delighted. I get that when I log into a game like Fortnite. And if I don't have that, well, it's a lot easier for me to get bored with your game, because it's kind of just the same thing when I could go to a game that does have lots of live ops, and now there's something new and exciting for me every single day. Finally, live ops, it adds a lot of stability to the gaming ecosystem. I would still say that gaming as a whole is very risky, but it was riskier before live ops was out there. So, before, when I would build my Diablo 2 and then ship it, I really had no idea before I actually shipped Diablo 2 how it would actually perform and how it would do. And so I spent several years making this big game and shipped it. And if it worked, that's great. And if it didn't, that's potentially millions of dollars that I lost there. Live ops allows us to, you still have that risk before you ship the game, but once you actually get a game that at least has a decent amount of traction, having the right live ops schedule and cadence to the content that you're delivering allows you to more safely and predictively, turn your game into a sustainable business. I know that, every week my players expect me to put out some new event, and that new event encourages this amount of engagement, and there's usually a special offer that goes along with that, and I can start to have kind of a predictable flow of revenue, which ultimately gaming is a business, and in order for us to be able to continue to make games, we have to make enough revenue that we can at least cover our salaries. And so that's where live ops can be a really, really powerful tool into just adding this kind of stability to your games, as you just kind of operate them as a service. Your players really like live ops because they get this steady flow of content in the games that they already love. And, they usually give you a little money in return for that. And so it's kind of like building these relationships with your players. Really, really great. So what does it take to actually operate successful live ops campaigns? So I think first and foremost, and I'm a believer of this for any kind of company, anywhere, having the right team. If you don't have the right team, a team that is actually capable of planning and operating and getting feedback and stuff back from your players, it's going to be very hard for you to be able to do live ops. At a minimum, I would say you should probably have a community manager, someone that is monitoring, listening to the community, sharing that feedback back with the team, letting the players know of what's going on, what's coming up. Just having those relationships with players is really essential towards building that relationship of where you're, putting out content and they're kind of helping you monetize. A game designer, somebody to actually dream up what is the event, and then actually plan what are the details of that event. What am I giving to players? Making sure that my economy isn't going to break because I give them too much or too little or whatnot. Producer. The best producers are, kind of behind the scenes. You don't really notice that they're doing anything, but if you don't have a good producer, it becomes very, very evident very quickly. Producers kind of make sure that everyone sticks to their timelines, everything gets done at the time that it needs to, so that, every Friday, the content that is scheduled for your players actually can go out and they can start to engage in that over the weekend. And then lastly, of course, our artists and our game developers who create the new content and actually implement those new features. Super important. The right tools. If you can't create and deliver experiences to your players, you can't do live ops. And I would say even more important than that is being able to design the experiences over the air and actually just say, okay, I want, this version of the event to go to my new players. It's going to be a little bit easier. It's going to have less rewards since they don't need as many to progress in the game. But for my elder players, I'm going to have this version of the campaign that goes out where, that event's going to be really, really challenging for them, but it's going to have these really awesome rewards tied to it. Being able to archetype that and then just deliver it to each of your different groups of players over the air is so essential. If you are still trying to do client updates to actually change things in your game, you're way behind the scenes. You need to be able to just, with the click of a button, change an experience for a player on their game over the air. And so that's kind of where UserWise comes in. We're making these tools that, folks like Rovio and King and Activision spend, $10 to $50 million building accessible to everyone that's out there. But if you don't have the right tools, and you can even start to get by with basic sets of tools, but I would say the simpler and the more tech related your tools are, the more that you have to have your dev teams actually involved in the situation. So I see a lot of studios that can push stuff over the air, but every single offer that they want to do requires a developer to actually set it up to go to the certain segment or whatnot. And so anytime you are taking those developers away from building out their features, you're losing a lot of potential. Whereas if you have the right tool that your live ops team can just operate the game directly, it's super essential. Finally, the right vision. So I talk about vision a lot when I talk to different game teams. And I have heard in the past, sometimes you've got like a monetization team and a product team. And the monetization team wants to add a new SDK for, rewarded video, and the product team is fervently against that. And so they kind of butt heads a little bit. And it's hard to just get these different aspects of the team to kind of work together. And I think that's really where the right vision for your game comes in. So somebody at your studio needs to kind of be the game lead. Doesn't really matter who that is. I often see it being the product manager, but it could be somebody else. But they've got to have a vision for where is this game going to be a year from now and 3 years from now? Like, what is it going to look like? What are the things that we're going to do? And the power of having that vision and having it crystal clear with everyone on the team. Your monetization team now wants to add this new SDK. Well, is that going to help us achieve that vision that we're going towards? If so, then yeah, let's do it. And then maybe the product team has this new feature or this new event or something that they want to build out. But but is that actually going to help us get to where we're going? And if it's not, you probably shouldn't do that thing. It's going to take us in the wrong direction and ultimately be a waste of time and not help us achieve our goals. So I think having the right vision is super essential. And this is great when you're getting into starting to plan these different types of live ops events and things like that, because you can use that as the filter to say, well, that event kind of sounds fun, but it's not going to help us get here. Whereas this other one also sounds fun and it's going to take us much closer to where we want to be. So let's do that thing. Finally, cadence. So this is, we're going to talk a little bit about the dreaded content treadmill. The content treadmill is essentially, your players start to demand a certain cadence of content. Every week, I want new levels in Candy Crush Saga or whatnot. Every week, I expect something new, something interesting. And if you break that cadence, well, your players are probably going to churn and leave. Because they run out of things to do. So cadence in live ops is super important. And it doesn't really matter what your cadence is. What matters most is that you clearly let your players know this is the cadence that we're following. Twice a month, there's going to be new content, new experiences kind of coming out to your players. And they just kind of come to expect that. I think one of the challenges with game development is no matter how good you are at balancing, this new feature, this new bit of content is going to take players 2 months to actually get through. And I kid you not, you release it and there will be players that will have churned through and completed everything in 2 days. You will never be able to stay ahead of all of your players. But that's okay, as long as you have the right cadence and you've communicated that, players will kind of churn through it at their own rate, and that's really good. We have a pretty good blog article on the UserWise about the right cadence that I think you should definitely check out. You don't want to have events that are too challenging, too close together, because that can burn players out as like, I just don't have the time to invest in this. It's just taking too much from me. You also don't want to have things that are too easy all closely together, because then it just kind of gets a little bit boring. I'm not really challenged at all. So you've got to have the right ebb and flow of, today there's a challenging event, tomorrow it's a little bit easier, designed out, over the course of, 1-3 months, etc. So you can really plan to deliver this unique experience where everyday players are excited to come back and find out what's new. And what's coming in the future for live ops? So I think a lot of companies talk about this idea of doing a lot of A/B testing, doing a lot of segmentation. But I think the reality is, if you really ask questions deeply and you get down to it, there's not a lot of segmentation that's happening. There's often not a lot of A/B testing that's really happening because it can be hard to do, on my roadmap, I'm going to do 8 A/B tests this month. And all of those might fail, especially in an optimized game. And I'm going to have essentially nothing to show for the month. So sometimes having a feature in there is more powerful than A/B testing. But I think in the future, games are going to get more personalized. And I think they're going to get that way through segmentation. And I think it's going to, go away from things like grouping people by strictly their spending behaviors. And it's going to get away from grouping people by demographic things like age or gender. And I think it's going to get a little bit deeper and a little bit more psychological. You might have a group of players, like let's say we have a match 3 game. There's 2 groups of moms that are playing this. Group 1 of moms, plays whenever she can. So throughout the day, she might have 10 sessions that are 3 to 5 minutes in length where, I've got a little bit of time while waiting for the kids to get into the car from school. So, I need to accommodate that use case. There might be another group of moms that is very detail oriented and planning. And, at the end of the day, she has timed out her day such that, I now have an hour or 2 that I can sit down, the kids are asleep, and I can just kind of watch some TV, relax, and play my game. That could be a part of the same game. In fact, I've actually seen that. So you've got to design your game to accommodate both of those use cases. And you've got to give experiences to accommodate so that both groups are happy. It's got to be fun, interesting, and rewarding for playing it for 3 minutes. And it's also got to be fun, interesting, and able to support, playing the game for 2 hours straight if you want to do it that way. Different players like different things about the games. Some people like collecting things. Some people like getting a lot of achievements, exploring, getting really rich or powerful, you name it. Even within the same game, you're going to have these different pockets of players. And I think the more personalized that the experiences get, the more that I can do the thing that I enjoy most about the game, the more likely I am to come back and play that game tomorrow. On that note, I think player-driven experiences. I think we're going to start to see a world where, maybe there's like a question where of like, in exchange for completing tutorial 1, instead of just getting a certain quest reward, the players might be able to actually choose what that reward is. I also think this is going to evolve in terms of offers. I think AFK Arena has done this a little bit, but just like at the an online store or something like that, you can kind of like build your offering of like, oh, I want to buy this thing, and then maybe I'll get the accessory with it or whatnot. I think players are going to start to be able to design their own offers of like, yeah, I want some gems and I'll get the axe and the sword and maybe a pair of boots. And that's all going to be bundled into the $20 offer. And I kind of built that myself. That's rewarding and I'm getting exactly what I want. So it's really great for me. A/B testing, I think A/B testing and data is a very powerful tool. I think it's going to over time be used more and more. I think there's going to be, new solutions that do this a little bit more automatically for different folks. I think there's going to be more blending of real world experiences with games. I think this is already happening. We already talked about the Travis Scott concert in Fortnite. I think things are going to get more and more blended, more and more interactive. I think there's going to be more time limited content and IPs and things used in games. Recently, I think it was like PUBG. They just had a King Kong event that was in there last year for Halloween. Call of Duty Warzone had Saw content. And I think that was one of their best bundles that they had of the entire year, where if you pay the $10 or $20, you get a Saw mask and you get to run around and kill people wearing the Saw mask. That's pretty fun, pretty unique. Doesn't require discounting of content of things, but it's really fun for players and, it blends a lot of psychological aspects to it. I think there's going to be more of those types of things that start to occur in games as we get more sophisticated of what do our live ops events do and how can we actually draw more players back and maybe even draw some new players in. Warzone might have been able to draw, big fans of the Saw movies into the game during that event because they were doing that. Some more trends that I think are going to be coming. I think games are going to start to become more niche. And what I mean by that is if you look at the early days of the internet, we had these kind of big, widely used websites. But over time, there started to be more and more like blogs that were hyper specific about things. There's more and more e-commerce sites that were like hyper specific to, just musicians or just people wanting to buy shoes or whatnot. And I think that's going to evolve more and more in the game ecospace as the games continue to get more and more crowded. So you're probably going to have smaller niche audiences that really love what your game is about. That's a game designed just for people like them. So, it might only be 10,000 or 100,000 daily active users, but they're going to be so passionate about the game. You're going to see studios starting to rise up like this. I think Skunkworks is a great example where they're trying to make games for these niche audiences that are currently underserved by the larger games as a whole. I think there's going to be more events that come out. I think they're going to be more personalized. I think one of the best examples of live ops today is in Homescapes. And if you look at how Homescapes organizes their event calendar, there's usually like 3 to 5 events going on at any given time. But during the week, from like Monday through Thursday, the live ops events are very easy. If I come in and play a couple games, I'm going to get all the rewards for those live ops events. So it's kind of just like why wouldn't I open up Homescapes and just get that extra stuff? It's not too hard, pretty easy. But then come Friday, Saturday, they've got these much bigger events that are much more challenging. They also monetize a lot better. But the players also have more time to actually play the games there, where during the week, they're busy with life. And so they understand that their player base plays the games a little bit differently depending on the time that they have. And they've designed their event schedule around that. It's a little bit more personalized to their audience. I think it could go even further, but that's maybe what the future's coming. I think there's going to be more use of AI and machine learning. I know a number of studios that have done things like using machine learning to figure out like, how should I price an offer? Who should this offer go to? Different things like that. I don't think you'll ever replace live ops teams. And I don't think you'll ever get away from like the psychological analysis of offer design and things like that. But I think, just like we talked about before, building sustainable businesses, I think this could give you a solid baseline of daily revenue. And then your live ops team can focus less on those basic things and more on the higher level stuff of like designing really fun events to get players to come back into. I also think there's going to be more social events. I think there was a survey that was done recently where like 75% of people say they play games with friends and family. We're very social beings. We love to be social. I think starting to have more events where players are social together. Before the pandemic, I think Pokemon Go did a really great job of this, of getting the groups out and doing things together. That's really meaningful and really bonds people together. It also tends to have really good retention, because when people are, relying on you for things and expecting you to be there, you're much more likely to do so. And then, more of that blending of the physical world and gaming, whether it's AR or whatnot. Marketing. Traditionally, at least within gaming, marketing is all focused on this idea of like performance marketing of, can I get my Facebook or Google CPI to be lower than the LTV that I'm getting for these players? That's cool, but it's always kind of rubbed me wrong. Like, we're burning through players more than we need to be. If you look at a lot of the other non-gaming apps, popular things like Spotify or Snapchat, even like coupon things like Ibotta, they have this thing called lifecycle marketing, which is really looking at the player experience after they've installed the app. And so they start to do things like, well, for Spotify, really they're just trying to get me to subscribe to the subscription, right? And so a lot of their marketing efforts and things are around trying to get me to do that. But there's different aspects. Like, they try to retain me. So there's people that are focused more on like, how do I get more of these people to come back? When is the threshold to send them push notifications? What can I give them as incentives to like get them back? How do I keep them engaged? I see more and more of this stuff becoming really core to live ops, and I see the marketing teams kind of blending into the live ops teams because all of this lifecycle marketing stuff really is going to be related to live ops in games, I think. So I think you're going to start to see a shift, and people are going to be focusing a little bit more on, not just creating engaging creatives to reduce CPIs, but can we take those same skills and apply them to like the offers that we're giving to players, or the messages, the way that we're communicating with them? How much more meaningful could those users be? Like, there's probably a lot of value that you're leaving on the table right now because you're not doing these things. I think there's going to be a better use of psychological principles. If you've never read Thinking Fast and Slow, you should buy a copy right now. Like, just do it. It's a fantastic book. Foundations of kind of your behavioral economics. But I think we're going to see more and more use of these psychological principles of how do I encourage players to do X, Y, and Z? How do I reinforce like a monetization action by making it tied closer to a basic psychological response. Because when I do that, it's going to make it far more rewarding for the player who did that thing, like watching a video or spending some money in the game, and make them want to do that again. I think there's going to be more community-driven features and events. So I think Clash Royale, Clash of Clans have shown, wow, we can have like 2, 4, 5 year type plus retention rates by creating these guilds and doing guild wars where, you know, people in their clans or whatnot are really relying on each other. I know because I've played, and everyone in the clan kind of mentions, oh yeah, I mostly come back to do XYZ for my clan wars because, you know, my clan is depending on me for things. I think there's going to be more of these types of community type events, again, getting more social and such. Finally, I think live ops teams are going to continue to grow in size. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense. You know, if you've got a long running game that's been running for 5 years now, and you continue to acquire users along the way, well, you're going to have your group of elder players up here, but you're also going to have your different groups all along the way down there. And in order to create engaging experiences for all of them, you're going to have to increase the size of your team to be able to accommodate each of these different pockets of players to give them the experiences that they want. Your tools are also going to have to evolve to accommodate for that. I think the more the tools can evolve, the better things can be. Like we often see people doing stuff with UserWise or reducing their team size from 13 to 2, but you still have a balance because there's added complexity. The longer your game is live, the larger your audience is. You want to accommodate those players because I firmly believe that every player is valuable. Cool. Well, if you're curious for more live ops type stuff, or you want some tips and tricks and actually want to learn how to do that, you can check out userwise.io. And we've got a live ops training course as well as some other really great content there. But yeah, again, I'm Tom Hammond. Definitely follow me, connect with me on LinkedIn, shoot me an email if you ever want to talk about anything. I'm always around, love helping out with people.
Tom, I know you are getting ready for the conference soon. It was an incredibly excellent workshop. Thank you. We have some question for you.
Sure.
Can former user promotion be a killer application of live ops?
Sorry, can you read that one again?
Yes, of course. Can former user promotions be a killer application of live ops?
I think it's definitely reasonable to give a go. I think it depends on how other players respond to it. But yeah, I would say it's worth exploring.
Another comment. I have multiple testing problem. How can I solve this basic?
So they have multiple tests, and yeah, I mean, I think testing is always a little bit of a challenge, and truthfully, getting statistically relevant like A/B tests in gaming is nearly impossible. So sometimes it takes a little bit of a gut feel and different things like that. I actually have a podcast that I host with an upcoming episode with Carson Taylor that you should definitely check out when that comes out. That's just masteringyourretention.com. But we go really deep into how to do A/B testing right, and to think about it from a game perspective. But the only comment that I would have there is just make sure that the tests that you're running are actually meaningful tests, and for the stage of your game that it's actually going to drive something. Like if you've got like a soft launch game and you're trying to do these little tests of like changing color or something like that, and you need to increase your retention by like 10 or 20%, you're probably just wasting your time. You need to have something like radically changed, radically different. Whereas like if you've got a game that has 1 million daily active users and you're trying to increase like a 5%, revenue mark or something like that, that's where those smaller tests can come in. So it really depends on like the stage of your game. But yeah, if you want to talk about that more, you can shoot me a note and we can talk about the details.
And last question for you. Why LiveOps is a difference maker for F2P games?
You know, I think it really comes down to retention. So, you know, every game typically has this idea of ARPDAU, or average revenue per daily active user. So the more users that you can have coming back to your game each day, you're making some level of revenue off of them, right? If you don't have live ops and your players leave after 30 days, whereas if you did have live ops and they stuck around for 365 days, you have just way more opportunities to monetize them, with the added bonus that, like, at some point the game starts to become a habit. It starts to become like, this is my game, I'm engaged in this, and the content starts to become more and more valuable to them. Like, you know, you look at players of League of Legends, you know, 2 years in, I've started to finally master this champion. Well, those skins become more and more appealing to me because I've sunk more and more time into this champion here. So keeping them around for the long term is really why live ops is so essential, I think.
And the questions are over. Thank you, Tom, for being at the conference. Nice to meet you.
You as well. Thank you for having me.
Thanks. Hello, Michael. We continue the conference with Michael Hudson. Hi, Michael. How are you? Welcome. I don't hear you.
There we go. Any better?
No.
No. Classic mistake.
Welcome. How feel you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, it's been a good day and a really good event so far as well.
Okay. I would like to give the floor to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'll just get the screen share working. Perfect. There we go. So yeah, hi everybody. Hope you've enjoyed the event so far today. And yeah, I'm looking forward to discussing and I guess speaking with you about the distribution opportunities outside of the core platforms, mainly iOS and Google Play in the market right now. So to give, I guess, a bit of context of GameBake and myself right now as well, and to kind of guide us into the opportunity of distribution in the market right now. You know, GameBake is trying to, I guess, build and simplify distribution and how we see it in the market and how it should be, which is, you know, very simple integrations and a very easy and quick way to get onto new platforms and into new markets around the globe. You know, the way we see that is it should be open, it should be flexible, and it should be done in a very simple and non-complicated manner. So how do we see the distribution market? And we kind of break distribution and the market in general into 4 pillars. And that is for app stores, alternative stores for us specifically, but of course including stores you know, and I guess love already with iOS and Google Play. Web platforms as well. One of them platforms out there that, you know, a lot of people I think either don't really understand and fully, you know, appreciate, or just don't really know how to get onto web, be that from a technology standpoint, or just from, I guess, an approach of how to get into the market and, you know, find out how to publish your games there as well. But mobile and desktop web is a great platform that, you know, really enables and can open up many doors and millions of new users for your games globally. Social platforms, which is, I think, one probably a lot of people have heard about already, especially with, you know, Facebook Instant WeChat with their mini programs, but also many other platforms in specific markets around the globe, such as within Russia with VK and OK, and looking into more sort of messaging platforms as well, with Line, Viber, and others out there. Snapchat being one that's very big and prominent at the moment, which I'm sure you guys have seen within the market. And also apps as well. There's a lot of streaming apps which are very much focused around entertainment and streaming of videos right now. But there's a lot of apps, especially in specific markets, for example, within India, where they're starting to leverage gaming as part of their options for their users. And some of these platforms have hundreds of millions of monthly active users that are ready and just ripe for playing games, and especially more sort of hyper casual games, or games that really can take advantage of the skill gaming environment and competitive environment that these sort of social I guess platforms and environment really sort of breed. And apps is something that is a great growth opportunity for games that might have been doing well on iOS and Google Play, and have kind of, I guess, grown beyond what they can now feasibly reach on platforms like that. And they're great opportunities to open new doors and new avenues to grow the games further and extend their lifespan even further as well. So how do we see the challenge right now? And the challenge really is the fragmentation of the market. And as you saw just then with the 4 pillars that we do have, there is a lot to consider with distribution right now in the market. I mean, technology is of course one of the biggest hurdles, and how you develop your game from the very beginning is going to have a dramatic effect on what platforms you can go to. Web platforms, social platforms, and as well some of the app platforms that are out there. They need games that are built in HTML5, in web technologies, and building a game within Unity, for example, which does have WebGL exports and can take advantage of some desktop platforms, but normally, in most cases, engine like Unity just doesn't really have the ability to support properly a platform like Facebook Instant, or platforms on mobile web, for example. And that is, stopping you reaching potentially hundreds of millions of users out there, that your game could, be performing really well in front of. So technology is definitely something to consider and, think about, and just one, of the hurdles as in this challenge, basically, of distribution. Another one is deciding what platforms you really want to go to as well. If you've got a PC game and you're currently targeting that game towards Steam, you could see opportunities to distribute onto desktop browsers as well, to take advantage of the similar play environments, but the hundreds of millions, if not billions of users that have access to the internet across the globe. But also, if you're looking at mobile, are you looking at games that are more socially inclined, that could take advantage of platforms like Snapchat or platforms like Facebook Instant and WeChat, or more single player experiences that are probably going to be best targeted towards the app stores, and towards iOS, Google Play, of course, but also looking to extend that reach further, looking towards App Gallery, towards Get Apps, Samsung Galaxy Store, and the many more that exist out there as well. Looking as well, which markets are you trying to actually target? Obviously everybody wants a global approach, of course. Everyone wants as many users as possible and to get into as many markets as possible as well. But you should really be looking at how you can, really get a core user base to your games at the very beginning, and finding which markets you want to be in, whether that is North America and looking towards Western Europe, for example, or the whole of Europe, or whether you want to have your game targeted towards a market like India, for example, where games like Ludo, for example, are very popular, or Carrom as well. If you have a pool game, for example, and you've seen this with Miniclip, with 8-ball pool. It's a massively successful game, which I'm sure all of you have heard of. But within India itself, Miniclip took the approach and really targeted that market specifically with their Carom game, which has had, you know, well in excess of 100 million downloads, but, you know, mainly within the Indian market. So, you know, that's a good consideration, and one that, you know, really you should be thinking about at the beginning of, I guess, your game development journey, and when you're looking to deploy and really, I guess, exploit the game as well within the market. But beyond that, you know, there's so much more as well, just outside of the development and the technology. Forming the partnerships with all of these different platforms is a headache in itself, you know, trying to reach out and connect with them in the first place, but then trying to actually balance and, you know, find the partnerships and get them to a position where, you know, you can really take advantage of the platforms and get your game in front of these users. That is a challenge in itself, let alone once you're actually, I guess, decided on your platforms and you've decided on your markets and how it is you want to distribute to these guys. You then have to think about your monetization strategies, your marketing strategies, and how you're going to accomplish that as well. And that's another thing that at the moment is just very difficult to do, because the ecosystem, unlike iOS, unlike Google Play, and even unlike, you know, Steam and platforms like this, which have full and extensive ecosystems built around them to allow you to relatively easily, you know, be able to monetize your games and market to users across the globe to get them into your games, so you can, you know, start to even try to attempt to monetize them and have them enjoy the gameplay experience that you have built. This just simply doesn't exist across a lot of platforms that you can distribute to. And even though there's hundreds of millions of users on a platform like GetApps, for example, you know, payments are something that you need to consider. Finding a partner for advertising as well is another thing you would need to find various different partners for. And marketing as well is just across the board something very difficult to do across alternative Android stores and platforms, let alone looking into web and social platforms as well. So there is a lot to think about when it comes to distribution. And although there's a lot of opportunity that, you know, can be taken advantage of, you need to really think about how you want to approach it to make sure that it's cost effective for yourself and becomes, you know, an actual opportunity rather than more of a complicated endeavor, which is something, you know, nobody wants when you really want to just be focusing on the game to build the best game that can be in the market. So distribution landscape, I mean, as we kind of just went over, there's a lot out there, you know, from the 4 pillars that we identify ourselves, from app stores to web platforms and so on. But also they're very difficult to get to. And, you know, how we kind of see the distribution landscape is, you know, something akin to, you can see on your screen right now, where you have your core platforms. And, you know, we always, when we speak to any of our partners or, you know, potential partners that try to see, you know, ask us what platform should they be looking into, what should they focus on. And, you know, we always say focus on iOS, focus on Google Play. You know, these are core platforms for a reason, and the ecosystem is there to allow you to, you know, really monetize and market and build up the user base within your games, as many of the talks today have already spoken about in, you know, great detail. But there is a lot of opportunity to the side of that in alternative Android stores and platforms, you know, the social platforms and web platforms and so on, as we spoke about. But the effort to get there is, you know, a bit more difficult, and you really need to either cherry pick what platforms, I guess, are going to work for you and for your game to get the most out of it, or you need to find some sort of partner or a solution that can really simplify the distribution strategy for you, so you can focus on your core platforms and you can focus on building, you know, the best game possible basically for your users, while still being able to reach and find these new markets and these new users around the globe. So some of the opportunity that, you know, we're seeing, which, you know, feel free to screenshot the screen, and I can share this with anybody as well after the presentation, so you can dive through and see the numbers yourself. But as you can see, there's some amazing platforms out there with, you know, hundreds of millions of users that are using them. And, you know, App Gallery, I think, is a great example right now for a platform that's kind of fighting to be, I guess, the third core platform and third option for the development and for the gaming community in general. And a lot of their users, of that 690 million plus, admittedly do come from the Chinese market, where they have obviously a massive presence. But there is, within Europe alone, well over 80+ million Huawei App Gallery users. And these are users that do not have access to Google Play. So if you want access to these users, you need to find a way to get onto App Gallery, and be that working directly with Huawei and their HMS systems and services, or be that working with a partner, either like ourselves or somebody out there, which really allows you to get onto the platform very simply. It's very simple to do, and you can really focus on the game itself at that point, to really be able to scale on a platform and get in front of them 80 million new users for you to take advantage of. And there's many platforms like this around the globe, from obviously App Gallery in Europe, but also into South America and SEA and so on as well. But looking into Get Apps with Xiaomi, One Store as well in South Korea and the SEA region. There's a lot of platforms, even on the Android side, or on the web side and social platform side as well, that have very specific, I guess, markets that they're within, but have great scale opportunities and revenue opportunities as well to come with that. So there's some great opportunity out there that you really should be looking into and trying to take advantage of for your games. So right now, I mean, we all know obviously of Sensor Tower reports and Newzoo reports that are out there, that give various different numbers that usually are around sort of a similar figure across them. But overall, how we've seen and kind of averaged it out, the growth of just alternative platforms, mainly Android platforms right now, it's definitely growing, and it's becoming more and more relevant as the months go on, to be fair, let alone the years go by. And we're looking now at sort of a 17, potentially up to 20% of mobile revenue coming from alternative stores such as App Gallery, Get Apps, One Store, and the likes. And that's a significant amount. And as I've said at the beginning and said earlier as well, you shouldn't discount obviously iOS and Google Play as the core platforms. And the majority of your revenue, for a game that has great KPIs, monetizes very well, and has the ability to scale on them two platforms, it's going to come from iOS and Google Play. But there is a great opportunity to extend your revenue even further, and really extend the lifespan of games even further as well, by taking advantage of the alternative platforms that do exist out there. And that's just going to become a bigger and bigger opportunity as we go further into the future, especially with Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, and many other Samsung as well, manufacturers starting to pivot away from a solely Google Play and Google services focused business model, and starting to claw back a bit of control really for the devices that they're the ones building. And starting to build their own ecosystems around their devices and around the hundreds of millions of users that they have got globally. So it's something to really think about, for us, something really to consider right now, as the opportunity is, it's great right now, and it's just really starting to ramp up and begin, and really thinking about it and how you can bring these platforms and think about a wider distribution plan, basically, when you're thinking about your marketing strategy, is something that you should be thinking about right now and really trying to take advantage of as well as we push forwards into the future. And I mentioned web briefly, and it's one of the, as I said at the beginning, kind of the forgotten platforms, I would say. But there's a massive opportunity, and all internet users have access to a browser in some form or some capacity, be that with a desktop or a laptop, or with their smartphones, of course, with their mobile browsers. But there is great opportunity with web gaming right now, and although it can be, somewhat complex to get to with, the relevant technologies, that's something to think about when you are building your games, what platform you want to use to actually build your game in the first place. But if web platforms are something that you do want to consider, then, it's definitely something that has a great opportunity for scale with just the sheer number of users, but also has a great revenue opportunity as well. Mainly via advertising right now, where purchases are not difficult, but just not as, I would say, fluid as it is on an iOS device, for example. So there is obviously some hurdles to kind of jump over there. But if you're finding, web to be a platform for you, and your games are driven a lot or heavily by ad monetization, then it's definitely worth considering. And, if you find the right partners on web as well, working with gaming portals directly, or various other sort of social or media portals that are out there, you can really scale games up into millions of plays monthly. That can really help to, again, extend the lifespan of a game that has had success on iOS and Google Play previously, or can be a significant revenue driver to help you scale upon your Android and your mobile platforms as well, to drive new users from a web version into mobile, or help drive I guess new marketing opportunities as well across the platform. So yeah, a forgotten platform, but one that should definitely be considered when thinking about how to further distribute your games or bring your games and deploy them into the market. So I guess what can you do when you want to think about distributing your games? And for us is, from the beginning, just plan distribution, not just marketing. Whether you're looking to just be a development studio and work with a publisher, you should still be thinking about, when you're doing the legal side and the contracts, what platforms does the publisher have access to, for example? Are they just going to publish and market your games on iOS and Google Play? Does that mean that the rest of the platforms that are out there are available for you to take advantage of directly and find another publisher for? Or are they just going to leave it and not bother with the rest of these platforms and potentially miss out on a significant portion of revenue? Or if you're going yourself and you're developing your marketing plan and you've decided what markets you want to be launching into, that's amazing. But when you are launching into these markets, are you just going to be going to iOS and Google Play and running your standard user acquisition to compete with the big players in the market, and a very crowded market at that? Or did you want to think about the other platforms that do exist in a market like India, for example, where you could find amazing access into these various markets globally, and find free user acquisition in a lot of cases, and access to millions of users without costing you a penny. So really thinking about your distribution from day one, I think, is an important step right now. And it should be part of everybody's strategy when you're thinking of your game ideas and thinking about how to prototype these games and where it is you want to go as you move forwards. And then, of course, finding the right partners. Once you've obviously decided your distribution strategy and how you want to approach it, but then you've got to the prototyping stage, you've found your game does work within the market, and there is a player base for it. But finding the right partners at that stage, be it a publisher, as I already said, for various platforms, or finding a partner who can help you to distribute onto new and exciting platforms that do exist globally right now. That's going to be an important step, just finding the right people to work with. And yeah, hopefully we can be ones that help simplify that. But there's many out there as well that can help either just work with you or just to guide you towards the right people to speak to get onto these platforms and really take advantage of them. And of course, once you've got your game, you're good to go at that point really. And hopefully you thought about this from the very beginning, and global distribution will be something simple for you, and not something that is currently very complex and can be very messy at the current time. But yeah, if you plan it out right from the beginning and really think about what it is that you're doing and what it is that you want to achieve with your game, then there's no reason that you can't, expand outside of the core stores and really distribute to, billions of users across the globe, and really take advantage of them and make sure that your game is playable for any user across the globe, no matter what device they want to play from and no matter what platform they want to play upon as well. So yeah, thanks very much. I hope it was an informative talk, and hopefully opens up that distribution around the conversation around distribution, really, which right now is very much focused towards just the main platforms. But yeah, feel free to get in touch anytime via social, or my email's there as well. Feel free to drop me a line, and I'll be happy to talk with anybody about distribution and so on more.
Dear Michael.
Awesome.
You have very interesting and different approaches. Thank you very much for your presentation, for your speech.
Thank you.
You are welcome. It was very great to be here with me today. Thank you.
Brilliant. I appreciate the invite. It's been great to talk at the event. It's been a good event as well. Well done. Nice one.
Get well soon.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll speak soon.
You're welcome.
Cheers, everybody.
Bye. Dear participant, I will be here in a few minutes with my new speaker. Keep watching. Hi everyone, I am here again. I am with my new speaker. Our new speaker is Pontus. Pontus, hello, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here.
You're welcome. I would like to give the floor to you.
I appreciate that. Yes, hopefully my sharing here will work on the screen. So we'll get started. Give me a second here. Quick check. It should work here now. Okay, sorry about that. It should be working now, I believe. There we go. Okay, perfect. Apologies. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. So my name is Pontus Mahler. I have a gamer tag here called Zlap because actually I used to be a pro gamer. And today we're going to talk about a little bit about accelerating a game startup. So today I'm going to go a little bit into what we do in our business, but also what is really important to note when you are an indie game developer and you're looking to kind of scale up your company. So first, our company, Global Top Round, we've been doing this for about 6 years. What we are is basically a hybrid, you could call it business partner, investor, or accelerator. There's a lot of different types of labels that we could kind of put in ourselves, but what we'd like to call ourselves is business partners. The reason for that is that we're an all-inclusive house where there's a lot of benefits that you will get once you become part of our nowadays family, because we've been doing this for so many years. So 6 years in the business, we have over 50 investments in 30 different countries, which means we've had the absolute blast of working with developers from many countries, cultures, different types of genres. And it's just been a really, really incredible year. Years. And actually, yesterday we announced our Series A, which I'm very proud to say, and you can find some information about that online. But basically, our work here in the industry and why we founded the company was very simple. You know, we all come from very different backgrounds, and I'm going to dig a little bit into our us as people in the next slide. But we wanted to bring the power back to the developers. There are a lot of developers out there that are very curious about how much money can I actually raise? Where do I find the money? Like, what am I supposed to look for? How do I build a pitch deck? How do I build an investor deck? And I can talk hours upon hours about this, but sadly, you know, we don't have that time today. But we're going to dig in a little bit to it on what's important to kind of think about. So again, every single year here as Global Top Round, we invest in 10 companies in total. So we scour across the world by traveling to many different events, visiting events like GamePons, and we look for all different types of studios. So we do investments in mobile games, we do investments in PC, and we do investments in consoles. And I'm going to dig in a bit on how we actually do this. But first of all, the four main people when you're working with us is Danny Wu, Rick Num, Max, and myself. Actually, this is the first time that we actually talk about Max because he's a new addition from this month. Some of you indie developers might have talked to Crunching Koalas before, and he's actually new in our company as of June. So we're very excited to bring him on board as he was a producer, you know, for Lords of the Fallen and The Search, and has worked a lot in the industry. The rest of us all are basically ex-consultants coming from corporate and big companies. And what we try to do for all of our startups is basically help you grow from that very small team of, let's say, 2-5 people to hopefully 30, 100, 200, whatever growth curve you kind of want to go towards. But I'm not going to make this boring and dig into all of our backgrounds, so I'll keep it simple. But since I'm here today talking, the reason I have a gamer tag is because I was a professional gamer myself and played 8 years of professional video games, which was a very fun time in my career, and then basically transitioned over to video games development and investments. Before this, I've also been a game designer in smaller startups, actually in indies, for a company called S2 Games, where I helped out a bit on game design. Now, so Global Top Round again. Every single year, we get about 200 to 300, sometimes even 400 applicants that come towards our program because they want to work with us. Again, we go to different companies all across the world, all events. We talk to government parties. We go to different types of funnels to just try and find more and more startups year on year. And we do this because we feel like there is no country, there is no particular culture that is particularly better than another one. Rather, it's all about nowadays, in today's industry, making something that people will enjoy. A couple of years back, I would say that it was very heavily on, you know, okay, you're a Blizzard game, you're going to sell a lot of copies, or you're with EA, you're going to sell a lot of copies. But at least we see in the industry now that people don't really care that much about the biggest companies anymore. You know, they care about a quality game. They care about the mechanics. They care about, you know, the story behind the studio, and not too much about the AAA anymore, which is, of course, exactly what we wanted. We want to put the power back into the studios, and we're seeing that trend now. A great example is, of course, Valheim, which came out earlier, well, this year or late last year. I forgot the exact launch date, but they've sold millions of copies. And you know what? They were only a couple of people in Sweden, you know, before Coffee Stain picked them up. And we want to create more success cases like that. So our process is a little bit different from other companies. We don't, of course, it helps if you work for AAA companies. It helps if you have a big background. But what we try to focus on is exactly that, the product at hand. We're looking for teams, again, on both mobile and PC that just want to create awesome games. They want to put all their creative power into the title and just deliver a fun game that eventually becomes a business. Of course, gaming, it is a business. Your company should be a business. You should always think of it that way. But you need a fun product. You need a good product to actually create a company. So we look at the game itself. Yes, we of course look at your education and so forth, but we try to put more effort into the game rather than other partners or other VCs, because most of our investments actually are first timers, people that just started their own companies, just built their first game, have never launched one before, and that's exactly what we're looking for. So when you send over your pitch deck to us, you send over your games and all your information, we take a look with our internal team, which is a lot of people. We test the game, we get everyone's opinion, and then we start talking to you, and then we start looking into the company background. So we try to be more product focused rather than company focused in the first relationship. Why? Because again, we don't believe that you need to be any AAA employee. We don't need to see that you've been working in this industry for 15 years. Anyone can come up with a good idea, just like in the tech industry. And nowadays, when indie games are getting more and more popular and smaller studios are getting more power, we see this as the perfect strategy. It's what we've been doing for a long time, and I feel like every year when we're building and investing in more companies, we see more and more success cases, and we don't think it's going to stop here. So anyway, once you've sent over all the information to us, one time per year, which is usually 1 to 2 months from now, which is, of course, why I'm here today, because in August this year, most likely, I'm not going to give you an exact date, we will open our program again so you can apply to become one of our companies. Once you've been put into our system, again, 200, 300 companies probably this year, we're going to take it down to the top 50. So it's important that you send us very good material, because that's what we look at first. Then we're going to play the game with our big group of people and bring them down to the top 20. Now, once you become a top 20, which is, in our opinion, some of the best companies that exist on the planet every single year, then we're going to fly you out. We're going to pay for your flight, your hotel, so that you don't have to worry about any sort of costs. And you're going to show up to our conference, which is the GTR Annual Investment Conference. Every single year, this conference is in a different city. Currently, we're negotiating with multiple countries, so I can't tell you yet. But we were in Malta this year. Last year, but slightly delayed due to COVID. Korea before that, Malaysia before that, and Australia before that. And the whole purpose of this event is very simple. Even if you don't become one of our 10 companies, we still want you to learn a lot. We want you to show up. We want you to be able to pitch to several of the bigger companies within the industry. So in this picture here on my slide, we were in Korea, and we actually had 100 publishers and investors attending. Big names like Tencent, Gameforge, Netmarble, Nexon from Korea and Asia. We had several companies from Europe as well coming over, and they were all here to look at these 20 studios. So what we want out of this is that even if you don't get picked by us, you just were able to actually pitch in front of some of the biggest publishers and investors in the industry, and they will remember you. It's a 2-day event, so the first day you get to actually pitch, and the second day there is a gameplay test day. So all the attendees of the event can actually play your game live. So I guess I forgot to mention one criteria. Our only criteria is that you need to have something playable. So we work with studios that have a prototype or an MVP or a demo, because when you arrive to this conference, all the guests actually want to play it. And there has been times, when we actually haven't been signing up a studio, and after our event, they ended up actually getting an investment or getting a publisher. So that's exactly what we want. We don't have enough capacity to work with 20, 30, 40, 50 studios a year. Sadly, our capacity is 10. But even if you don't get picked by us, we want you to have the chance to pitch to all these people and actually get remembered. So out of the 10 people that comes in here, you will then be part of our so-called accelerator program. Now, it's very important to note that our accelerator program is very individual. There is no direct, you go through A, B, C, D, and E, and you follow this particular road. We custom make this to everybody. That's important to us because there are studios with different kinds of aspirations. When you come to us, we want to make you the best of yourself. We don't want to force you into a certain strategy or force you to make a certain game or go into free to play or go into premium. We want you to be the best of what you can deliver. So if you come to us and you say that you want to create smaller titles, you want to stay 10 people, that's okay as well. What we're here for is basically build up you to become the best of yourself, as I mentioned. So if you have a strategy of building games around €500,000 or €2 million or eventually 10, we can still accommodate you. It's all about helping you get to that one point. So now speaking about the industry in general, and not just about Global Top Round, US founders need to be a little bit more open to finding business partners, because the reality is that once you get a publishing contract on your table, or once you get an investment contract on your table, right, it's very hard for you to actually know whether or not you should accept it. Are these good terms? Did you ask for enough money? And the thing is, you don't know the answer to this question without somebody with experience. It doesn't have to be Global Top Round. It doesn't have to be me, but you should find an advisor. A lot of the companies that we go out and meet, or even companies that we don't end up investing in, simply don't have the experience or knowledge to actually sign deals or find the correct partners or the right distribution. Don't be afraid to find that person. I would like to say that in this industry in particular, it's a beautiful industry. People are very open to sharing information. If someone screws up, they're open to forgiving you. But not only that, if you look around and you do proper research, you can find out who are the good actors and who are the bad actors. Because in all honesty, there are a lot of accelerators out there, and a lot of them are just not the real deal. It's important that you do due diligence on every partner that you want to work with. Whether it's us, even if it's us, you should go out, you should talk to the studios that we've invested in already. You should look at, some of my speaker sessions, for example, what I say. You should always do your research, but most importantly, find a partner. Whether it's an investor or an accelerator like ourselves, whether it's an industry, expert or something, go find somebody, because it's better for you to have somebody within your company right now than when you land on the signature page and you pay thousands of dollars to a lawyer. Why not have an advisor on your board, or an advisor just on like a small retainer every month that can tell you what you should and should not do? This is something that companies aren't doing enough. And adding on top, if you don't have enough money, which is the case for a lot of indie companies, people like myself, if I wasn't working for Global Top Round, if I loved your game and I really believe in your team, I'd be open for equity instead. You would be able to actually pay me in shares of the company based on performance, or based on certain criteria, or maybe based on execution. There are several different ways that you can actually build this. There is a person called Joachim Akren, if you Google his name, Elite Game Developers. He has quite a bit of templates you can look into, has some information. While I don't agree with everything he says or does, it's a great starting point. It will allow you as developers to kind of understand, how can you build a structure for advisors? How can you build a structure for business partners, so that you can then eventually, bring somebody on board and help you which direction to go? I get pitched probably 1,000 times a year, both in mobile, PC, console, VR, AR, everything. And so many times, so many of the questions that I have after reading the deck could have been prepared in advance, or you could have known by simply asking somebody with more experience. Because the thing is, there are a lot of good people here that will just tell you, if you have some questions, if you emailed me and you ask me some basic questions about the industry, if I have time, I'll probably reply to you. And there are several other people in this industry that will do the same. So you should really start researching right now. If you don't already have an advisor or a business partner, go out there and find somebody. Trust me, it is worth it. Even if you give up 0.5%, 2%, 2.5% of your equity in the long term, it is worth it, because you don't want to run into a deal or ask for the wrong money or send a pitch deck too early without knowing if you're doing it the right way. Now, I'm going to dig into this a bit more later, but to give you a perfect example, I've had several studios come our way, and then I've asked one simple question. Did you intend to make the game at this budget, or did you put this budget because this is what you thought you could do? Or on the flip side, how did you come up with this number? So for the first portion is almost every time people say, no, I did not put the right number. Because one, they were too afraid to ask for more money. Number two, they didn't know how much money they could ask for. Or number three, they didn't know how big of a project some publisher wanted. And the thing is that with a proper advisor, they can tell you that. Because nowadays there is so much money in the industry. There are so many publishers out there, so many investors, and it's just about finding the right fit for you as the company. Stop seeing yourself and your own business as you running around begging for money, and look at it as you finding the right partner that believes in your vision. Because actually, the tables are equal. That's something that a lot of people forget, that if a publisher is giving you a term sheet, it's because they want to sign you. It's not because they want to sit there forever and negotiate and give you a crappy deal. They actually like your game and they believe in what you're doing. And that means that they're open for negotiation. My job is 80% negotiation. And trust me that I've never just accepted a deal on the spot. There is always room. There is always improvements that you can make. You can always ask. And if some publisher ever tells you, no, this is a deal breaker, then just don't sign with them. The reality is that if you got one term sheet, you probably could get more. And if you're in a really big pain, let's say you're out of money or you don't really know where to go next, then do some outsourcing work, take a side job and wait for the right partner. There are so many stories on Reddit and on Twitter and on Facebook from developers that are just simply, talking bad about publishers, or they didn't have a good experience. And most of the time it's because they didn't have an advisor to tell them whether or not the contract was good. They didn't properly understand the contract. They didn't pay for a lawyer. Any good partner or any good publisher will always recommend you to have legal counsel. You should never go into a deal alone, and that is super important. Now back to our company, because I think it's very important to mention this, because I think it's being very misrepresented nowadays in the industry, that you can't ask for money or that you can't do A, B, and C. The reality is the world is much more open than you think. And take that from someone that, in the last couple of years, we've closed over 40 deals in various different types. There are so much more room than you can imagine. But on the flip side, I guess I realized I forgot to answer my second question, asking for too much. Make sure you do your research as well when you're kind of building your project, right? You don't want to come into a negotiation asking for $1 million when in reality it would cost you $500,000. Okay, it's important not to ask for crazy numbers as well. But if you're a good game developer, or you know what you're trying to create, then the numbers will make sense. When you're building your spreadsheets, when you're building your GDD, when you're building your production, the numbers will add up in the end. And as long as it does so, it's okay to ask for more money. I'm going to talk about a success case a little bit later in the deck where exactly that happened. So once the top 10 has happened in the Global Top Round program, we're going to fly out to you when there is no COVID. We're going to sit down with you and we're going to have 2 days of a really fun time. The first day is really just for you to get to know me and my business partners. It's basically, going out to restaurants, going for some beers, talking smack, just having a really good time, talking about video games. That's really what it is. We just want you to get to know us, because before we sign the agreement and invest into you, it's important that you like me as a person and I like you as a person. That's how all the best business partnerships are created. The second day, we were going to go over all your company documents, of course, your certificate, your structure, all the financials that you have, and of course, also what you want to achieve in the next couple of years, but most importantly, in the short term. What do you want to happen in the next 6 months? What are the milestones that's going to happen within your game, within your company, without our investment and with it? It's important for us to understand the full scope of your business and what you want to do. I'm sure there are some developers watching now or that might watch this later that asks, what if I don't have a company? That's okay. Actually, I just signed a contract today with a studio that we're going to be working with, and they don't have a company yet, and that's okay. You can build and set up your company later as long as you have a game and a team now, and most importantly, the IP is tied to you guys somehow. So if you're one of those studios watching this at this point right now, if you do not have an agreement between you and your co-founders, even if you don't have a company, make one. When an investor like myself comes to you, the first question will be, okay, so what ties you to the IP? Or what ties you to this particular game? Do you have an agreement with your other game developers and producers? If you don't, that's a very big red flag. So if you're watching this, make a contract between you and your co-producers and build it. It's important that even if you don't have an entity, this exists. If you have a company, of course, it doesn't matter. Now, we manage all of our investments through Discord, actually. So every single investment we've ever made, you can see on the screenshot here in my deck, they all have access to each other. So we have over 50 investments. We have a lounge where everyone can talk to each other. They can ask each other for advice, help each other with hiring people. And one of the funniest stories we have is one of our developers, mobile developer, came out and asked, hey, can anybody help me translate? I think it was Italian, Russian, Spanish, and 3 more languages. And boom, within 48 hours, they had a localized Play Store. Of course, not a full game translation, but at least a Play Store localization. So, it's become its own little community, which is, again, why we nowadays call it family. It's just grown really, really big, and we're extremely excited and happy for it. Now, after this has been done, and hopefully all the company documents check out, we're going to sit down with you and build a fundraising strategy and timeline and set publishing goals. We get games that want to self-publish. We get games that want to get a publisher. We can work with both. For us, it's just important that we fully understand what the timeline is between the next 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months, because we work very fast and very efficiently. To date this year, we have already raised $6 million for our indie developers, and we're going to be closing more deals in the next 6 months. Last year, we closed 12 million, and this is all by making good strategies and understanding what point are you at with your company right now, because you don't want to pitch too early and you don't want to pitch too late, and at the same time, you're a business. You got to pay your own salaries. You got to make sure you have money in the bank. So we're going to build this and help talk to you about how we're going to structure this together. Now, after this, of course, once we get down to it, we're going to help you review and negotiate the publishing and investment terms, which I'm going to dig into more in the next slide. After 6 months, we're going to do another offline workshop together where we invite everybody, you and the other 9 companies that we invested in. We're going to sit down and we're going to let all 10 of you share all the things you learned and all the things you failed, and all of you will learn from each other. And then, of course, us as GTR are going to do some sessions as well, and we're going to invite some industry experts to speak at the event. The picture here in the bottom right was in Barcelona, actually my first event with GTR, and we invited Celia Hodent, who did some of the UX for Fortnite, for example, and she talked a lot about that. So it's all about education and growing as a company and as a business. So yeah, fundraising execution, to kind of talk about all the things that we provide. So I'll get into the exact investment later, but what do we actually provide other than the community and the program? First of all, we provide, again, the fundraising execution. What does this mean? We work with multiple different types of investors. Our first stage is the GTR Angel Club. We have angels, over 50 of them right now, that can invest up to $400,000. They're angels from all over the world. And we take care of the pitching to them for you. We take care of building the deck of them for you. And then we actually do all the contracts as well. So all you have to do is read it, agree with it, and of course sign it unless you have any issues with it. And boom, you might have some angel funding or potentially micro VC and VC at later stages. So we're there alongside you the entire step of the way whenever we are raising money. And one thing that is very important is that we do not take any finder's fee of equity investments. So we do not take any money of any of this from angels, micro VCs, or VCs. That's not what we do. Second of all, we also provide an expedited way into all the publishers. So we work with multiple publishers across the world. We have a network of over 100 people, as I mentioned, and we'll make sure you get reviewed and get feedback provided to you to all of these publishers that we are targeting. We'll also build a structure of a tier 1 list of the publishers you want to work with, like basically, let's say your best case scenario of who you'd love to work with. And then, of course, we'll pitch other people as well who are nice partners and might be a good addition to the company as well. And if you are a self-publisher, then we'll help you with distribution and finding the right people to work with in different regions. What we also do is that we help to actually build a distribution strategy of the game. So a lot of people might think, okay, you sign with one publisher and boom, you're done. No. That is exactly why I talked about having an advisor or somebody who knows what they're talking about in your company. Because the reality is a lot of the medium tier publishers or small tier that most of you probably have worked with or will work with, they don't have the capacity to distribute all over the world. And again, remember, my job is to put the power back into the developer. And your job as a developer is to understand your value. You are more valuable than you think. You have more leverage than what you think. If you're talking to a publisher and you're asking him or her, okay, who is your partner in Korea, Japan, China, Southeast Asia, for example, who are very different markets from the West, and they don't have an answer, why are they asking you for global rights? If they don't have partners in these regions, why would you license your game to them in these regions? It doesn't really make sense, right? So there are several different ways you can do this, and I'm only going to mention 2. The first thing, of course, is that you negotiate to exclude these territories from your contract. That's something that we do as well. The alternative would be to basically push them on who the sub-licensees are, and you basically help them find the right partners in each region in collaboration with your main publisher. Now, both of these models still includes a so-called anchor. Whoever is putting in the most money into your project will be the publisher leading the project. And then whatever other publisher you find in other regions will be like a sub-licensee, or will have to kind of abide by the production laws that you've built with the first publisher. This is, again, of course, assuming that the first publisher is funding most of the game. If there is no funding involved, no direct cash into you, you have so much leverage to actually just distribute it with multiple publishers. But if someone puts in hard-earned money into you, you're, of course, going to have to be a bit more open. Now, again, we take care of all of this. So during the contract negotiation, we'll build the terms with you before we pitch. We'll help you put it into the pitch deck. We'll help you negotiate. We'll actually do all the pitching for you as well. And then we'll prepare you for due diligence. So once we've actually got a term sheet or a deal on the table, we're going to sit down with you and pre-prepare you for all the questions that are about to come in the actual event itself. So you know what to answer, you know what documents to prepare, and you'll be a really good and well-prepared studio. This is very important for us. And then, of course, the full-on contract. We do all of this as well. So ultimately, it's an important thing to note here is that you guys will still do the signature. So I talk a lot about how we execute everything for you, we make it happen, blah, blah, blah. But of course, you are still the decision maker. We have no control over you. We have no signature value over you. It's your business and your company. We're only going to be bringing deals that matter to you. We'll sit down together and you will make the decision. That is a very important distinction. So our entire goal is to create long-term relationships with all of our studios, all of our publishers, and all of our investors. And that's why we had 100 investors and publishers in Korea. And in these images here is some of the best times of my life. In the top left corner here, one of our investments in Colombia, who actually now set up a second company and a second office in Australia, which is amazing. Studio Black Flag here, which we've signed to a very big publisher, which we're very happy about. Right there is actually with one of the politicians from Region Novel Aquitaine. I might have mispronounced that. I apologize. Bottom left in Brazil, eating barbecue with our studio there, and bottom right, eating Korean barbecue in Philippines. We probably should have had some more local food, but it was a great example. And all of these meetings that you see here took place before we invested into the company. Because again, it's important to find the right business partner. It's important for you to research the entire market, do your background checks on me, do your background checks on any advisor you ever want to work with. And don't be afraid, to go on LinkedIn, poke someone and be like, hey, have you heard about Pontus? Or have you heard about, for example, one of our advisors, Stefan Lampinen? Have you heard about him? What has he done? Is he good to work with? People will tell you. It's a very beautiful industry. Check with multiple parties. Never just check with one, of course. Always check with multiple. Do your own due diligence and then start talking to them. So important to find the right business partner. So what we're doing is we're finding the game content all across the world. We're then deciding, of course, the platforms we're going to do this on. And nowadays, we've actually built our second company called G-Round, which I'm not going to talk much about today. But we're finding a lot of loopholes in the industry. And, we believe that there is a future of mobile gaming, but also a future of PC and console gaming. In mobile gaming, we have, ROAS, we have retention, we have all these KPIs to kind of potentially judge a successful mobile game. And that's what you get signed on by most publishers. We're trying to do the same for all platforms. So, we want to actually build a platform where you can come to us, get the game tested way before, and get proper feedback from testers that aren't biased, doesn't care about your company, and then you can build a better game so you can then get leverage to negotiate with more publishers and investors. Then our goal, again, is to make sure you have proper distribution via regional partners. So it's important that when you get all this data from us or from App Annie or whatever app store you use or Firebase, when you have all of that data, I'm sure you've noticed, as this conference is mostly about mobile gaming, that some countries are performing way higher than other ones. A great example is that we had one studio in Korea that had an amazing puzzle strategy game, and it was really popular and really exciting in Japan and in Korea and in the West. And then, we took it to China and it was not the same. It was completely different. The Chinese did not react at all in the same way that the West did. And that's why we want to create this platform, but also for you as mobile developers, Find out your different target markets. Like when you go out and pitch to publishers, you might have a huge fan base in the MENA region, for example. The MENA region is a region that not a lot of people are paying attention to. That includes countries like Turkey and so forth, and Egypt. And if you go to these countries, there are tons of publishers that are looking for just local licensing deals. There is, for example, I think they're called Tamatan, and they are great, one of the biggest publishers over there. And there are way more local publishers that you can find that are okay to just do distribution in these regions. In mobile gaming in particular, and well, generally in the industry, it's important to know that every person is different. Every culture is different. So when you're going out and you're making your distribution plan, a Thai person is very different from a Swedish person. So I'm Swedish myself. I live in Thailand. I can tell you that the Thai people here don't play the games remotely as similar as we do in Sweden. And that's, of course, for the better and for the worse in terms of your company. So when you're doing your CPI tests and you're walking around doing all these marketing tests with your mobile game, make sure you cross-check all the countries. Do small play tests in every country. Get the data, look at the differences, and if you have incredibly good data in the MENA region, why not pitch your game to that region or a very good audience in CIS? Go to a CIS publisher like Meta Publishing or Mail.ru. Always look at the data you have available, whether you are a mobile game or a PC game or a console game. Try to find your target market. One slide that is really, really important for both publishers and investors like ourselves is, who are you targeting? Who did you make this game towards? It's a slide that I almost never see. I see a lot of pitch decks where I have this one slide, which is, oh yeah, New Zoo, Arab market this, and the Scandinavian market this, and this and that, 8 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion. And it's just all over the place. And you know what? We really don't care about this slide. I'm telling you right now, that slide is completely useless. What we do care about is, what was your game inspired by? What are your closest competitors? What was their success level? And what inspired you to make your particular game? And then once you have that, I want to know, okay, you made the game because of these genres and these competitors and this data and the success. Now, what's your target market? Who are you looking for? Is it, Chinese users? Is it Southeast Asia? Is it Europe? Is it America? What is it? That slide is incredibly important. And if you have that one, you're already giving you an edge over other pitch decks that arrives in my inbox or any other publisher and investor's inbox. Who did you make this game for? What's your target, countries? What's your target audience in those countries? Not just 5% of the global console market or 5% of America or 13 to 35 male. Try to be a bit more creative. And I'm sure I'm going to get some, feedback like, well, Pontus, we don't have the money to do this. So how do I do CPI tests? Well, I mean, there is Reddit, there is Facebook groups, there is LinkedIn. There are so many places where you can get testers that might just want to help you out. Or if you don't know, there are tons of publishers offering free CPI tests. So if your game looks cool enough, your pitch deck's pretty good, you can convince a publisher to do a small CPI test for you between $100, $500, $1,000, and now you get free data with no strings attached. These publishers are not going to make you sign a term sheet, not going to make you sign an exclusivity. And by the way, if they do, then don't even take it. It's not something you should sign. 99% of the good publishers will not make you sign anything in the first CPI test. Now you can take their data and figure out what to go from there. So if you don't have money, don't worry. Go to Reddit, post screenshot, post GIFs, build a community on Twitter. There are tons of people out there that might be able to help you just out of their kindness. You also have friends, you have family, you have colleagues if you're doing part-time jobs. There is no excuse not to have at least 100 testers to play your game. Honestly, there are so many ways for you to get that. So try to always find alternative routes to get your game tested, to find this data, to figure out, where do I distribute my game? You can bring me that slide of who you're going to target your game to. You already got an edge. Okay, so this is our publishing network. Some of them, we work with way more people. It's important that this is, of course, just people in our network. We have some publishers that we have very close relationships with. We have some publishers on this list that we have signed titles to. Like 505 Games, we got Good Game, Dear Villagers, Gameforge. All of these people are in our network. I sadly can't tell you who we've signed games with. In the next 2-3 years, we have a lot of really awesome AA and AAA deals coming out, and we're so excited to tell you guys about them. and also show you what is truly possible for an indie studio, which is what I'm going to dig into here in a couple of slides, which we're going to get to. So before we dig into some of our success cases and what we've done, and to kind of show you what is possible, this is what we do here in Global Top Round. So first of all, again, we are a business partner. I wouldn't call us an investor or a micro VC. That's not what we are. We start off by investing a nominal amount of 40,000 USD, and then we invest an additional 60,000 potentially, and then we got our angel network up towards 400,000, and then of course we have our micro VCs and VC partners. Now, what is really interesting, and this is going to be announced in a few weeks, but I'm allowed to show it on this slide, is we're also building our own global game fund called Round Ventures. This Round Ventures is going to be announced in a few weeks that it's happening, and we're going to start raising it at the end of this year. And this is really going to help all of our companies on Global Top Round and G Round to continuously scale. I can't tell you much more details than that, other than we're building an amazing ecosystem here in Global Top Round to help a lot of startups. That is ultimately our goal. So to kind of give you the percentage of equity, we never buy more than 11% in any company ourselves. And of course, we will help you with the valuation of your company at each and every stage after Global Top Round's involved. I mentioned about helping you with the execution, but we also help you with the valuation. So to kind of help you understand how much percent you should sell in each round, our goal is you as the founder should retain majority for as long as possible. I've been getting sad pitches, and I don't want to call it that, but I had this amazing game that I absolutely loved, and they sold 30% of their company at a $300,000 valuation. And they had such a good game, and they lost so much of their business at such a low valuation. And in my head, I'm just like, I wish they kept developing this game on the side while doing their main job or outsourcing or whatever, rather than just taking that investment at such a low valuation. So I talk a lot about how we're on the startup side. We want to put the power back into the developers. So we have one simple rule: no matter what, your company is valuated at $800,000 minimum when we invest into you. That's the absolute bare minimum. It's a rule that we have to ensure that you retain as much of your equity as possible. And once we've joined you and we help you grow, we're going to continuously sell smaller and smaller portions over time. That is very, very important to us. And that's what we're going to keep helping you with if you become part of GTR. If you're not part of our industry, think about it yourself when you're raising money. Try to sell as little as possible in smaller rounds. It's better to raise a little bit, prove yourself, because most indie developers, you don't have that Ubisoft, that EA kind of background. So your only leverage is the game. You don't have a fancy education, you don't have a fancy game launch. Your leverage is your game. So raise less money, get some KPIs, then do a larger round once you have the KPIs. Yes, it might suck. Yes, you might not be able to have the highest salary for a very long time, but you're going to own more equity in your business. So when you do become successful, it's going to be your success with your founders, with your employees, and not somebody else who gave you $50,000 at a $300,000 valuation very early. That's like one of the best advice I can give you. I wish we could talk more about this, but we are running out of time. So we work with several investors in our network. Again, this is just our investment network. We have more. It's about 100 people, or companies in total, like as I mentioned. Play Ventures, LVP, Neowiz, and all these people. And we're continuously expanding our network to help pitch your company towards. So let's talk about some success cases before we wrap up this presentation. So Strayblade, for example, this is honestly one of my favorite success cases we've ever done. They came to us with a 500,000 euro budget. Okay, this is what I talked about earlier in my presentation. And I asked them that one question. I said, what did you design this game towards? I got the answer, 1.5 million. So I was like, why did you even pitch me 500K then? You had your budget, you had your production, you had all of this. Why would you pitch me a third of what you had? And I got the same answer as I'm sure a lot of you guys have. I didn't think I could ask for more. This company has no AAA backgrounds. They had no big projects launched before. They were 5 people when they came to us. How could they possibly ask for 1.5 million? And the answer to that was very simple. They had an amazing demo. Their product showed how much potential that they had. And now what happened was that they came to us with that demo. We invested. And then we kind of changed the whole investment strategy a bit, and we raised an angel round for them. We raised 300,000 euros in early 2020. We helped them build a proper vertical slice, and then we closed a deal worth 2.4 million. Actually more than that, but I can't put the exact number. So let's call it around 2.4 million with a AAA publisher, and this game is going to have an amazing launch in, Q3 or Q4 next year, and it's going to be absolutely incredible. After that, we're hoping to build this company into a Stray Blade 2, and maybe multiplayer and stuff. We'll get to see. We have a great publisher on board. We're going to work with them, see what happens, and, go from there. Another success case that we have is Orphanage from Studio Black Flag in France. We absolutely love this company. This was actually a crazier story. There were 2 people when they came to us. We had a 400K euro budget, and now we closed an over 3 million euro deal with a big AAA publisher. They are now 15 people. Actually, last month, I was in a call with them, and I met all the new team. I met all the new hires, and it was just incredible to see what we were able to do for them. And, we're going to keep building this and make it bigger and bigger. So yeah, very, very excited. And, this is the kind of stories we want to create with more and more games in both PC and mobile. Relic Hunters here is actually, I can talk about one deal that they made. So they actually was able to close one of their deals with Kowloon Knights. It was announced a few weeks ago for their second game, which we're very excited to see. And then they have their main game, Relic Hunters, which will be coming out in a few years, and that's going to be incredible as well. We have a huge publisher in NAEU. We have another huge publisher in China, so we separated it into 2 regions, and we're very, very excited to get this done. We sadly can't put any number here, but they went from 2 people to 35, so absolutely amazing. And then, yeah, another one we had in Korea. There were 2 people, 2 developers, and eventually we signed them to a big AAA Chinese publisher, and the game is hopefully coming out in a few months, and we're very much looking forward to do so. So yeah, here are some of the investments in our portfolio. As you can see, it's really all over the world. It's mobile, it's PC, it's console. It's very, very broad, and we're going to keep doing investments all across the planet. So if you are a developer watching me right now, you got a really cool game. I don't care much about your background or what you did before. I want to see what product you have right now. We want to take a look at it. And, if things go good, we can make some business. That's what we're hoping. We want to make more success cases every year. As I mentioned, 12 million raised last year, 6 million this year already. Hopefully we can make this number into 12, 15, 20 this year. We'll see. Our goal is about making as many of our developers as possible succeed. Not about the total number, not about the deal value, just getting partners for each game so that they get developed properly. It's, of course, impossible to have a 100% hit rate every year. Some company might not get as successful as we want them to, but we want to keep increasing this the more that we stay. And yeah, that is pretty much this presentation. If you guys do have free time and you want to listen to more of my sessions, I've talked a lot about investments and pitch decks all across Google. You can Google my name and find it. Otherwise, you have my email right here, Pontus and Rick. And here are some, smaller, cooler pictures from our event if you ever attend the GTR conference. So, yeah, thank you very much.
I would like to thank Pontus for this panel. Dear Pontus, I'm glad to meet you. The presentation and speech were excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fidan.
You're welcome. Oh, dear participant, we will look at the last section of the conference. Our next session is Fireside Chat, and our guest is Vusal, Keremli, and Yupko. Now, welcome, guys.
Hi. Hi, Fidan. Thank you so much for the introduction.
Thanks for that.
Yes,
can everybody hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll take it from here. Lifter, how are you?
Great. Thanks for asking. A little bit hot. It's 39 degrees and it's already like early summer and it's beginning to get hotter and hotter. I don't know how this will end.
Yeah, probably global warming is getting
it's
at its best, and yes, hopefully the things will get back to normal. It was the same. I think it was 42 degrees today. Yeah, in here. So it was really hot. Yeah.
it's some hot wave, but we try to survive. It's not easy, working with PCs and having a server here, so it's kind of getting hotter. I had to turn off the AC because of this talk. It will get very loud and nobody will understand us. So yeah, this will be not only a fire chat, but it will be a hot seat also.
Exactly. So let's get into the topic. So today we are going to talk about your journey as starting a game studio. So could you please briefly talk a little bit about your background and your journey, how you started, and when you decided to get into the games and start your own studio?
Well, sure. This story is unconventional in so many levels because I do not come from any sort of gaming industry background to have started or to be in this shadow team that started the studio. I come from let's say, data analytics and then data science background. Worked for the Agency of Electronic Communications. T-Mobile is a strategic consultant, and I was always in the shadow part, let's say, not in the front part of every company that I've worked for. My belief was strongly in data and data accuracy, but when we started to work with Civus on one project, the company had a really great idea that they wanted to invest in some new ideas, mainly into creating mobile apps or games or games. So that's where we came from. One team that came from another company that was from the gaming industry got in touch with us, and also our part, Civus as a main shareholder put us both together as two teams. And we decided that we're going to create this independent gaming studio or indie studio, which will then entice us to have creative freedom, not necessarily be controlled by the market or what our shareholders want, but what we want to do with the games, etc. So yeah, basically that was that. We did not fish, or we did not try to find the finances, which was the easy part for us. There was this idea by the shareholder because they were in touch with both of the teams, mine and the other one from the gaming industry. And that's how they put us together and said, fine, you make something work out. And that's how Snowball became.
Yes, that's, as you mentioned, that's really unconventional and quite a unusual composition, because usually you see that it's usually like people who know each other, they get together and start their own company. But in your case, it's like a completely different teams. And another thing that really got my attention is that you come from a really different background. Like on one hand, you have people who are like game developers, and on the other hand, you have like people who are coming from the data analytics background, which actually means that your studio is somehow special, because usually, like when you do the analysis of the studios, like when you go over different studios, you see that the team, like the skill sets, are mostly about the people who are in the game development sector, and they start building their games, and they sign contracts with different publishers, and they outsource the publishing part to the different publishers. But in your case, I guess it's a little bit different, right?
Yeah, we kind of tried to took upon all of the tasks that were needed in the gaming studio. To be independent really meant that we wouldn't have any contracts with publishers, so we wouldn't be controlled by them. So that's how we proceeded in our case. I would be lying if I said that it was easy. It was not easy, and we learned the hard way that building a gaming studio is not just simply having an idea, a great idea, having great teams that will develop games, but it really has to do a lot more with how you can publish, or how you can be more economical in the user acquisition sections and everything that goes with it, but also maintaining something that none of the team has ever been, was a businessman, let's call it like that, an owner of a company that nobody knew, for example, how the financial works were. Nobody knew contracts. I mean, we just came here with pure inspiration to do something new. But then we were hit with all the bureaucracy and everything that goes with it that we were not really prepared for. But luckily we learned, and hopefully in the future we will be more assertive to these things, since in the past it cost us some time lost and also some not say contractual disagreements, but the Hasbro for some reason has had a copyright on a name that we used in our game, and we were slapped with a copyright infringement charge, which was then removed since we renamed the game. But that's little details that maybe bigger publishers have teams and have everybody that will have legal teams that will go through this kind of things. So yeah, it's the small things that really needed adapting in this place. So as I said, we just took the idea, the freedom, and we just went with it. We weren't prepared for the bureaucracy that was in store for us.
Yes, that's true. Actually, one of the things that I love about the session, like this fireside chat with you, is that we have a lot of like indie developers in the audience that they want to start their studios one day, and I believe that they can learn a lot, like not just the things that you have to do right, but also the things that you have to avoid in order to not to encounter this kind of problems that you had. So, what is the importance of having like a experienced, I would say, manager or CEO in your company? Because in your case, you are the CEO, but you are also you are coming from a data science, data analytics background, and you have never really had like a CEO position before. I mean, you manage some teams, but in terms of like leading a team, dealing with publishers, in your case, you had like some like disputes, legal disputes, like dealing with this kind of things, also going over the financials, like all other matters related to the running a company. So how important is it to have like at least one person who is at least experienced in this kind of matters? I mean, is this really matter, or can someone with a different background, like a programming background or anything not related to business, can they pick it up while running the company? Or is it important to at least have someone with the business background or with some kind of business related experience?
It depends. The better version would be to have somebody that has business development, or at least having some sort of C-level executive experience on your team, which is quite hard to find. Will it be manageable for anybody to learn this? Yes, it will be, but it will cost you time, and it will cost you more of the time that you can put into work rather than on this what I say medial tasks, but they're not. They're everyday tasks that you should have as a CEO. You know, having some meetings, having some side chats with other people that are interested, having offers thrown at you every day that you have to see if some of them are, you know, serious or not. Will they be applicable to your company or not? So all of these takes time to acclimate for yourself. But if you have someone that has business experience on your team that will work within the course of what your mindset is, which will not take directions into, let's say, be more of a towards the shareholders or towards somebody else, just be concentrating on your tasks and on what you see for the future, then yeah, it will be great. Otherwise, learn as fast as you can, and it will cost you. That's not going to be a lie. And if you take from a developer or from business intelligence or whatever, data science or whatever position that you are, to take a role of a C-level executive, you will find yourself that you will have to abandon or at least minimize the other role, which is your primary experience, which is to be a developer or to be, in business intelligence or etc. So that would mean that if you start a C-level position, that means that whatever you have been good at working before, you will have less and less time to do it, and that will in terms return other problems, which will that you will not be there where maybe you are needed more. So we have to prioritize. Are you a better developer or are you a better CEO? And that's the only thing. And ego plays a big role in this. So, but sometimes you need to put the egos aside. And to my knowledge, at my 10 years of experience, I have never placed a title before what I'm good at my job. So this is the first place that I have the managerial or the CEO role, but that doesn't mean that if somebody else comes with a better managerial skills, I will gladly go back to my previous position.
Yes, definitely. I mean, especially when talking about the hyper casual games where the dynamics change like really fast in the marketplace, it's really important to use like all the resources, all performance that you have in your team. Otherwise, you will fall behind. And it's really important to have like as you said, you have to sacrifice like your own jobs and focus on the things that you are not really like a professional, and you have to learn throughout the your position as a CEO, which actually means that you sacrifice the performance, you sacrifice the things that could have been done better and could have been, brought a lot of things to the team. And there's also one thing that you have mentioned that I want to dive into, in your studio at Snowballs, you not only develop your own games, but you also publish them. So how difficult is it for a startup, for a newly founded studio, to take both responsibilities? Because I know that it's a very competitive market. You have to compete with billion-dollar companies. Is it really, I mean, what are the advantages and disadvantages of going this route? Because as far as I know, it's unconventional, because I have not really seen many studios that took both positions. They usually focus on the one part and try to excel in that one. So could you please get into details? What were the advantages and disadvantages of doing this, developing your games and also publishing them at the same time?
Yeah, so as I said, we took the idea very seriously that if we do something, it will be all or nothing. And that's why we needed to be, precisely as I said, to be independent in the creation. You need no more influences from publishers, because publishers will influence what your games will look like or what they want next for the games. The advantages are only the creative freedom. I cannot place any other advantage point at this time for an independent gaming studio, of course, since the costs that go into it, both in time management and in resources, is a lot greater than whatever results you are going to have on your own, compared to what you can sell to a publisher for a % of the game, as everybody else does it, as you said. Yes, maybe in some point, the only disadvantage that I can see, which is really, really crippling, is the time that the team spends on learning how to publish things and learning how to play this game with user acquisition, with ASO and everything else that maybe we could have just outsourced them to bigger teams in bigger publishers that would have covered all the costs all the time, and we could be concentrating more on developing the games and developing even more games. But at that point, there was this mindset that we're not going to do that, and we decided to do it on ourselves. So we learned it the hard way that you cannot compete with big publishers. Not in every story that David beats Goliath. You can survive, this for sure. We not only have survived, we have grown and we have thrived, but the process wasn't easy because we lost time, we lost valuable time. We at some points were rushed to publish the game, even though we did have shareholders that are not involved in the creative way anyway, or the publishing or everything else that involves the process of game making. They did have some timelines and deadlines that they wanted to be established. So we were rushed. So some of the mistakes that we made was that we didn't really renegotiate the deadlines with the shareholders. And in that term, I think that we would have been better in user acquisition than we were at the start. But now we are very much in game with the user acquisition, since I have built some predictive models that are fully automated. So they tell us what bid, where to bid, how much to bid based on the lifetime value, and it segregates the players from the purchasers, and then we have different amounts from every country for every type of player or purchaser. And so the transition was easy after we built the models, but building the models took around 3 to 4 months, I think, because not every game is the same. I can come up here with the formula they use, but it will not work for your game because it is meant to be, the retention with how much advertising revenue we get, how much rewarded videos they watch, how much they buy stuff, how much they open boxes, etc., which goes into this model that calculates the lifetime value. And then based upon that lifetime value and the retention, we calculate how much we should spend in some countries, or in which countries we should spend most of the money. And it has worked. From a simulation in 2019, in May 2019 up until now, it works completely fine. It's always in net positive. So I think that we have established that way. Are we on a level that big publishers can play? No, we're not. Is it easier for them to acquire new users? Yes, because they do have audiences that are 5, 10, 15 millions, and they do a lot of cross app installation. So that doesn't even cost them any money because they already have the users and they use their space from the previous apps for advertisement of new games. So yeah, but is it possible for somebody to do this? Yes, it is. Will it be hard? It will be. It will be definitely crippling if you want to do anything else with it. So you will have to push all the resources, all the given people to work at a certain point that maybe it's not their strong suit at the time.
Yes, definitely. And you also mentioned that giving the shareholders the right to decide whether, what direction you have to take. So that's another thing that I think the new studios should avoid, because otherwise, I mean, you have to, as a team, what the quality should be, what are the things that you have to pay attention to. It's not just like putting a certain deadline or timeline and trying to hit that target until then, because we know that it's there are some problems that you cannot predict. There are some there are some things that are gonna happen, and it's not always possible to predict the certain deadlines. So the first thing that we have mentioned is that as a team, you have to have right skill set. But on the other hand, this is the second thing that you have mentioned, that it's really important that in the early stage you don't really have to give the power to the shareholders. I mean, what by shareholders, I mean the investors, like people who invest in your companies. And Snowball is a great example of a company that faced many problems and still managed to survive, and you are still a self-sustained, profitable company. And I also want to get into the things that every I would say every team will encounter when they start a new studio, a company. It's like a relationship between the teams. As a CEO, what are the things that challenges that you have faced within the teams? I mean, I know that when you start a new company, everyone is really excited and everyone really have passion. People have passion. They're in there to work for the a result. But after some time, things get really not as planned, and you face really difficult problems, especially in hyper casuals. It's really hard to score a hit in a short period of time, and you will definitely have some problems, and some team members will really be upset. So, have you had any similar cases at Snowballs? And as a CEO, what was your decisions that helped you to go through this crisis?
Sure, we had some problems, but the main problems were that we started the studio with a very liberal approach because, as I said, nobody was experienced into management on anything. So basically, it functioned like a group of friends that were going to do their amount of work, on time, and nobody will control them because nobody was there or nobody was able to control anyone. At least that was the understanding that we had. On paper, maybe nobody there was a hierarchy, but in real life there wasn't a hierarchy. For example, you couldn't tell anyone in person in traditional structured business models, when you have a hierarchy, when you have a manager, when you have a division manager, and etc., and everybody tells you or gives you tasks what to do. This was another approach, that everybody should do their work for the salary that they wanted, and that was a liberal approach that we took, that everybody would be disciplined enough to do the work and to do everything that they sign up for. But in the end, after a year or so, the passion probably it's not. I cannot say that it is the passion or the love of the game, because many people will say that they will do it for the love of the game, but I think it is primarily motivated by money, since we had fractions in our team just because of bigger salaries, and so that will happen. There will be some poaching from other gaming companies, that will try. So basically, the team that you start with might change, but some of the people won't change. That's for sure. Money will always play a big part in this field. IT especially is very, very volatile in that sort of sense. But what I can say is that you cannot take anything personally, because everybody weighs their options. Somebody will leave their creative freedom, even though they advocated for more creative freedom. They will leave it for a certain amount, sum of money given from another publisher, and do games and stuff that the publisher will want them to do. Other people will not sell out so easily and will stay. So basically, for an independent studio, you would need some sort of most senior developers or the most senior staff that you can amount before you're opening something like this, since most of them will not be tricked by money, because they will have amounted some sort of wealth and some sort of cushion that they can lay upon if this works or doesn't work. And that's the only advice that I can have, because in the future, if you want to make an independent gaming studio that will be fully under your control, you do need to realize that sometimes the spendings will be lowered, and you will have to take on lower salaries just to develop a game that you would like to develop, no matter if the market, because we do have a conflict, if the market is ready for it or if the market wants it, and if you really want to make it. And that's the conflict between the creative that really likes to make the game and the market, if it is ready or not. And that's where publishers usually mingle and they say, no, you cannot do this game, you can do this game, because people like to tap now, and because they like to tap on the phones, you need to do the tap mechanic, and you need to do these games and these games and these games, or doing that mechanic. So if you don't want to be on that part, certainly that means that that you will have to work for a lower salary, but that means that if the game succeeds, and it's again your child, your creation, so there's rewards in both ways. First of all, it might not be monetary reward, but it will be a creative freedom reward, and it will be a reward for what you have done by yourself. So given all the obstacles that we have faced, I think that the monetary reward is insignificant to what I've learned in this path of becoming the person that I am today. Since where I was comfortable not being in the seat of a CEO, before, or not having to manage such different teams and such different characters, I wouldn't have grown as a person. And I've learned a lot of things for myself, and learned a lot of things about players playing the game through the data analysis that I do. And I implementing the behavioral science, I know now much more than I knew back before when I started. So yeah, teams will change. That's all I can say. But if you want to open something that will work, you have to do it with people that not necessarily are your friends, but you are on the same wavelength into what creativity and creative freedom means to you, rather than monetary gains.
Yeah, so you're talking about the people who share the same vision, like people who see the things the way you do, so that they have the same vision, they have the same targets, and I mean, you are going to the same journey together with the people who share the same values and the same vision. So, and actually, I would say that this is one of the hardest things to do, especially in this market, like telling people to give up with their ambitions, monetary ambitions, and to join a journey that will require you to go through different hardships. And sometimes, as you mentioned, you have to work for less salary and do more job because it's a startup, it's not like a company, and there is no guarantees that you will have a success at the end. You will have a great grand prize, and there's going to be an exit, there's going to be hit. So it's just a journey, and you have to be ready for it. And as we have only 5 minutes left, we are short in time, my last question to you would be if you would have if you would start a company today, so what are the things that you would have done differently? Because for someone who is new to the journey, and I bet there's a lot of lessons that they have learned from you. So far, what are the things? What are the problems to face? But what kind of route would you follow? I mean, what would be the approach? I mean, considering the same vision, same ambitions, not giving up creativity over working with publishers or whatever. So what would you have done differently if you would have started your company today?
Probably find a publisher that will be in line with what you want to do as a team, which means giving you that creative freedom, but also not being able to control what you will be publishing later on, or otherwise what to make, or what kind of apps or what kind of games to make in the future. So that's the only thing that I think I would do different. it is that we would like to concentrate more on the game development and game analytics stuff that we're good at, and then leave all the publishing, advertising, everything to a publisher that has the resources to do this, but not giving the freedom of them, making assumptions of where we're going to go in the future, but rather on us to make suggestions and suggest projects that we want to develop, and if they want to buy. So that doesn't mean necessarily being in a contract with one publisher, but being in a contract with several publishers that you will just, develop games in the future, So because if one doesn't want it, someone will want it out there. It's a competitive market. If you do a game that's very easily transferable to many people that will play it, if it's easy to understand, easy to play, if it's catchy enough, there will be a market for it. There is no doubt about it. We have done it on our own, which means that anybody can do it, but this journey took a lot of time, a lot of work, and a lot of complications. So it's not for me to say that you should sell out to a publisher, even though we are not going to sell out to a publisher, or we do not have any end game plan to sell to a publisher apart from hyper casual games that are nowhere near the lifetime value that an indie studio can even cope with, financially. So otherwise, in the casual market and the casual games, I think that we're never going to sell out to a publisher. The only thing that we might do is contract someone from China or from Africa that have publishing organizations there, which is kind of complicated because they don't work with Google Play Store or with iOS App Store, and we do have to publish our games through them. But that's also, creatively, we give them the game finished, and they publish it. They do not have any saying in it, how it will look like or what we can do with it and stuff like that.
Great. So to summarize it, if you are a newly founded hyper-casual studio, the first thing you have to do is to talk to as many publishers as you can, because there are dozens of publishers out there, and also preferably get your portfolio ready. I know that there are a lot of strong, game developers in your team, so they have a portfolio, they have like previous successes. At least build your portfolio just to prove that you are capable, you're a good team that can deliver a good game, and then talk to as many publishers as possible, and then work with the ones that are in line with your vision, like the publishers that will give you the freedom to create your own games, to develop your own games based on your own vision and on your idea, right?
Yeah. But of course, hyper casual is also very volatile. It burns out too many games. The games are very easy to develop, because they do not based on some complex game dynamics and everything. So it's even easy for you for the team to build some test games in probably 3 or 4 months, and you can do it while working on your current jobs, working part-time to develop the studio, etc. So yeah, before opening a official studio, you should at least test your skills if it's applicable, if you are close enough to do it for free, to do it as a passion project, and then apply that to the publishers, because that's how you get the foot in the door, so to say, because you do have something, not only from your previous experiences that was based on some other companies, but you have something on your own that you've built as a team, and it might be, I think it is very easy to build for, at least in the hyper casual market, it will be easy for some experienced guys to build something like that very fast.
Nice. So to minimize the risk, you before going like all the way to the studio, you should take it do it as a side project, like develop your own portfolio to see like how good you are on it, and if there's any promise, then you can quit your job and like dedicate yourself full time on that and start working.
Yeah, sure. It's never a great idea to put all the eggs in one basket. So do not quit jobs before having something concrete, because that will be a mistake. You will burn a lot of bridges before you know that you have something as a grasp, because there are many people that have business ideas, and there are many companies that are being started every day. It's not guaranteed that you will succeed, but if you do have the drive for it, then you must take it, but first of all, test it, test the water before you jump in it. It's simple as that. You can find 3 to 4 people probably in your industry that will work with you, that you are close, not necessarily close friends, but friends that will take up on this as a challenge and as a passion project. And if it succeeds, then the sky is the limit. But if it doesn't succeed, then maybe find another team, maybe try it again, try something different. Do not give up on trying to build a studio or build a game or do something just because it's hard. But that doesn't mean that you should apply our steps. We just jumped in it, but we had a lot of luck, we had a lot of perseverance, and yeah, that's all I can say. There's no formula to a successful studio. I think I cannot think of it. Yeah.
Yes. So there's a saying that says that smart people learn from their mistakes, and wise people learn from others' mistakes and not repeat them like themselves. And so our advice to all the people out there who want to start their studios is that instead of going through this mistakes by yourself, by spending too much money and your time on it, just try to learn from this speech and try to do your best in order to avoid the risks and get the most out of it. So thank you so much. I think we're out of time. Yeah, it's over. Thank you so much, Lipcha, for your time and for the great fireside chat. I believe that people will learn a lot from you, and you're a perfect example that perseverance is the key in startups, because you will face a lot of problems, you will face a lot of challenges, there's going to be a lot of pressure, and you went through like legal issues, legal disputes, like this is like the worst case scenarios that may happen to a newly funded studio, but you still managed to survive. I wish all the best, good luck to you, and hopefully we will have you again in our conferences in a year from now, and hopefully you will have like a great results by then. Thank you so much for your time and for everything. And thank you. Have a great day. And I think the sessions are over, and we will go back to Fidan now.
Yes, I'm here. The last section of the conference is over. Thanks for the fireside chat and interesting talk. Lyubko, nice to meet you. Today has been a wonderful day for me. We talk about the future of mobile gaming with 23 speakers from 15 countries. Thanks to Elena and Natalie also. Thanks for being with us and watching. Good luck for all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care.